Holy shit, my headphones are loud. What the fuck? What the fuck? Alright. They're just gonna be loud all stream, apparently. What's up, everybody? Hello, hello, hello. It's hot as a motherfucker. Jesus. I'm gonna go to the right scene. What up, everybody? How's it going? Hello, 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 hello. Holy shit, what the fuck is going on in the world right now? Because somebody needs to explain this to me. And by this, I mean everything, because everything is fucked up. Like, everything. Everybody is... Yo, what up, Galgi? Everything is messed up. Everybody is doing crazy stuff on all corners of the world. Whether it's in, like, Europe or whether it's in America. Well, basically everybody's just doing crazy shit online. That's, I guess, nothing new. Maybe it's overblown, maybe it's not. Who knows? Who really knows? You know? I mean, we could know, but, you I'm sure we'll figure it out. Well, we might figure it out. I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure. So, if you're unaware of all the stuff that is happening right now, is that there is. You two get to do No, I don't know how to do a crazy laugh. I don't have a crazy laugh. I just like laughing at people and their misfortunes sometimes. Like the people that deserve it. Oh, fuck, I love it. I love it. I love it. Like I need to get PirateSoftware's entire, like, dude, every time I try to give that guy the benefit of the doubt on something, that guy, he just does shit. I don't know. I feel like I really liked him for a while. When he first like blew up, I feel like I really liked him for probably. I only watched his clips. I never watched his stream. I never watched any of his videos. I don't think. I might have watched a video or two. Maybe if they were directly related with like network security or something. Because I think when he first blew up, PirateSoftware was actually doing stuff with security. Like actual, like I think, like he would actually talk about network security. Like he would actually do development. Like he would actually do stuff that he advertised that he did, I guess. Would be the best way to put it. Cuz he doesn't do that at all. Like at all. But yeah. What do you do now? Because honestly, you can't give two pieces of shit for him roaching hardcore WoW. I don't think anybody ever. Well, I mean, the people involved in the people directly involved in that dungeon cared about him roaching, and then the guild cared. Like the most directly, or the people most impacted by him roaching were the people in his group that died, obviously, because the time they invested in that character, obviously, is gone. And then the next group of people would probably be, depending on the person who died, either the guild or their viewers, but probably the viewers, maybe. It's either the viewers or the guild. But the guild could have lost a shit ton of resources, but the viewer lost a lot of new experiences or new content and stuff because now they have to restart, right? So the viewers lost a lot of stuff, and then the guild lost a lot of stuff. But those are the only people, in my opinion, who have like possible justification to be like, I mean, of like actual anger. I think it would just be the people who died, the people who were in the group, and then the guild. And that's probably it. Or maybe if you were a viewer of PirateSoftware and you didn't realize that he was the kind of person that you realized he was after that incident happened. And you didn't realize how, like, deceived you were. So you could be really mad about that, too. So you could be mad about being, like, or, like, more, maybe embarrassed and stuff like that. depending on the type of person you are. Like for me, I've said it a few times in the past, but like I used to watch Destiny a lot. Um but it was like he helped me think differently. He just gave me a different way of thinking. It was almost like a sociology class in a way. Uh, and it kind of like calmed me down and helped me think of things that people were talking about in different ways. That I was able to be like, okay, and then able to give people benefits of the doubt and stuff like that. So I was like, I think overall, it gave me a better, or like it made me a better person. Um, but as far as like, obviously you're never going to agree with everything somebody says, but he is, especially given his recent stuff. I mean, it kind of all depends on the lawsuit and what's going on. Like, I don't know. I haven't really been keeping up with it because I don't watch him anymore. I feel like all the stuff that I was gaining from him, I got, and the only other thing that was left was like political stuff, and I'm just like, eh, and it just kind of turned into like a team battle all the time, and then it was just like foreign politics for like 3 years straight, and I'm like, I honestly just I don't know history. I didn't take like I didn't take like AP history classes. I didn't care about history. I think I got like a C in history, maybe. Oh no, I think I had to get a C in history because history was one of the. I think you had to. Did you have to take it all 4 years? If I had to take it all 4 years in high school, then I did end up getting A's. But yeah, I don't know. I didn't care about any of that shit, and I don't remember any of that shit because it's all like dates and stuff, and I don't care about any of that. None of it fucking affects me. None of it, literally none of it does. It is kind of, and I have no like uh plans to get into uh government. Like I'm not running for president anytime soon or governor or anything. Like I'm not doing any of that. So it just, I don't know, none of the stuff interests me in that way. Um, because all of it just kind of comes down to like names and then conversations and yeah, I don't know. It's just it's dumb. It's basically like, think of internet drama but with people who aren't entertaining. And also they have to have a filter and they have to talk dryly. So it's just nothing. And then they like won't have real debates. They're not held accountable for anything. They can't like pull up video proof and force them to answer anything. There's nothing uh for certain things. And it's just some of that stuff bothered. I'm just like, all right, fuck it. Well, it's so much more entertaining when it can be done online. But then I look at a lot of the drama stuff online, and then it's just like half truths or no truths or shit truths. or stupid stuff, um, uh, or things that are covered up, or stuff that's behind the scenes entirely. And so that like you don't, so like people just don't know, and then it's just like a story, and so you don't actually know what the real story is at that point in time, because it just goes through people's mouths and recollections of what happened and not actually what happened. That type of stuff. So, yeah, I don't know. There, uh, it's two different problems in two different sectors, and yeah, I don't know. I feel it's just it's weird that uh people call news stations like slop, or like they'll call like commentary channels and stuff like that like slop content, and then they'll look at news stations as like super like credible and all that other stuff. And it's like you're missing so much context, and you're not getting real answers. You're getting like half answers and things like that. And like you have better reach usually, but you don't get the answers that people are actually looking for. You're asking some of the questions, but you're still not getting like the answers. So we're still stuck in a limbo. And then you say you did ask the questions. And I'm like, but it's like, and then you go online, and a lot of the commentary channels, like one of the ones that, like take Markiplier, for instance. Like I think he does this, or did he go back to just doing Five Nights at Freddy's again? Didn't he do like a daily news update thing that was like five, I don't know, 5 or 10 minutes or something daily? Or am I tripping? Am I crazy? Maybe I am crazy. I could have sworn it was Markiplier. He has a really deep voice. Is it?
This is beyond the...
Okay, come on. No.
Hello, everybody. My name is Markiplier, and welcome back to Five.
Who does like the shorter news segments? Because I know he does like nothing but Five Nights at Freddy's, it seems at this point. Liar's Bar. I remember, who the fuck did it though? The Plan? The Plan. I want to know what the plan is. You think he stays away from that stuff these days? Maybe throw a bit of social commentary? Yeah, it didn't seem like social commentary. That's what I mean. It was more like a general news. It was like, hey, in today's day, we have Moist Critical fighting with PirateSoftware over the Stop Killing Games news, and this happened and this happened, and then yesterday PewDiePie said the N-word on stream. It's like, let me know what you think about the news down below. That type of shit. No, I'm not thinking of PewDiePie. I could have sworn it was fucking Markiplier, but I could be crazy. It's somebody in this sphere of content creation. Who does Markiplier has his tendrils on? Who does he touch with? What big content creator does Markiplier collab with a lot? Either way, there was this guy, Omni, that essentially...
And
he essentially copied that format and made, like, you know, he does make longer videos, or he was making longer videos, like 20 minutes, 13 minutes, 10 minutes, 30 minutes. Anywhere between, looks like 10 minutes and an hour, depending on what happened or whatever. But yeah, all it is, it'll be like,
saving children, that was great.
it'll be like,
and gloating about how
Saving children, that was great. But saving y'all was get the out of here.
What's up, guys? Omni here. You guys know how it goes. Another day, another video. Last night I tweeted I sleep. What recent news, topic, tweets, videos you want me to talk about tomorrow? A YouTuber by the name of Fusi.
so that's what he does. He's like, hey, what do you guys want me to talk about? So people will, like, he'll just post that on Twitter. People will post a bunch of videos or topics, and he'll just, like, what seems, I don't know exactly what his workflow is, to be fair. But it's just daily news updates that he's like, hey, this person did this one thing. He's arrested. He did some stuff. Gamescom got hijacked. The Sonic gets new supersonic form. Abba and Preach explain why Fresh and Fit deserves worse. YouTuber press conference. Logan Paul addresses. Twitter post. Stuff like that. Which is fine. But it's like, it's not like everything that's in here is just a headline. And anything that's longer than just like an article headline, a news article headline, is like a clip that was provided to him almost. It seems. Because and which is also fine. But the problem with that is that he has his own fans. So if you don't follow him on Twitter and you don't give him all the information, or you're really biased against somebody, he will show like kind of one side of things and briefly look into the other side to see if there's any miscontact or content. Like, it seems very brief. And then just like mention it, and then but not come to any conclusions. Like, he won't really say too much about like his opinion on it. He's like, he'll try to be almost as neutral as positive, or as neutral as possible, almost like a Ludwig type situation. And then it'll be like, let me know, what you guys think in the comment section below, or whatever, And so, like, he went away for a while. Like, I did follow him for a bit, because I did, kind of like his content. And then I realized, I was like, I'm not actually getting any real information from this. Like, this is just headlines. It's literally like, you're not doing any information, like deep dives. None of your like minions are doing any information deep dives, and like there's just no it's just not that kind of channel. That type of thing. It's just not that kind of channel. Someone like Channel 5 lets everyone else speak for him. No, because Channel 5 will actually go on the ground and he'll speak to people. But Channel 5 also reaches out to people and, asks, and he goes to those places and he'll get permission and he'll have people show him around or whatever. The Channel 5 guy actually does stuff. This guy actually just does headlines, but the Channel 5 guy actually kind of interviews people for the most part. But he just won't cut people off if they're talking. But most people that do just in general street interviews, they're curated answers. So they'll ask, I could ask 1,000 people one question, and if 10 people have a really stupid answer out of even 1 million, if I ask 1 million people and 10 people say a really stupid answer, I could put those 10 people in a video and spin a narrative, And it'd just be really easy to. They're like, look, I went to this thing. There's 1 million people here. Let's ask some people what they think. And then you ask literally everybody that's there, all 1 million people. And then you find 10 people with stupid answers or whatever it is. I think you're like, what? Yeah, it's very odd. And I'm not saying he is spinning narratives because I don't know what he does outside of just reporting the news, but it's just what's happening today? That's it. That's all the channel is. The channel is just what's happening today? And in my opinion, that is actually very harmful. Because it's essentially clip chimping. Very much so, clip chimping. You're clip chimping a lot. Every single story that you do is a clip chimp. Because it's short, it has almost zero research done, if any. And a lot of it probably has not even been done by you or a hired producer / editor that will confirm that the information is correct. You probably don't have a full-time researcher doing this, which is why you ask your, fandom on Twitter. But you're not hiring people to do this shit for you. And you're not actively going out and looking for this stuff. You're not digging through VODs. You're not digging through clips. You're not looking for stuff. You're not on whatever Kiwi Farms or 4chan or just something. You're not looking for shit. You're not actually internet news and commentary. I don't get any news from this. I get some news, but it's the bare bone basic news. And then there's just all of the context missing and everything else. I made it halfway through this video.
And let me
I made it through the Ludwig part, the mango part of this video, and there was just so much missed information in here that it was crazy. He originated from the Smash scene, but he left because the Smash players are Smash players. Which I don't know what's worth at this point. I'm not sure if it is a Smash player or a Minecraft player. I'm decided. I'm not exactly sure because If you're a Minecraft creator, you're either like a furry groomer pedophile, or if you're in the Smash community, you're like a drunken sexual abuser, rapist, pedophile, or something. It's like, what the fuck is happening in these communities? It's so weird. It's so weird.
Know that
But yeah, it was just, there was a huge thing. He mentioned like one of the incidences, and he showed a clip of Ludwig saying sorry. I think he showed one clip of Mango humping Maya, where she was visibly uncomfortable, very visibly uncomfortable, and also said no, lean forward, and then like kind of like a get away from me type thing. There was like that, and then when someone said get Mango, they were like, oh yeah, or they were like, get Mango a water. He was like, oh yeah, I've seen him way worse. I'll get him another beer or whatever. And then he just like walked away. But that part is cut out of like every clip that is circulating, because nobody's watching the actual VOD. People are only watching like little clips here and there that people took, but people aren't watching everything around it. And so I was like, because I didn't even know that it happened until the next day when I just saw the whole humping situation online just blow the fuck up. So I was like, let me take a look at this VOD. So I made it 49 minutes and 49 seconds through the VOD. Through one of the VODs. Imagine. Okay, so this was an event that I think was like 5 hours long. And it was 24 streamers. And I don't know how many of them were streaming, but I know at least like 2 or 3 of them were streaming. I know at least 2 or 3 of them were streaming when they were actually there. So I would have to look at all of their VODs too. So I would have to go through each one of their VODs to see if I could find anything or hear anything as well. So it was just like, it took so long. And then it was just like getting the timestamps and then like writing down what happened. And there's just like, there was just so much stuff that people missed. And I'm just like, how is everybody missing all of this? And then you add it up and you're like, what the fuck is happening? And then nobody, like the more I look at it, I'm like, how is nobody blaming his friends or Ludwig or literally anyone at that event? Or any party, or at that party. It's just like, it actually blows my fucking mind. It blows my fucking mind. Because like, it's a literal representation. Remember when that Gillette commercial came out and everyone was like, this is so fucking cringe. I can't believe people Was there another new one? I didn't even know there was. I don't even remember which one it was. What? Was it this one?
On far too long. Excuse the best.
Cool.
To say the right thing, mean no going back.
Oh yeah, it's
Because
like
we
It's-
believe in the best in men.
Men need to hold other men accountable.
Smile, sweetie. Come on.
To say the right thing. To act the right way.
Bro, not cool. Not cool.
Some already are. In ways big
Yo, men.
and small.
I am strong.
yeah.
But some is
It's
not
like-
enough.
It's not how we treat each other, okay?
It's so weird. It's like they're talking about toxic
We can't laugh it off.
masculinity and shit, and everyone was ripping Gillette apart about this. And they're like, "Oh, it's so stupid. This shit never happens. Oh, cringe, 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 cringe." And then we just see it everywhere online. That's like all you see in the streamer world. When you see like big events with men and women together, if there's alcohol involved, it's like always that. There's like almost always something involved. Usually it's behind doors. Or it's like off stream or off camera, not behind doors, not literally behind doors, but like it's off stream. So you don't see a lot of this shit. But yeah, it's like, it's so weird. And I didn't even really notice it until I don't even think I noticed it. I still think those commercials are kind of cringe, but they do because it's a commercial for fucking Gillette. That mainly, I think that's probably what it is more than anything else. It's just the fact that it was a fucking ad for Gillette and toxic masculinity. I think that stuff should be left for the parents to teach. Or, I mean, and then obviously, like, you know, you should hold your friends accountable and shit like that. You know, there's always things of that nature. But like I can even show you. The weird part is that Ludwig deleted his VOD off of YouTube with Beerio Kart, but he didn't off of Twitch, which I found very odd. I did find it very odd. Okay. Here was one clip I had.
It's fucking confusing.
Yeah, I was playing at like 2x and 1.5. So I could get through there. Okay, this is only relevant
Okay, I'll explain it. It's fine, I'll explain it. It's fucking confusing.
because of the hat. And this, because I didn't know who this was off of the side of their face. Or by looking at the side of their face. I just didn't know who it was, right? So I had to look. I had to do some investigation. I was like, okay, who has who's white, has like a little mustache, that's wearing a black hat with like a symbol on the side? Like, that's what I was looking at. Because Mango was in his shorts. I don't think it was long boxers. I think it was shorts. Maybe. I'm not 100% sure. I wasn't there, so I would maybe have to zoom in. I don't know. I didn't see like bulge anywhere, so I don't think they weren't boxer briefs. They would have had to been pretty long, so it almost went down to his knees. So they seemed more like basketball shorts than anything else, almost. Anyway, but he didn't have a shirt on, and there's this beanbag chair that's over here in this corner, or in this corner over here on the other side. And was he laying on it, or was somebody else laying on it? I don't know, but one of the girls and him were like she kept pushing him down onto the beanbag chair, and he kept coming up, and she kept pushing him down. And I was like, I don't know if that's play fighting or if that's her trying to like push him off her, like if he had his legs wrapped around her or like wrapped around her feet or something. Like I couldn't tell at all because it was like in the corner of the camera, and it was like completely off screen and stuff. You could only see like flashes of like you could see their upper torso. That's all you could see is the upper torso. That's all you could see. And then I just saw this guy is staring at him with a smile. So I'm assuming it was play fighting, but I don't know anything about this guy. I don't know anything about Ellum. So I don't know what kind of person he is. I don't know. Maybe I couldn't imagine that if a girl was shoving a guy off of him and he kept like pulling her down onto him to try to do something at an event, that another streamer would just be sitting there watching over them, smiling at them instead of stopping it immediately. I couldn't imagine. There's so many levels of you would have to be a terrible person in order for those events to actually happen. Like if you were Ellums. Like you would have to be a fucking horrible person. She pushed him like 5 or 6 times. And he was just literally staring at it. And you could tell he was staring at it. And he was just smiling. He wasn't laughing. He was smiling. So it didn't seem like it was funny, but it didn't seem like it was aggressive either. Which is also why I think it might not have been play fighting, but I have no idea. So that was just a relevant later thing. That was just a pointing that out. So this clip is really just nothing. It's just literally pointing out the hat. Literally all it is. Literally all it is.
Before races, we'll see though. All right. Wait, hold on before. Ray, how are we feeling?
So, Ray, how are we feeling?
I'm actually a little worried.
I'm actually a little worried.
About what aspect?
About what?
Not because I don't really drink, and usually I'm like a 2-beer wonder.
I'm like a 2 beer.
And so today I'm gonna probably have more than 3.
You can throw and try to win the sober bracket.
So the way they had it structured, it was like there was different brackets. There was like more of a, okay, some people are short. There's a lot of small Asian girls there, and Asians genetically do not process alcohol the same way as a lot of the other races, right? That's just a known thing. That is not a racism thing. I guess it kind of is, but which is why they get the Asian flush or whatever is what they call it. A lot of times they get just drunk faster, and with them also being like fucking 90 pounds. They're all like 5 foot tall. Like one beer weighs like as much as they do. So they're drinking their body weight in 3 beers, but they have to do like 6 races. So they have to do a minimum of like 6 beers. Like they have to chug 6 beers. Chugging 6 beers when you're like 100-pound, 5 foot, like little girl is, I say little girl, sorry, petite or small, like you're a 90-pound girl or a 90-pound woman, whatever. You're fucking 90, you're 100 pounds and you're 5 foot tall and you're chugging 6 beers. It's not, you're going to get fucking destroyed, especially if you're not a drinker, like a normal drinker, right? It's just normal.
I don't want to. I'm not going to try to throw.
I would.
She's like, I don't want to try to throw. But yeah, the way the structure they had like, okay, you could be like a drinker, or, you know, there was a not so heavy drinking type thing. And then after like the first round or two, when people had like 2 or 3 drinks, then it would go to like you could throw, quote unquote, and you could be at a like more of a sober bracket to where you wouldn't have to drink anymore, but you would have to throw the race. And so Ray's like, I don't really throw a race. So Sinnoh.
Also, don't really.
Put your flat down, bro.
Sorry.
Keep the W out.
I also don't really drink.
You don't drink or drive well.
I love. Well,
I don't even know what she's doing here.
Driving is a bad thing. But I meant like I can do either or, not together. But I don't really chug beers either. Oh
Yeah, and you will have to.
I also get really cold and I might throw up when I chug beers.
This is why Mango was saying that shit earlier.
Mango's been practicing drinking beer for a week.
She said Mango's. I don't think she knows Mango, and so she's overly concerned here. Maybe. I don't know if she knows Mango, but she might be overly concerned here. But she looks very concerned just saying this. So she's like, he's been training drinking beer for a week.
I also get really cold and I might throw up when I chug beers.
This is why Mango was saying that shit earlier.
Mango's been practicing drinking beer for a week. The first time Mango
Okay,
did
Mango is like an alcoholic.
Mango's like an alcoholic.
Mango can drink 30 beers and act the same he does off no beers.
So Mango can drink 3 beers and act like no beers. And then, you know, this person in chat, she thinks it's been a week. His whole life. The more you drink, the better you get at driving, my uncle said. Practice drinking. Lamau. Mango's been practice drinking his whole life. Practicing, lol. A week, lol. I mean, everyone that has known or seen Mango on Ludwig's stream at all, which is a lot less, I feel, lately. Like I feel like it's been a lot less over the past few years, actually. Like the last, maybe since he went to YouTube, I feel like, so like 3 years ago, like 3 years ago, maybe 4 years ago, I feel like he's shown up on his stream a lot, like less and less and less and less. But either way,
he's a machine of a man.
He said he had 7 beers already today.
Said he had 7 beers. The event hasn't even started. Okay? The event hasn't even started. He said he's already had 7 beers.
If you ask him how many beers he's had lifetime, it's probably above 10,000.
probably had above 10,000 his entire life. Which, yes, he's definitely had above 10,000, I would say. Well, it depends if you're talking pitchers or glasses. If you're talking, or bottles, or cans, whatever. Or he's probably had over 10,000 pitchers, over 10,000 glasses, or over 10,000 bottles, over 10,000 cans, and over 10,000 shots. He's probably had over 10,000 of all those. So, yeah. I would say.
Is this event enabling him?
So she's like, isn't this event enabling him?
He's the two-time champion. He's
Ludwig's response, he's the two-time champion.
never lost.
Question.
Please.
And he's never lost. And then it's just like, everyone's just like, 7? He's been practicing for several weeks. My goat. Maybe we're practicing his entire life. Practicing, Lamau. Did you lose more millions than she'll ever make? No, you will. He has not lost more millions than Ray will ever make. Not even fucking close. But yeah, so like, everyone knows that Mango is basically an alcoholic, right? Like, pretty much everybody, including Ludwig, obviously, who's running the event.
So, a long time ago, I said that HBox was better than Mango.
So she said a long time ago, she said HBox was better than Mango. HBox is Hungry Box, and Mango is obviously Mango. Smash Brothers Melee is the competitive game they play. They're regarded as the like top 5 gods of Melee, right? And they're like the 2 best right now, or arguably the 2 best, or top 3 anyway. Yeah, or top whatever. They're top 5. But they've been top 5 for fucking ever, like forever, for fucking ever. And when I say forever, I mean like 15 years or something, like forever, like a long time, a long ass fucking time. So everybody knows Mango, everybody knows HBox in the Smash Melee scene. Okay, so she said HBox is better than Mango to his face.
And he's still mad at me for it, and he said that he's going to whoop my ass today.
And he said that he's going to whoop his ass. Obviously, that's most likely, most definitely, like 100% a joke. Okay?
Mango is a guy who never forgets what people say to him that are mean.
Also true.
And he never forgives.
Also true.
And when he gets drunk, does he get angry?
So she asks a very valid question, though, because she doesn't know Mango at all, or barely. Like, there's slight interaction of, you know, HBox is better than you, you know, just like little banter every once in a while. But she doesn't actually know Mango. She doesn't hang out with him. She doesn't stream with him. She doesn't really do events with him. Like, there's no communication. There's like nothing with it. It was just like a different event, right? There's nothing there, right? So she's asking a very legitimate question, and she looks pretty fucking serious here.
Oh, he swings.
Yeah. My ass today.
Mango is a guy who never forgets what people say to him that are mean, and he never forgives.
And when he gets drunk, does he get angry?
Oh, he swings. Yeah. Anyway, let's go over here.
So he just said he swings and leaves. It doesn't actually, which is funny. It's a hilarious answer, but the whole situation is kind of ridiculous because, obviously she said that HBox is better than him to be a dick. He said that he was going to beat the shit out of her to be a dick. Because I would say nobody believes that he would, because nobody fucking would believe that he would. But at this point, I don't know what people would believe. Fucking people believe anything nowadays. But she brought up a valid thing when she's like, oh, he's an alcoholic. Oh, he's been practicing drinking for a week? Okay. Is he an angry drunk? Because Ludwig's like, yeah, he'll act the same on 30 beers that he does on 0. And he can get very aggressive, verbally, usually. But it's only on streams, usually, or like in company of like entertainment when he's like verbally aggressive of sorts, or like loud, or, I'd fuck you up, or whatever, whatever it is. But it's never like an actual thing. It's just playing it up. And then him saying he would do it. I don't know where that clip even came from. I would have to find that. I don't know if it was on a stream. I don't even know where to begin to look for that. But if that happened, it's a whatever. Regardless, if she's asking, it seems like a relatively valid question. Period. There are no ifs, ands, or buts. That's a valid question. Like, hey, is your alcoholic friend violent? Because I pissed him off a while ago, and he said that he was going to beat my ass at the event today. And then he says, he never forgives and never forgets. And yeah, when he drinks, he swings. And then you just walk away. And you're like, wait, what the fuck? Plus, he has allegations of him beating his wife before he got divorced. And so it's just like, yo, you have to like answer these fucking questions. Seriously. Like these cannot be like, I get you're on stream and you're an entertainer and everything, but he might have said something off stream. He might have like gone off stream at some point in time and said something, and I just didn't get to that part of the stream because I only made it like 50 minutes through, and it took me like 3 hours. So I was like, this is way too much work. So I would have to go through everybody's streaming, or everybody here, to see who streamed it, to find out all the information, get all the clips, and to get all the context of everything if I want it. And I was just like, I don't know if I care this much. And then and then I'm like looking at some other people talking about it, and I'm like, you people have lost the fucking plot entirely. But yeah, so that was weird to me. I mean, it was a little weird. But then,
all right, guys, yo! Hey, everybody! Hey, I love the costume, Mango. All right, y'all.
Mango, you look good today. Mango, fuck you.
Sinner!
Sorry.
So right after Senna asked if Mango beats people when he's drunk, Senna said, hey, Mango, fuck you. So I think she knew it was a meme answer by Ludwig. But when Ludwig then turns and says, Senna, it makes it seem like maybe it wasn't a meme answer. Because
hey, I love the costume, Mango.
He
all
also...
right, y'all.
Mango, you look good today. Mango, fuck you.
Sinner!
Sorry.
All right, right, y'all. Thank you very much
Maybe.
for coming to Beerio.
Maybe.
Hey, settle down, please, y'all. Thank you very much for coming to Beerio. We got 24 people
Maybe.
here. This is probably the calmest it's gonna.
I don't know. It's hard. It's hard to say, but regardless, it's just a thing. It's just a thing.
Oh, you can just swap the two. Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I'm gonna go Alpine and Shy.
So these breathalyzer things are super inaccurate. Super inaccurate. These ones specifically, and they pretty much detect the alcohol that's in your mouth more than like anything else. So, if you took a shot and then did a breathalyzer, it would come up as like a 5.0. Not even a 0.05, like a 5.0 or some or 1.00. It would just be like 100% alcohol or some shit. It would be something fucking wild, even though it was just like one shot that you took. It would just because the amount of, or it would also depend on what kind of alcohol you drank or what kind of shot it was, but you know what I mean. You get the point. These ones, not super accurate, but there's a baseline to be had, and then because it's just like everything else, right? It's just like when losing a weight. Doesn't matter. You can be 600 pounds. Like if you step on a scale, because let's just say you don't like the way you look. You step on a scale, it says 600 pounds. You're like, okay, 600 is my baseline. I want to not look like this. So let's start losing weight. And then you track your weight from 600 to whatever. Let's say you still have the same body and you don't like the way you look, but you step on a scale, it says 300, but it's exactly the same. It's just a different number. It's like pounds or kilograms. It's just a different fucking number. It's just a baseline, right? So that's kind of what we're looking at, kind of, a little bit. All right.
Before we've even started.
So before the event even started,
Come on.
and
14. What's the legal driving limit? 1.4 already?
0.149. He blew a 0.149. And I don't even think he has a beer in his hand right now.
Ludwig, but I don't have him unlocked on my Switch. So I'm going to go Baby Luigi.
I don't think so anyway. He does not. I don't know if he has drank anything yet at the event. Because it still has not started. Yeah, I don't really see anyone with drinks. I don't know if the bar is fully set up yet. But 0.149. That's essentially our baseline.
What's the legal driving limit? 1.4 already? Wait, Mango's already at 0.14. What is the legal driving limit? 0.08. Dude, we haven't started. How many beers has he had? Wait, is that not actually insane?
He already knows.
He's a king among men.
He is the drinker of all drinkers. So if you wanted to keep this plugged in.
Chat, which character should I play? I'm
of
asking you
drinkers.
guys right now. I'm going to chat. Type it in chat. Who should I play? Nasty goddamn.
And then
No, it's a warm up, bro. I need water. Actually, I need water so bad.
so this is still before the event starts. This is the warm-up
It's gonna be
race.
a shit show. People are gonna throw. You know how many people do you think?
It's gonna be a shit show. People are gonna throw up.
Throw up.
How many people you think?
At least one, maybe six.
She wants a water? Yeah, I can get her.
At least one,
Huh?
maybe
At
six.
least one, maybe six.
I would say 2.5's the line. I would say.
I don't know what he means by 2.5 is the line. I don't know if he means like if 3 different people like throw up, then you kind of gotta stop the event type thing. But 2.5 would be like the same person throws up multiple times, or 2.5 being the joke, just a joke as a half a person, and being one of like the really really short people.
Over under 2.5, and I think it's gonna be close. I think I'll go over though.
I saw a bouncing star. Thank you.
But
All right.
he just kind of specifically said 2.5 is the line. I don't really know what that means, but take that for what you will.
No, I lost to Cinna. I lost to Cinna's.
That's embarrassing. That is embarrassing.
Dude, I accidentally.
Okay. Does this look like he's fake taking a shot? It looks like he fake takes the shot and then spits it back out. And the cameraman intentionally pans away, pans back, almost pans to the table, and then pans away again. And then later on, the cameraman is pointing at Ludwig from this angle, and Ludwig takes off his hat and puts it in front of the shot glass cup. And then he puts the cup into the trash can that's next to him once the cameraman moves his camera up so you can't see it. And I'm like, how drunk was Ludwig? How much was he actually drinking? You know what I mean? I had so many questions. I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure. I cannot confirm. I cannot deny. I don't know, but that is what I think. I'm tinfoil hatting so fucking hard right now. Here's my tinfoil hat. Right here. Right here. Right here.
Yeah, that's embarrassing.
Because who the fuck takes a shot like this? This is my first, what?
Dude, that's embarrassing.
And does... And then the cameraman just pans away.
Higher than you guys.
You lost to me, by the way.
It was a warm up.
You lost to me.
All right, everybody. Hey, everybody, great job. That was a warm up. Now, everybody, go get your beer.
And then...
All right, everybody.
But like...
Out higher than you guys.
But I can't see any liquid in the cup. So I don't know if he emptied the cup into the trash can that's right next to him or not.
It was a warm up.
You lost to me.
All right, everybody.
I'm not sure.
Hey, everybody, great job. That was a warm up. Now, everybody, go get your beers. Everyone needs one beer or seltzer. One beer or seltzer.
Huh? I had smart steering on. A lot of people might have it on by default.
Yeah, it's weird.
Because it has to be in a large amount of liquid. You're on that Japan alcohol diet. Now you need that good old-fashioned American beer. Booty.
Yeah, but you also lost to me, so you're also
Get a
Was it here?
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Everybody got a beer? All right.
So
go.
this is right after you got the
Just for
beer.
knockout. You guys can drink the moment the countdown is complete. You are not allowed to drive until your drink's completely done. Oh. Hey, everybody want to crack on 3? Yeah. All right, get it ready. Get it ready. Get ready. On 3. On 3.
I think that was a shot glass, but it's too blurry. I can't tell if anything's in it.
Everyone crack. All right, 1, 2, 3. Oh, that's satisfying. That's satisfying.
That was a very satisfying sound. I'm not gonna lie. It was a very satisfying sound. I'm not gonna. Yeah, I'm not even. You can't even pretend that that's not a very satisfying sound. All right, so here is another little example.
All right, let's pick a new map. Dude, I gotta stop saying that. I will.
Why?
All right.
So the same exact shot glass is right in front of him. It's the same one, which is still very concerning.
Dude, I gotta stop.
I'm super tinfoil hatting because I don't know if he was actually, like, he had to have been at least somewhat drunk, because you can't fake drinking the beers, because you have to drink the beers. You have to, or else somebody will call you out on it. The shots, not so much. You don't necessarily have to take those, but
Saying that.
I will stop forcing shots at you. I think we're past the point that
so Doug was like, "All right, I'll stop forcing shots
this
on
is
you."
sustainable. But we have a really good.
Dude, I gotta stop saying that.
I will stop forcing shots at you. I think we're past the point that this is sustainable. But we have a really good.
He said, "I think we're past the point where this is sustainable."
Like, okay, you and I with the
I'm
amount we
drunk
just
already.
drank,
He said he was drunk already, and this is the first race. That was the practice race that they just did. This is the first real race where they actually have to drink. He is saying he's drunk already when the first race hasn't even started yet.
we hit the boost on 2. You know what I mean?
Let's check how drunk I am off of Doug's 3 shots he made me drink. I put in the battery.
For the record, I'm with it. All right, I'm 3 or 4 shots.
He can't figure it out because he's stupid.
Oh, we're so.
So it takes a while, but he blows a .54. Spoiler alert.
I'm too dumb to figure out.
Or .054.
That can drive
sorry.
still, right? It's .08?
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, those, again, those are not very accurate at all, so it's not. You can't really go off that, but it's a baseline. It's a baseline thing you can do. Fully sober, not accurate. But once I got to this point, I was just like, oh, fuck, I have to go through 5 and I was like, I have to go through 5.5 hours of this. I was like, how many people are streaming this? And then I had to like look at it. I was like, fuck me, dude. I have to go through so much footage of this if I actually wanted to go through and do this. And then I was like, I don't know how many people deleted their streams for this. Yeah, I was like, I don't know how many people deleted their streams from it or not. I don't know. I have no idea. However, them having 3 different brackets, and one of them being a quote unquote sober bracket, and Ludwig being the tournament organizer, company owner, show host, player. I don't know. Pretty much everything except for doing production right now. You probably shouldn't be drunk before the event even fucking starts. Or you should go into the sober bracket with your team and not into the heavily drinking bracket. Yeah, I don't know. There was a lot of mistakes. So I don't know if, I mean, going through just this first hour and like just taking notes and doing timestamps took me forever. Because I don't know what a lot of this stuff, it would be relevant or wouldn't be relevant, you know? Because some of it's like a, oh, that's a nothing burger. And some of it's like, oh, that's a big deal. Or, oh, that's a nothing burger, but then becomes a big deal when put in context with other things. Or one thing here becomes a giant snowball. But you wouldn't know until you see, you know, all of the timestamps from all of the VODs from everybody that was recording it. Yo, what's up, cheater? one of my OG names back when I was a Counter-Strike player was GG Aimbot.
All right, I'm chilling, bro. That's not even that bad. Mango was 0.14 before the event started.
Okay, no, hold on. These things are bullshit.
I know, but Mango being
He's like, these things are bullshit.
0.14 before it starts.
That is the most believable.
Like,
Can we get a clock?
hey, everybody!
It's like, that is the most believable. Damn,
Yo, thank you for all
well
the
enough.
prompts, chat. I really appreciate it. I haven't
Does
got one yet, but I
not
was like,
see.
I think it's gonna happen.
Just joined since you saw your stream at YouTube, Serge. Oh, awesome. Thank you. Well, welcome on over.
So I'm just preemptively thanking you guys. I appreciate that.
That's some cool Babe Ruth type shit right there.
Yeah, I called the shot.
He goes out to the plate.
Dude, there's so much. I just don't know if I want to go through and do. The thing is like, because I never played Smash. I never did console games. I was not a console player. I was a computer player forever. I did Magic the Gathering, and we went to a card store, but they also had a LAN center inside of it. And then when Counter-Strike came out, they a lot of my MTG friends started playing Counter-Strike. So I was just like, okay, I guess I'll check this out. And then I just played FPSs pretty much since then until League of Legends came out. And then I played some League, and then I went into casting, and then I just did casting for a long time. And then I got out of video games for I don't even know how long. And I came back, and now I feel like I'm completely out of the loop, and I don't have my teenage angst anymore, and I can't yell at people as much as I want to. But I do have like personal experiences and stuff with Mango. And Drunk Mango. So, I mean, I can share those stories, but they're, if you want to yell at people, just buy an Xbox. I know, right? No, I'm just not really a console player. Well, I'm not really a controller player. Not. I like keyboard mouse. Oh yeah, I'm a keyboard mouse player, pretty much through and through. But but yeah, I mean, it was always fun. I mean, the Counter-Strike stuff back in the day was obviously pretty crazy. So was the TF2 stuff. I don't think any of that was in game. Well, that was all through pretty much MIRC or ICQ. You would get ICQ rooms with people. Ventrilo, voice chats. Yeah, you'd have vent servers. So if your vent server got invaded or whatever, you get some crazy shit happening. You'd be like, what the fuck is going on? Dude, those are the good old days. When stuff happened and you just had no idea. I mean, it sucked because the people that made the applications, there was no tools to like fix it or like mass fix it. So if there was like 500 bots or something that entered your vent server, you're like, what the fuck am I supposed to do about this? I mean, to be fair, when you had a vent server, I think you paid per user, so you were capped, but you were capped based on how many people were currently in the server. So if you had a 10 user server, you could have 10 people join at a time, but it didn't necessarily have to be 10 specific people. So if you had different people joining at different times, it was fine. And so you would have like server hijacks and stuff. And it was sometimes difficult to get around it, but it depends on if you were running it yourself, like in your own server, or if you had another company you were going through to do it. But like sometimes, I mean, the server takeovers were hilarious. Obviously, the trolling ones, dude, the vent trolling ones. Oh my gosh. Oh, those are some of my favorite videos ever online. Oh my gosh. What's it? Yes, the ventrilo harassment. Oh. The ring. The ring. Oh no. Can't copyright on that part.
Hey, you know what? I need to go to Black Fathom Deep's BFD.
Gotta go to BFD.
Drops on pants in there.
I got a ring in there last night. The bosses you're talking about, is it the last two bosses that you're looking for to drop your pants?
He's in like a little cove, like a little
I got a
cave
ring
off
in there
to the
last
side.
night.
Yeah, you got that ring?
I don't know why that just said that, because I said that like 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, what the hell is going on with that?
I don't know, I heard it too, and I'm going, what the hell?
We're getting feedback from outer space.
Yeah, got lost somewhere in vent.
It bounced off the moon. But yeah, the leech pants are off that last boss.
I got a ring in there last night. Did you hear that? There it goes again.
Yeah, that's weird. That's weird. Why is it bouncing around like that? That's strange.
No idea, hubby.
There was just a flagged ally and a horde fighting here a second
I got a
ago.
ring in there last night.
Like they're saying, it like bounced off the moon, dude. That just like kills me. That sounds like shit that people say now. about things. And I'm like, how is this like, I feel like that was a joke back then. Like 20 years ago, or whenever the fuck that this actually happened. I mean, BFD, when did World of Warcraft come out? BFD was like 20 years ago. I mean, the video came out 16 years ago, so whatever. We'll say, whatever, 2010. Let's say 2010. But it probably happened in like right around that era. So, dude, people are like, oh, it's bouncing off the moon. Like, people believe shit like that now. And that was like a huge joke that we made about like stupid old people, how they think stupid shit all the time about tech stuff. And why is this? And I feel like we're still in that time.
There goes again.
There it is again. You hear that?
Yeah, that wasn't me saying it again.
I mean, that's weird.
I got a ring in there last night.
Damn, there it is again. What the hell is going on?
I had no idea.
That is freaking weird.
Guys, I must be awful proud of that ring. I won't shut up about it.
Oh, that's funny as shit, ain't it?
Yeah.
Oh, that's wild.
You might want to get close to me at this point. All right, let's try not to kill anything. I forgot you don't want any EXP. I got a ring in there last night.
Hey, there it is. That is freaking weird. Now, how in the hell does it keep doing that?
No idea.
That is freaky. Hey, Carmel, you got a ring in there last night.
Yeah, I didn't I? Sounds like I must have got 5 of them. Dropped your pants? That ain't me saying that either.
That's weird. Freaking, it's the aliens.
We're in a twilight zone. Okay. I want you to stay in the water, and I'm going to go down here and start clearing. You won't. I got a ring in there last night. Ah, jeez.
Okay, I'll stay in the water.
Well, if you stay in the water, you should be okay there.
Alright.
I'm going to put the pet on crazy. I got a ring in there last night.
Hey,
I can hear it ringing.
Did you get a ring?
No, I'm doing it more often. Weird shit only happens to me.
I've never seen it do that.
Oh my gosh.
I got a ring in there last night.
This was legendary back in the day.
Yeah. I wonder if I got to get off vent and get back on. Let me try that. I got a ring in there last night. Right again. I had enough. God damn it. I'm going to turn vent totally off and start it up.
Okay.
Maybe that corrected it. I got a ring in there last night. It didn't work. Dropped your pants? Dropped your pants? Dropped your pants? I got a ring in there last night. Oh my God, it didn't work.
Okay, I reconnected
You
you.
just soundboarded these people.
I got a ring in there last night. It's gonna really get annoying, isn't it? Now, I'm going to tell you what, that tells me everything set on vent can be trapped and kept in cyberspace here, guys.
Yeah, it's floating around in the atmosphere somewhere.
I shut vent off. I've
floating in the atmosphere somewhere.
done all that, reloaded it. Nothing's doing any different. Oh, cat jumped in the water and nailing something down here. Oh, no, my laughter's echoing, too. No. Jeez. Tell you what, this is bad. Too bad we ain't stoned out of our gourds.
That was such a good laugh,
tonight.
too.
I'm not afraid to say anything on vent now.
Well, it seems like it quit now a little bit.
Yeah. But I'm sure I got a ring last night again, somewhere along there. I got a ring in there last night. I told you.
I told you.
It ain't gonna just go away. That one really stuck.
I stuck everywhere.
That and me dropping my pants.
Went and got me a beer so I can put up with this. You might want to get close to me at this point. like pulling on a Barbie doll string or something to keep your feet right. You might want to get close to me at this point. Annoying as hell. You watch it say, you might want to get close to me at this point. Drop your pants? Can you see it coming? You might want to get close to me at this point. Want to drop your pants? Oh no.
I got a ring in there last night.
Yo.
Welcome to the Twilight Zone. You're gonna hear me saying stuff that I'm not saying.
I can't believe that this shit's still going.
Don't start it, Heavy. Don't go.
Why is this name
drop your pants? Oh,
drop
shit.
your pants?
Damn it. Very nice job, Butters.
The damn vent's all screwed up.
We don't know what the hell's going on.
It's got segments of what I've said, and I keep repeating them over and over again. I keep getting this damn ring, and he keeps dropping
I don't remember how you hid yourself. I don't know how you did that.
But nothing like this.
Well, Butters, you are gifted.
You ever anything like this happen on Vet before, Goku?
What up, Cheater? Dude,
Yeah, I was afraid it's just me.
I can't even believe.
Got one more
this
shot
is
here. We got the last
happening.
boss that can do it. You might want to get close to me at this point. Yeah, I got a fart.
Yeah, I got a fart.
Oh shoot, they're all around you. Come to me. Come to me. Yeah, I got a fart. Oh no, it recorded that.
Dude, holy shit. Dude, you don't have to ask a question to ask a question. It's an open chat. Just ask a question. You got a ring in there last night. You drop your pants. I got a fart. The League of Legends one is fucking hilarious too. Oh my gosh. Oh. Might want to get close to me at this point. Drop your pants. I got a fart. I got a ring in there last night. It's just like really well done, like sound sampling, but like really like far back in the day to where people didn't know that it was as like accessible. Well, I guess it really wasn't accessible or easy as it is. I mean, it is, but it isn't. Because like you still need some stuff. Like you'll need a thing of software. You'll need to know how to do it. But like YouTube wasn't really a thing where people were doing a ton of tutorials and shit like that and all that other stuff. But yeah. So yeah, I'm not sure if I hardcore want to go down the the Ludwig rabbit hole. I mean, I actually don't know if I watched this. Did I watch this one?
And this is why you can't have drinking events in reference to mangoes. There were people online who were like, man, this is why you can't have drinking events in reference to mango's behavior at Beerio Kart. Like, this is why you can't have drinking events. It's stupid that you would ever glorify drinking. Bro, 24 people invited, 23 people got drunk, 23 people had a good time, 23 people were normal. Like,
I mean, 24 people were invited, plus staff, plus the bar. You specifically said somebody wanted to leave early. You specifically said someone had to leave early. You specifically said some people wanted to leave early, but couldn't. So 23 people did not have a good time, according to your literal own words in your video, in your VOD. Ah! What did Mango do? He did, Ludwig did a Beerio Kart, the third one, that he's done. He does it every year where they just do drunk Mario Kart racing, basically. Ludwig did his normal, like, yoink and twist, where he just took an idea and, like, stole it, essentially. He was just like, oh, that's a good idea. Let me take that and let me change it. And that's it. But it is different. It's definitely shittier than what was that? So the OG one was from the Warp Zone from 14 years ago. This is what...
Hey guys, Davis here. In the spirit of alcohol's birthday, St. Patrick's Day, we've decided to launch our new educational series, Drinking Games for
This is what the OG one actually is. The Drinking Games for Gamers from the Warp Zone.
For our first episode, we thought we'd start with one of our favorites, Mario Kart Drunk Driving. Ingredients. Number 1, beer, and lots of it. Or for you ladies, Smirnoff Ice or Mike's Hard Lemonade will do just fine. 2, a hard alcohol of your choice. This is for the loser to drink at the end of the race. 3, either an N64 or a GameCube and a copy of Mario Kart.
Hey, what about the Wii?
We're real gamers here. No Wii version. How to play. The object of the game is to consume an entire beer before the race is over. The catch? You can't put your beer down until you've finished it. Strategy.
Can't put the beer
There are
down
a couple ways to
before you
accomplish
finish
this.
it.
Schroeder and Odom are demonstrating the most common method. Drink while you drive. If you're feeling manly, you can do what Fish is doing and chug your beer before you drive.
Yeah!
Time up front, but all it takes is one blue shell and you're back in the race. And
Let's
last
go,
but
blue
certainly not least,
shell!
You can do as I do, the deep throat. Now this does free up your hands from the get-go, but it does do a number on your jaw. Punishment.
This is exactly what it is.
As with any good drinking game, the loser is punished with a shot of hard alcohol, chased only by the shame of his own failure.
Yeah.
If there are more players than controllers, the loser must then also swap out. And that's Mario Kart Drunk Drive.
So that's basically what this event is. Except Ludwig's twist on it is before you can even drive, you have to drink your beer. And if there is any beer left over, you're DQ'd from that race or something, or you lose that race. Or if you think someone didn't drink all of their beer, you have what he called a nasty gal call. Which I still cringe every time he says it. And the fact that that's what he was calling it was so fucking stupid. So the nasty gal call was like, if they still had beer, if it filled up the shot glass, then they didn't drink all of their beer. But it's like, it was one of those, like, you know, if you chug a thing of beer and then you put it down really quickly, there will still be liquid in there, or there'll be fuzz, or, you know, whatever. And there just will be. There'll be something in there. So that's why it was just like, okay, if there's more than like a shot glass or like a half a shot glass or something, then you didn't drink your whole beer. But if there's less than a shot glass, it's like condensation or just like droplets or whatever, you know. So that's how they measured it. Regardless, what happened is that Mango got too drunk and he didn't have a shirt on, and he decided to like air hump people from a distance. And then when he was closer to people, well, he always had like the toad mask, or the toad hat. He like always had that covering his dick, and he was always like air humping. But he seemed to always have like a pretty far distance away, and he was just like not even really doing it. Like sometimes he was doing it at people, and sometimes he would just be like doing it at a chair, like behind, like there'll be the two casters, like it would be like me and then the other me, and then he would be like way back here. He would be like 7 feet or whatever, like 4 feet behind them. And, you know, he still had shorts on, but he would just be like, so you would just see like him making dumb faces and then him like air humping like the camera basically, right? But he wasn't like doing anything. He was just being silly, or he was trying to be silly or whatever. But it was just stupid shit. But then since I didn't get to the end of the VOD yet because I got bored, because there was just so much to go through, I was just like, I'm done. I'm over it. There were a lot of things that happened to where he got very close to a lot of people and he was humping them. He still had like clothes on, obviously, and he still pretty much always had that toad hat covering him. And the toad hat is like thick, so it's like a foot thick. So there was always at least protection. And then I don't think he really ever made contact with anybody, as far as I know, until like he brought out his cardboard cutout of himself, which I think was himself, but he had his C9 jersey on. It was like a cardboard cutout of him in his C9 jersey, and he put it over Maya, and he was like humping himself over Maya, who was like casting on stream. Yeah, but he also went behind the casters, and they're like, no, we're not drunk. And then Mango showed up behind them. He was like, didn't have a shirt on. They're like, Mango, on the other hand. And then Mango stands up on a chair and starts like air humping Maya's head. I was just like, I'm like, what? And I'm like, dude, you're doing this on a live stream. You realize this, right? And I was like, you don't know this person. You realize this, right? And I was like, she was visibly uncomfortable the first, like, when he came up behind them. Like, if he just had like no shirt on, like if he didn't have a shirt on and they were sitting there and they're like, we're not drunk, and he just showed up on the camera and he's like, and he didn't have a shirt on or whatever, and then he just continued to walk by, and then they were like, Mango, on the other hand, is clearly fucked up. Then I would have been like, okay, that was kind of funny. I wouldn't call that sexual harassment. I would call that funny. He didn't have a shirt on, and he just like screamed at the camera or whatever as he was walking by. Like, I would say, yeah, he's just being a drunk fucking idiot, right? That's it. Yeah, like that's it. Right? But it would have been funny, and it would have been, to me, it would have been acceptable. I would just be like, oh, that's kind of funny. You know, it would have been an entertainment value type thing. But the fact that there was some people that said that he never got checked by anybody. And by some people, I mean like some of the YouTube commentary people said that he was never checked by the other people that were at the event and stuff like that. Kind of pissed me off because like in the VODs, he got checked. He got checked twice, actually. And he got checked by Ludwig twice. He also got encouraged to increase his blood alcohol percentage. Because every time Ludwig beat his like record for like doing the blow test of the BAC meter, Ludwig would just like, there's a new PB, and like Mango blew like a 0.32 or something, which is pretty fucking high. It's pretty fucking high. Let me just put it that way. It's pretty fucking high. Granted, he's been a pretty heavy alcoholic for a long time, so I don't like it. Everyone was like, 0.4 is, fatal and stuff like that. And I'm like, well, yeah, but there's tolerances and stuff like that. It's, you build up a tolerance until, your shit shuts down, and then there's a counter tolerance, and then that's when you end up dying, right? Which is exactly what happened to Mango's dad, which is why I'm kind of surprised that he's this fucking crazy. And I'm also surprised that his best friend for a really long time, Ludwig, was encouraging it, champagning it, and doing it live on stream. Now, if like, I understand having like an event, like if you realize, like, I feel like I was an alcoholic, but I was like a functioning alcoholic. Or at least that's what I told myself. I mean, I was getting more successful in a way. And I think that's kind of how Mango justified it as well. He's like, yeah, when I was drinking, I was getting more successful. I was still winning tournaments all the time, like world tournaments, like people from around the world were coming to tournaments. He was still getting first place. He's still like, top 5 melee player in the world. He was still like fucking, he's still a really big streamer. They have a, what was it? There was a phenomenon that was named after him called the Mango phenomenon, that was on Twitch, to where, like, I think at the time Mango was averaging 1,000 or 2,000 viewers, but he averaged 10,000 subs, I think, like all the time. And so it was just like really weird. It's a phenomenon. Like that just doesn't happen. That's not normal. It's just not normal. Like if there was like a big month where you're doing like a giant, event, marathon or something like that, then getting it for 1 month, whatever, that makes sense. But when it's like always, like you always have like 10K subs, but you only always have, 1 to 2K viewers, like that, it's a phenomenon. And that's what they just call it. They just call it the Mango phenomenon. And so like he's been very successful in a lot of different areas. What is money laundering? That would be a very ineffective way to or to launder money. Yeah, you would do it in much different ways. You would do that in, you would do that through YouTube. You would do it through, like OnlyFans. You would do it through Patreon. You would do it through Fansly. You would do it through, Ko-Fi. You would do it through, literally any platform other than Twitch. Because Twitch takes just such a big cut. Streamers are known to do that. Yeah, a lot of streamers. Yo, what up, Christmas? What'd you do? You missed the drama part of that was super vague. What did who do? And yeah, what did who do? Why do you think it wouldn't work on Twitch? Because you don't get enough money. Like if somebody pays me for a sub that's like $6, I don't get $6. And I know when you're doing money laundering is obviously a very expensive business if you're trying to actually clean money, because cleaning money is expensive, and so they'll take like 50%, which is what like Twitch would take. If you are successful, then they'll take 30% and you'll take 70%. But the other platforms will still take less. And it's better that way. And it's also still tracked through digital platforms. So the paper trail is really, 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 really easy to find. But yeah, a lot of streamers, what they end up doing is they take like 50% of their income, and what they'll do is they'll or take like 50% of their Twitch income or something. If they're big streamers, they'll take like 50% of it, maybe less. Well, probably a lot less, but they'll take like 50% of it, and then they'll get a service. I know there's a service out there for it. But they'll usually have somebody do it. They'll get either a whale, quote unquote, a whale to do it. But really, they'll just give them the money and say it's like a family member or whatever. They'll just like give it to them as gifts, or they'll say they're an employee and they'll hire them on as an employee without saying anything. And then that person, what they'll do is they'll just gift them subs. So it's kind of like what you're saying. It's money laundering, but it's not really money laundering. What it really is it's trying to get people to also subscribe by when someone is like, oh my God, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Holy shit, 10 gifted subs. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Oh my God, 20 gifted subs. Thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Oh my God, thank you for the gifted subs. Holy shit, thank you for the sub. And they do that. So they try to set up like hype trains, and they try to set up the hype by paying other people to doing it. Self-subbing is ridiculous. They do that a lot. Yeah, that happens. Like every big streamer does that. Like Kai Cenat does that a fuck ton. Like that's like that like is Kai Cenat. Like if you look at his gifted subs compared to like all of his other like his actual like reoccurring subs, it is so fucking wildly outrageous. It's fucking crazy. The numbers are insane. I'm not hating on the guy. I mean, he's marketing it. Is it a scummy way to market? Yeah, sure, but it works. So, yeah. I mean, people are he'll start a hype train for $100 and he'll make another. So he'll spend $100 and he'll make 1,000, and then he'll do that like 8 times the stream or something. if he needs to. And that's like if stuff goes slow, like he'll just send a message to a mod or something. Or if they're just like, if nothing's happening at the time, or like there's kind of like dead air, or something's going down, or like the vibes are going down, or the numbers are going down, like you can, like the mods will see it, and the mod will hop onto the other account, and the mod will start gifting subs from, you know, the other accounts and things like that. But yeah. How much do I think it takes to pay a top end streamer 10 million plus YouTube subs to react to a video on stream if you want to pay for it? It depends on the YouTube video. Or yeah, it depends on what the YouTube video is about and how long it is. And it also depends if the person you're trying to get to react to it is part of, or is like represented by a manager. Non-controversial gaming. Something non-controversial about gaming or consumerism. That I have no idea what that means. Well, like I know what that means. Something non-controversial or consumerism, 30 minutes long. Like I get that. What is it? Yeah, what the video would be. Yeah, I mean it kind of depends. If it's to pay a streamer that has 10 million subs on YouTube, how many viewers do they have on stream? If they're a top end streamer with 10 million YouTube subs and they react to a video on stream and it's a full on half hour, and you're paying them to do it, and you're not going through, it's hard to pay somebody to do it because then they have to mark it as an ad. They would have to be interested enough to watch it, is the only thing. So paying someone to do it is not, it would probably end up being $0. You would have to convince them to watch it. That's the hard part. They would have to be interested. We're assuming you can get around the mark as an ad thing. That's illegal though. That's illegal and also against the terms of services. Well, because it's illegal. It's a gray area. I mean, it's illegal. It's like 100% illegal. It's kind of obvious a lot of streamers, creators do that. Yeah, no, 100%. 100%. Yeah, no, I'm not saying people don't do that, but I'm saying it is illegal. So getting around, okay, so if they, see, that's the hard part. That's the hard part, because I don't know, because I don't work outside the law. Because if they don't have to do the ad, because when you're posting a YouTube video, you have to market that it was advertised. Like that it was in ad. You have to, which means you get less ad revenue. Well, that's if it was an ad placement. Not necessarily if it's a sponsored video. Well, no, they're sponsored. Yeah, it is sponsored. Yeah, you have to market it as it's a sponsored. So you get different ad revenue for it. So you get a lot less ad revenue for it. So if they have 10 million subs, they're going to lose a lot of ad revenue. If it's non-controversial, did you say non-gaming or did you say gaming? Christmas, it's a lot to talk about. Mango was humping people at an event. He was drunk. He was just being drunk. TLDR. But I mean, yeah. The average conversion rate of money laundering is 20%. The average conversion rate of money laundering for money laundering cash might, if you're doing cash or digital, I don't know. I don't know what the difference would be, but I also don't know what the average is. It would also be different based on your relationship with the person. But for a 30-minute video, so let's see. We have a 30-minute video. And something non-controversial about gaming or consumerism. I don't even know how that's possible. I don't know if it would really matter if it would be non-controversial. But if it's gaming content specifically, you're going to have a lower CPM on average. If they're already a gaming YouTuber, do you know their average views? So 30-minute video, I'll say do a 33-minute video. All right, so we do a 33-minute video because YouTube does ads every 3 minutes, but you want 1 minute above 3 minutes because they won't do a commercial at 3 minutes if your video is 3 minutes, or if it's 3 minutes, 30 seconds, they won't do an ad and then play 30 seconds of a video, but they'll play an ad and then play a minute. So you do it in increments of 4, essentially. Or things that are divisible by 3 and then like plus 3 usually. Just give it a little bit of a grace. So we'll just do like 33 minutes. So we do like 33 minutes, 3 million. Did I put too many zeros? I did. No, I didn't. Is that too many? Why am I crazy? No, I'm not. That's fine. Yeah, that's 3 milli. Okay, and if it's non-controversial, they already have a good rapport. We're looking at 3 mil. Probably going to get if it's gaming oriented, it's probably going to be 12 CPM. Clicks per mille. Right, that's million, right? Am I fucking crazy? Am I? Yes. No, this is 3,000. Jesus Christ. I don't know what is wrong with my head right now. I'm like, this does not look right at all. Okay, so we're gonna 3,000. So we're gonna make like a minimum of 36K per commercial ran on this video. Probably. If it hits 3 million views. Probably. No, that doesn't sound right either. No, because it should be right around 12 CPM, and if you're getting 10 million views, yeah. No, yeah, it should be 36K. Um, 36K per click. So yeah, I mean, that's like bare minimum 36K on that one video that they would make going through YouTube. But it would most likely be at least 50K of what they would make on YouTube just from making the video. If they had their own like 33-minute video, they would probably make like 50K. So that's what that would be. But if you want them to watch it on stream, it has to be something that is related to them, something they would want to watch. And it would take 30 minutes out of their stream time. So they would either have to have a long stream time as well. Yeah. And then if they go through a management company, if you want them to make a YouTube video about it as well, you can do a product placement, which would cost you another 50K. And then, yeah. And then again, if there's like a management company middleman, you're probably looking at like 100-ish K, I would say. How exactly did I get there? Fuck, I just closed it out. Oh, I can't reopen it. I don't know if I didn't save it. So if there's 3 million views, there's 12 clicks per melee. Oh, actually, wait, do I have the calculator app still up? Fuck, I don't have that up either. Is there history in here? Memory. There's nothing saved in memory. Fuck. God damn it. You have 36 clicks per ad. Well, an ad doesn't get played on every 3 minutes. A potential ad gets played every 3 minutes. So it depends on the person. That's why it's hard to say. That's why there's such a big range, because you have people who have ad blockers, but an ad gets played every 3 minutes, and it's a potential ad. So if you got an ad served to you at like when you first clicked on the video or at 3 minutes, you're not going to get served another ad for another like 12 minutes or something. But sometimes some people won't get an ad for like 6 minutes, or some people won't get an ad for like 5 minutes or something. Like it's weird how YouTube does it, but the way you're supposed to do it algorithmically is do a 33-minute video type thing. That's why everyone has like the 8 minutes and 1 second length videos, is so they can like squeeze out an extra potential ad out of people. Because if they can get one extra little ad, that's all that matters. Yeah, 1 second. Because if you do 8 minutes, you only get one ad. But if it's 8 minutes and 1 second, potentially you can get 2 ads on that video. Yeah. And so, yeah, you gotta factor all that into. And then, of course, again, all the ad blockers, and then people who have YouTube Premium, you get a portion of that revenue as well. Which I don't know. I need more drink. Oh, it's hot as fuck in here. Yeah, it's a lot. It's not even that it's like complicated. It's just that there's so many unknown variables, and the variables, not even unknown variables. Well, I guess they're unknown. They're just always changing. They're just always changing variables because of the fact that it's a human-based variable. And any human-based variable is going to be an undetectable variable that you're not going to be able to do anything about. But if you're going to want to pay somebody to watch a 33-minute or a 30-minute ad, or a 30-minute, essentially a 30-minute ad, because it's going to be on your channel. If you want to watch the video, first of all, good luck doing that. But first of all, good luck. And It actually probably wouldn't cost 100K because to get, it might. It depends. Again, it kind of depends on the video. It depends on how interested they are in the topic. Because in order to get somebody to play a game for like 2 hours with that type of reach, with like, or actually for like 1 to 2 hours, is going to be about 100 to 200K. Too bad I have VODs off. I don't have VODs off. I should have VODs on. Unless it... I don't know. I wonder if just it's VOD, and maybe it's just VODs on Twitch that are stupid. Twitch just disables VODs. Twitch is just such a dog shit platform. They have no fucking idea what they're doing, technologically speaking. Idea what they're... Every feature that they've added, they've stolen from another company. Except for the ones that they've made, they've fired all the people that have made them. Which is ridiculous. They're just so fucking stupid. Wait, what? Hold on. Wait, why is it not? Okay, I have zero copyrights. Why are you not like auto publishing my shit? Why does it all say unpublished? All right. They should be there eventually. But yeah, for the most part, it's gonna be hard. I do know that paying someone to play a video game for 2 hours of that magnitude is gonna cost you at least 100K. But for reacting to a video, that I'm not 100% sure of. That's all I know. But yeah, the VOD is definitely on YouTube. YouTube is a vastly superior viewing experience. And I still pay attention to chat there, so don't worry.
Mango or something. No? In light of recent incident past weekend involving competitor Mango, we made a decision we'll no...
Jesus. Okay. So, kind of depends on what we want to do here. There's a lot. There's just so much. It's one of those you look at it and you're like, where do I start now? I know almost nothing about this Stop Killing Games initiative thing. I know a little bit of it from like a year ago, and that's about it. And it was from this guy.
Hello, this is probably the final update to the Stop Killing Games campaign. Though I'm coming at you.
He has a skullet. Almost. He reminds me of the guy from Strapping Young Lad.
A little bit like a time traveler would. It'll make sense in a minute. As a refresher, Stop Killing Games is a consumer movement to stop publishers from...
Wait, did he just change shirts in the middle of that?
Though I'm coming at you a little bit like a time traveler would. It'll make sense in a minute. As a refresher...
Oh, no. I'm like, it kind of looked like he changed shirts there for a second.
Stop Killing Games is a consumer movement to stop publishers from effectively destroying video games they have already sold to customers. Now, we've gone about this in many ways, but it's easiest to divide this up by things we've already done and things we can still do, because there's about a dozen things we've already done. Yeah, in fact, here's a list if you want to pause this.
Okay. So, things the Stop Killing Games campaign has done. 100K is crazy. Thanks. Dude, yeah, people make a lot of fucking money off streaming. No idea what that is, but
going over this again will be a video in itself.
oh, Stop Killing Games. Oh. SKG is Stop Killing Games. That's what you were talking about. I was like, I don't know what the fuck SKG is. I was like, is that like an old Counter-Strike clan? I was like, do you remember me from like back in the day? I was like, I was like, did I say something? I was like, did I tell you to keep yourself safe? Yeah. I didn't know you were one of the founders. Okay. Well, that's cool. Are you a developer, like a game developer at all? Or are you like somebody who was writing up one of the writing up legal documents? Or I guess probably not legal documents, because this is primarily being done in the EU right now, I would assume. You're a dev, but you don't work for a game company? Yeah, that's the shitty part. Because, like, I know a lot about the systems. I know a lot about not, like, actual developing, because I'm not a developer. But I've done scripting. Like, I could do scripting. I can read code and be like, okay, it does this, but I don't exactly know what this does. I'm like, but it refers to something, but I don't know what this variable is. I don't know where it's located. Where is this variable? Where is it pointed at? Like that kind of thing. I was like, I can read all of it, and I can tell you kind of like what it means, but as far as everything else, like, I can't just be, if somebody asked me to write a game up, like, I could probably do, like, in high school. Oh my God, it was so long ago. I did a game in Java, but it was just like a little tiny game, because that was just what you had to do for the school year. Yeah, it's like my third year in programming. We just had to make a game. That was our thing. And I did a little putt-putt thing. And I learned about, like, frictions and anti-frictions. It was more math than fucking developing at that point. And I think that's because I was programming it correctly. Which is why I don't develop anymore. uh, but yeah, so but right now, the company I work for, like for my day job, we're all serverless. So it's also very different in that way because we're also doing, we're executing everything off of Lambdas. We're not running on servers. We're running everything off of Lambdas. So like we're not doing like obviously there's like the files and shit in S3 buckets and stuff like that. Maybe like all the stuff, but like we're not doing anything in like we don't have any. Like we have a couple IAM users or whatever, the normal shit. We have S3 buckets, shit ton of lambdas, but we have like no. Dude, it's been so long since I've even spun up one of those servers. I don't even remember what they're called anymore. Server service name. What is it called again? EC2. I haven't spun up an EC2 instance in so long. So like when people are talking about like the live service games and everything and how they're just turning off live service games, I don't understand how there was even live service games to begin with as well. So you have live service games that are like, I don't know. It's hard to put it all into one coherent phrase because I haven't thought about it enough. And I'm not 100%, and that's why I need like an actual like AAA game dev to talk to, because I know some game devs, and game devs like that stuff's like super simple and basic. But like some of the stuff could be difficult. I just don't know what the differences would be, because I mean, PirateSoftware, but coming into this, if you're going to end up watching this on YouTube or anything else, I am hardcore biased against PirateSoftware. I fucking hate that guy. I think he's a pompous piece of shit. I fucking hate that guy. I liked him at first when his shorts came out because he was talking about like network security and stuff. And I was like, oh, this guy's fucking awesome. He's on Twitch. He's talking about network security and how people need to keep themselves safe, not like actually like, but in like a literal sense, not in the kill yourself sense, but like in the actual keep yourself safe sense. But he was doing it in a way to where he was attracting a lot of people. So I was like, oh, this person might actually get Twitch to get YubiKeys, like get a YubiKey system. Like he may actually be able to encourage some security upgrades within Twitch, or get people like just in the Twitch ecosystem more aware of security and stuff like that. And so overall, I was like, this guy's awesome. Plus, I really like, network security and stuff like that. And I just thought it was cool. But I only saw his shorts. I never really watched his videos or his streams or anything like that. And I just never did that because I don't care about developing. I'm not good at it. Or I guess it just wasn't really anything I was interested in. So, So I gave up on it. And I like network security a lot more. So I do NetSec stuff, which still requires some coding, but not the same type of coding. A lot of different types of coding. But you're also working with enterprise level software and doing it. It's more scripting than coding. I don't know. Scripting, I feel, is so much more different than coding. I could script a lot of things, but I can't develop a lot of things. And I feel that people get the things confused way too much. Everything he says about it being a dev, InfoSec specialist, hacker, etc., it's all lies. He has no experience at all as a dev. It's painfully obvious to someone like me. He's an absolute fraud to an extreme. He's never been a game dev. He has some credits for not being a dev. All his takes of InfoSec on programming are terrible and wrong. Hey, not all of his takes on InfoSec are wrong. I would completely disagree with that statement. Although I do agree with a lot of your statements. And I do fucking hate the guy. I do think he is a fraud. I think he did scripting. I don't think he did coding. I think he did QA. And I think he did QA in the scripting way. Like, I don't think he was doing development. I think he was making scripts for the QA program to run the code like millions of times or whatever. And then it would blurt out the results and then he would give it to the developers. Or like he would blurt out the results. He would like interpret the results. Like he essentially me. Like he would like be like me, except like I'm not. Yeah. He would be like essentially me. But like a lot of his InfoSec takes are legit. Well, I mean, maybe not all of them. Because I don't know all the ones that he said. Some of them are definitely very legit. There's things that, I mean, there's obviously things that he's encouraged people to do, like, you know, make sure you have a password manager, make sure you have a unique password for everything, try to get a hardware YubiKey, make sure you have MFA for everything. Like there's InfoSec things that he's told people to do, and with his huge audience and stuff, I think that at least a few people have done it, and I think that is at least a positive outcome for him. Or for the world. I think that's good. Then there was the World of Warcraft thing. Don't even get me started on that because I could go on to that forever. The puzzle thing, however, that is something that the DEF CON, the puzzle thing that everyone says is a fake. Except for him. And I was on board until I was taking a closer look into his DEF CON stuff. Because I was like, again, I'm more NetSec-y, right? I suckle on the tits of network security. All right, so I was like, ooh, DEF CON, because like the last time I went to Evo in 2018, like the fighting game tournament, DEF CON was the same weekend. So I was like, I can't take the battery out of my phone. I can't take how can I access my SIM card? Like, I need to get, I need to get everything out of the I was like, what the fuck? I was like, get this shit out of here, dude. Like, we're in Vegas the same weekend as fucking DEF CON. I was like, this is not going to be good. But anyway, so I looked into the DEF CON stuff, And he does actually have badges. Legitimately. He does have a winning badge. He has multiple of them. The thing is, the biggest thing is, whenever I've heard him talk about it, because I've never actually attended a DEF CON, I've only like seen them, like seen like shots of it or seen presentations and stuff like that. I never actually attended one. The closest I ever actually got to one was that year I went to Evo, and it was like they were literally right next to each other in the same fucking convention. Or the same convention hall. I don't even remember what casino it was in. But every time I hear him talk about it, he says, yeah, I won the black badge at DEF CON, and stuff like that. And for a really long time, he said, I won the badge, or I won a badge, or I won a badge, I won a badge. And then I finally looked into it, and I was like, okay, what is this badge? What actually is this badge? Because I don't know what this badge does. Because the only thing I heard about the badge was that it gets you access. Like, you just don't have to pay to go to the next year's thing, and that's it. Or you never have to pay to get in, and that's basically it. Yeah, exactly. And so when I looked into it, I was like, wait, you're on a team of 7? And I was like, huh. I was like, so you won 2 in a team of 7, and then I think the third one he won was on like a team of 19. All of them are like teams of 7 and team. They're all like that, right? But he was like, he was like assigned to the puzzle stuff, or like he figured out the weird puzzle things, and there was, I want to say there was like one puzzle, and this is actually like on their DEF CON site. I wish I'd just saved the link, because I was just looking through it, because I was like, has anyone looked into his DEF CON shit ever? Because this is like the one thing that everyone like either like bukakes all over him with like ferret cum, or they just like actually want to like send him to the moon, right? They just hate him and they want him out of existence, right? So so I was actually like looking into it, because they'll write reports, and the teammates will write reports and stuff of what actually was done and who did what specific thing. And I want to say, if I recall correctly, that there was one puzzle that he was able to solve that no one else actually solved once. But it was also because there was another guy on his team that was really good with audio files that gave him like the hint that gave him like the missing piece to the puzzle type thing, or it was like the biggest hint. And yeah, but still, I mean, we're still talking about DEF CON, right? These are still some of the brightest like people or hackers stuff, infosec people in the industry, a lot of them, going to this convention. And when he is one of the only people who has solved some of these puzzles, if he is on these teams that and he's not the leader of the team, if he's on some of these teams that have won badges, like he was on one team that he was not the leader of that won 2 badges. So he wasn't the leader, meaning he was being taken control of, I guess you could say. Or he didn't have a say in what he was doing. Look, what you said before that? This popular takes all that shit and learn from what CNET.com and Hollywood movies. Oh, probably. Oh, and that it's like that. And he probably talks about the same shit that other one guy did. I don't actually know if that guy's a real hacker though either. But he talks about like the skimmers and certain little devices and stuff, and he was on a couple podcasts, and he was like, yeah, I made like these little adjustments, but it's illegal, I can't really turn it on right now, blah blah blah, all this other shit. He was like a really skinny white dude. He might have got all of his talking points from that guy. I have no idea. It could be that. Because I don't think he's ever mentioned what systems he works on. I have fucking no idea. And also, if you're in InfoSec and NetSec, you're the one that's doing the training. You're not, you're not telling people, you're not telling your boss or your boss's boss that, first of all, his whole story about, oh, I didn't give the names, and my boss was like, give him the names, and I was like, I'm not giving him the names, and the boss was like, well, he's not giving you the names, and then everyone stood up and clapped. Like, that whole story is fucking just retarded and bullshit. He's fucking stupid. Because if a bunch of people just failed a fucking test, first of all, they would know, because any test like that, it would be recorded, because he would be forced to do it, number one, because it's required by PCI and SOC, mainly SOC, because what he described of what he was doing was all SOC related. So if he wasn't doing that, then that means he put the entire company at risk by not being SOC 3 compliant. And I'm like, this doesn't make any sense. And I'm like, wait. You didn't give the names? I was like, wait, that doesn't mean... Oh, that means you didn't run the test, or you didn't know their names, or you didn't tell them that they failed afterwards and tell them how they need to improve and get them to sign it, because you have to have a meeting with them afterwards and have them sign something and tell them, hey, here's where you fucked up. Here's what you need to improve. Like that, you have to do that. You literally have to do that. It's like, that's a compliance thing. Like you have to pay like 50 to 100, depending on which one. Because like if you're PCI compliant, like if you're storing credit cards, depending on the size of the company, I mean, you're paying like $50,000 to $100,000. Being SOC compliant, you're paying like $20,000 to $50,000 for a small company. If you're fucking Blizzard, I have no fucking idea. You're probably paying like a bajillion dollars. So like everything you said, like none of that shit made sense. It just doesn't make any sense. Like practicality wise. Like if I said, hey, I heard some people failed, where are the papers? Because like it all needs to be given to the SOC auditor, the third party auditor. All that stuff needs to be sent to them. And if you're like, oh no, I'm not going to give the auditor the people that failed. It'd be like, okay, you're fired then? Okay, sorry. I went on a tangent. Let me read your let me read your sentences. I'm so far behind. I don't know if you said anything. I got on a tangent about that shit because that's the world I live in, and that fucking shit pisses me off too. That shit pissed me off so much. When he went into that thing and then everyone just slurped it up. They're like, oh yeah, give me some more of that ferret cum. I'm like, Jesus Christ. Okay, anyway. Here's the thing where I'll say he used to hack nuclear power plants for the government. Oh yeah, that's right. I heard about that. I was like, okay, first of all, if you were doing anything with that, number one, you wouldn't be able to say it. And number two, if you did, you would have, you'd be in jail right now. You would have lost your security clearance, and you'd be in jail. There would be so many things about that. Like, I lost my security clearance because I got a DUI. And I couldn't even talk about the shit that I was doing. And I was doing fucking nothing. Or basically nothing. But when they take that shit, you have to sign papers. Like, when they strip away, if you have what he said, well, I don't even remember what level of license or what kind of security clearance he said he had. But when you have whatever nuclear power plant hacking government license, whatever security clearance you need for that, you have to sign a shit ton of papers. Or they're just you blasting out there. You're like, oh yeah, I used to hack this shit for the government. Like, you're gonna blast that out into the world? So people are just gonna come pick you up? Like, foreign agents are just gonna fucking kidnap you and be like, oh, so you know everything about the internal infrastructure. Why don't you tell us about that before we torture you and all your ferrets? It was like, shit's so ridiculous. Anyway, I looked into it because these docs are actually public. Turns out he was doing physical security. As in, you drove up to the area, check the windows are open. DBSC did that at nuclear power plants. He was probably checking neighborhood transformers and stuff. Oh no, usually, those people, the actual physical security people, if they aren't in the military, like if they aren't high ranked in the military, they are usually. Now, this is my experience, like being on Marine bases specifically. So I don't know outside of that. But if it's if they're building, like if it's a construction site, like if they're in the process of building it or like remodeling it or something, then they'll have like a contracted company come in and do it. But they don't have like government, or they don't have government employees do it. They just contract some people for a little bit until it's done. But then outside of that, then they have like physical security, like actual physical Marines, like standing outside, like doing the physical checks and physical walkarounds. At least when I did all this stuff for the few years I was doing it. Neighborhood Transformers. That would be funny though. If it was Neighborhood Transformers. Difficult back, but that physical security stuff was funny. If you have a link to that, you should send that to me. Difficult black badges. Or by groups of people like, oh yeah, it was like the Wizards of 9 or the whatever. And then there was 12 of them or 13 of them at some point. I was like, huh? Or there were 7 of them when it was like the Wizards of 9. I don't know. I don't remember what it was. But yeah, he keeps saying that like I won it, and he never talks about his teammates. He never talks and says, "Oh yeah, we did this, and you know this person did this." Like I think I heard one story from him talk about his teammates or talk about a teammate, and that was it. Every other time he only referenced himself, and so I thought it was just like a personal competition. Is what he made it sound like. I didn't realize that it was a group competition, especially with like fucking 10 people. I'm like, dude, you did like a tenth of the work, maybe. And I don't even know how integral the puzzle was, but apparently, I mean, if he was one of the only ones that fixed it, and if there was, you know, a ton of teams, I don't remember how many teams there were enrolled, and I don't know if they got too drunk and started gambling and stopped caring. I don't know how many, you know, I mean, it's in Vegas every year, dude. I don't know how many people give up because they stopped caring. I don't actually know how many people take it seriously, you know, or how many people are just like trying it as a challenge. Like if I would go and it was free to sign up, I would probably sign up just to see, like, I would probably sign up with some people just to see how far we could get in the time, you know? But I would never expect to win. So there could be like a bajillion people that signed up, but fucking nobody would expect to win. The puzzles were like guess someone's password and their birthday or whatever. Or like kindergarten's understanding of hacking? No shot. Really? It's nonsensical to try to equate that to real InfoSec work? Is it really? There's no shot. I thought it was like intricate puzzles. Oh, it's DEF CON. Wait, no. Shit, I remember. There's 2 DEF CONs. One's the hacking one, and one is the music convention. One has the Q and one has the C. Badge drama. No, DEF CON 2024 badge. Puzzle? No. Well, some of them are, but there's more. I'll just do like. DEF CON black badge winners. Jesus Christ. Oh, it's 2 words. Whatever. Okay. The old GitHub. We on the Git. Because I do know that there's multiple events. Because there's the black badge winners. Oh, it's all in the same. It's all here. I am actually fucking stupid. I just scroll down. Oh, there we go. Council of 9. Yeah, Council of 9. That's what it was. Wizards of 9, Council of 9, potato. Okay. This is a sweet fucking badge, though. I ain't gonna lie. Social engineering, CTF. Yeah, so there's like the badge challenge, but then there is the capture the flag, the, capture the pocket. Like, this stuff is the easy shit. I know that. Because I do know there's a lot of really easy stuff. But the badge challenges are the hard ones, from what I understand. Didn't he win? I thought he won 3. Did he not win 3? I thought he said he won 3. Am I stupid? Anyway, okay. So DEFCON 24. Black badge. I don't want the Hall of Fame. I want the actual, like, challenge. The badge. I don't know if that... No, that's 26. Closed. God, this website is terrible. I remember there was like a website for it, but I thought there was like... There was like peaks and valleys of an audio file on one of them, and something did something, and he figured something out from it. I don't remember. I don't remember where the fuck it was. I read something and I was like, oh, that's super weird. Black badge. What was it? What was the DEFCON Black Badge Challenge? Is it gonna actually tell me in here? 24. Badge challenge. It just says who won. What was the actual... It exists. I know it exists. It exists somewhere. Info about counterfeit badge contest. There was a counterfeit badge contest? Ah. Official and unofficial contests. Okay. Guess can browse. Okay. Black badge. Oh, it's going to show me everything. These are the old school forums. Do you have the link of it, cheater? I cannot find this shit anywhere. I don't know why. Network Forensic Puzzle Contest. How do you get a black badge? DEF CON. By winning certain elite DEF CON competitions. I thought there was only one competition. Wait, hold on. I thought there was only one competition. Wait, hold on. Sorry, wait, hold on. Hold on. Okay. Hold on. Hold on. You earn a black badge at DEF CON by winning certain elite DEF CON competitions. Still gonna just show me that. Okay. Oh. Highest award. It's considered a highest honor bestowed at DEF CON. Has he shown his black badges? Because you can just get regular badges. Because I don't think I've ever seen his black badges. I've always been curious about the badges. Me too. A lot of things about the badges. I'm planning on going to DEF CON next year, but I really can't find much info about the badges and what they do. Who builds them? Where you get them? Can I build them? If anyone wants to put some money on the subject. Blah, blah, blah. A couple different badges out there. There's DEF CON badges itself, Village, other con badges. Okay, random group, blah, blah, blah. And yeah, you can make your own badge. Anyone can make a badge. It all started with the DEF CON badge itself. Basically, around DEF CON 14, they try to make badges harder to counterfeit by introducing electronic components like LEDs. This work but also gave the conference thousands of hackers the same hardware platform to work on, so people started changing the firmware to make games. Of course. People thought the electronic badges were pretty cool, so okay, so yeah, they were just making. So they just made shells essentially for a badge. Wait, so that even if he had a black badge, it could be a counterfeit black badge. It could just be a replica of a black badge. Well, no, it does say on the official site that he had it. Got enterprise badges from last year. A good place to start. Badge life. What the fuck? DMs are open. All right. Oh, what? Wait, this is DEF CON 23. Wait, what? Why does it say DEF CON 23? But I'm under DEF CON 20. Oh, they just use the same picture. Okay, never mind. All right, well. Okay, anyway. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if you're... That is the alarm to take medication. Med check! Where the fuck is the goddamn med? Or the goddamn badges? Dude, this is gonna piss me off. Maybe I might have looked up every single person's name and looked for their like DEF CON 2024 story, and they probably just said their experience. That must because I know I did that too, and I think I read like 3 of them. I think oh 2 of them. So I think they were the only 2 that had it. But they had their own website. It was just like text. I just clearly remember something about some audio file and some waves from some audio file. And I remember thinking that it wasn't really that impressive. But I was also thinking, well, it's a puzzle, so I guess it's kind of interesting, not something people would probably think about. And it's only a weekend, and you're going against a lot of people, so you don't want to make it like super, super hard, but you kind of still want to make it hard because you don't want people to solve it like immediately. Because I don't even know how long it took them to solve these. I don't know if this took like a half an hour or an hour, but yeah, I don't know. I can't find it anywhere. But regardless, okay. I do remember him initially talking about the Stop Killing Games initiative or campaign, I guess. I don't know what the difference is between initiative and campaign, legally speaking. I think the campaign is wait. The initiative is after the campaign. Or no, you initiate it, you get the signatures, and then you campaign for it. Or you campaign for the signatures. And then you campaign for the votes. You get the signatures and then you campaign. So you initiate it, and then you get the signatures, and then you campaign for the votes. Because you need to have 25% of the voters in that area of signatures to even show up on a ballot to vote for it. I think. Something like that. So anyway, the things that Stop Killing Games campaign has done. They have submitted complaints to the European Consumer Centers Network from multiple countries. Okay, so before anybody says anything, this is going to be primarily or exclusively in the EU, the European Union, because of the fact that EU is a lot more progressive when it comes to, not progressive. Well, yeah, progressive. Progressive. They make progressive movements when it comes to people fucking with you and absolutely gaping your asshole with just pure manipulation tactics and just destroy everything. Yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous what some companies get away with here, and everybody knows it. But and for the most part, yes, I agree. Capitalism is great. I love capitalism. I love it. I am a huge fan. Although there are some regulations, obviously that's why we have no. I mean, there's limitations, like you can't do X amount of pollution. There's no monopolies. Blah 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 blah, etc. 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 Anyway, so they submit. Okay, wait. Oh, the actions. Okay, actions results. We have 2 columns.
I'll talk more.
No, we have to pay. Oh, talk more about some of this towards the end. All of it or some? Okay, I'll just
More about
read.
some of this towards the end.
God, I'm such a slow reader. If I wasn't so stupid, this would be easier. Stupid as in slow reader. Submit complaints through the EU Customer Centers Network from multiple countries. One thing I wonder is that when they were initially doing the Stop Killing Games campaign thing, to get signatures and stuff, is that if they did it in all countries in their native language. That's one thing I wonder. Because I know that in a lot of European countries, most of them know English, but it's like if you don't try to talk to them in their native language or anything like that, then they'll just like automatically hate you, basically. They just think you're entitled and stuff, and it's just things of that nature. Just because you understand, they'll talk to you like that. And that's not exclusive to one country in the EU. And that's like before it broke up. That's like all of fucking Europe. They're racist ass motherfuckers. Especially if you're American. They fucking hate Americans. Especially in fucking France. Like, if you go to France and you're American, and you don't even try to speak French, they'll treat you like shit so fast. Like, I get a 50-50 from Germans.
So that just leaves things we can still do, which are only 2 items. One is for the UK to sign a government petition to bring this issue before Parliament. Though, keeping it real, I'm not terribly optimistic about this one, since the government response has been a mess by every definition. It's a long and boring story, but the short version is it's hit a bureaucratic roadblock and will stay stuck unless it gets more signatures. But the one that has a lot of power, so much so I think it could change the course of gaming history, is the European Citizens Initiative.
Dude, this guy, I swear to God, this guy reminds me of fucking Strapping Young Lad.
Now, I said I'm approaching this like a time traveler because with the trajectory we're on, these are both going to fail. So I figure, why wait until they actually do to tell people? Both the petitions end in July. The Citizens Initiative in particular on July 31st. This video probably won't change the timeline. It's just a last-ditch attempt to wake people up on it. The European Citizens Initiative failing kind of stings. Again, this one is crazy powerful, but the hurdle we just couldn't get past was that it requires 1 million signatures from citizens of EU countries. And we've only made it just under halfway. That's really too bad, because I have high
There's one. I wonder if they did. I don't know. Cheater, are you still here? I have no idea if you're still here or watching. But yeah, I would be very, very interested. I'd be very interested to see or know if they did it in the native languages.
Confidence, this would have solved the problem of publishers destroying video games. Now, why do I say that? What a lot of people don't realize is that in the EU especially, it's almost a state of lawlessness regarding the practice of game destruction. Okay, I don't want to put people to sleep here, but the quick legal argument is that the vast majority of games with an online requirement say they can be terminated at any time for any reason. Or Blizzard likes to online requirement say they can be terminated at
the EULA. Dude, EULAs are insane. Insane. Ubisoft is crazy. But then again, I mean, the problem I have with Ubisoft, I think more than other companies, is that this is gonna sound so bad. Is that like all their developers are European, so their games are bad. I feel really bad for saying that, but it's because there's a reason. There's a reason. It is strictly because they get paid like 50% of what the developers in the USA cost. So it's like, if you're a really good developer, you're going to come to USA to develop. You're not going to stay in fucking France and get paid like $50K when you can come to USA and get like $150K.
at any time for any reason. Or Blizzard likes to say any or
Blizzard reserves the right to terminate this agreement anytime for any reason or for no reason, with or without notice to you. Is this even legal? End user license agreements. I don't even think EULAs are enforceable in court. God, I need chat. We need to go back to school. Let's take a let's go to online school. Let's take the bar. Let's become lawyers so we can figure this out. We're going to Harvard, baby. Easy. Shouldn't take too long, right? We gotta do that, and then we'll be, then we'll do a whole bunch of NetSec stuff, and then we can do all that, and it'll be fine. It'll be great. For an EULA to be enforceable, it must be clear to the user that they're entering into a contract and the terms must be understandable. I assume that is this case precedent?
I think everyone's favorite 90s pastime was breaking open their coveted Pro CD copy of Select Phone to read the riveting copyright clauses in the end user license agreement. Well, everyone except for this guy. For those of you who don't know, an end user license agreement is a contract. It gives the end user, i.e. you or me, permission to use the author's software or hardware under their conditions. It's usually used to protect people from copying and reselling what they sold. Some of these agreements can be 50 pages long and can sometimes include ridiculous clauses like the ability to track your location and show up at your house to audit your possessions. A recent survey found that it would take the average user 30 entire workdays to actually read all of the terms they agree to in a year. Since no one effectively reads these things, are they actually enforceable and legally binding? Well, the answer is generally yes. And the guy I mentioned, his legal battle with ProCD is often cited as a precedent for the enforceability of end-user license agreements.
Okay, ProCD.
In the mid-90s...
Wait, okay, what?
And legally binding? Well, the answer is generally yes. And the guy I mentioned...
Why are you not saying his name? Are you not allowed to see his name? I remember ProCD back in the day.
His legal battle with ProCD is often
I use ProCD all the time.
For the enforceability of end-user license agreements. In the mid-90s, ProCD spent $10 million to compile...
Dude, we used to make, allegedly, there was a lot of people, not me, that used to make, burn CDs with stuff.
A list of 3,000 different telephone directories. And guess what? Of all the phone directory CDs, this one was the best. And they had two options to customers. First one was the full directory for non-commercial private use, people like you and me. And one for commercial use, which was a lot more expensive.
Okay.
Matthew, the savvy businessman he was, saw an opportunity. You see, phone directories are not protected by copyright. So Matthew thought that he could purchase the non-commercial use option and upload it to his website, where he would charge visitors a fee that was less than what ProCD charged commercial customers. But like many of us, Matthew didn't bother to read the EULA, the end user.
I was gonna say, I was like, that's not the way that works.
Their license agreement when you click accept.
But
and of course, ProCD required Matthew to confer exclusive rights when he clicked accept, which means he had to agree that they're the ones that owned the copyright to the phone directory. Long story short, the court sided with ProCD on this one.
Yeah.
And it's for two reasons.
Of course.
Matthew had ample opportunity to read and understand the terms. It splashed across the screen and required him to review before downloading. And secondly, he had the option to return the product if he didn't agree. And this precedent is held to this day.
He also intended to take the information and sell it himself. So he was effectively removing money from ProCD.
As long as a user is required to agree before purchasing the product, and the terms aren't too vague or within reason, i.e. not laying claim to their firstborn child.
Yeah. And that's like what this... Wait, where'd it go? Where the fuck did it go? This. The Blizzard one. Terminate this agreement at any time for any reason or for no reason, with or without notice to you. Like, what? Like, this is not within reason. This is not within reason. Is this even Blizzard's EULA? Looking for B, termination. You may terminate this agreement at any time by notifying Blizzard. Oh, no, okay. All right, so you may terminate this agreement. Let me start at the top. Okay, well, let's start at number 10, because the whole thing is 10. This is a snippet, all right? What was highlighted here, Blizzard reserves the rights to terminate this agreement at any time for any reason. We don't know what the agreement is. We don't know if it's the whole agreement or just this part of the agreement. Okay? So, this is what we're looking at. All right? We get real information here. We're not fucking around. Term. This agreement is effective upon your creation of an account and shall remain in effect until it is terminated or suspended by a new agreement, or if neither of the foregoing events occur, foregoing being B 1, 2, 3, as long as you continue using the platform. In the event that Blizzard chooses to cease providing the platform or license to a third party the right to provide the platform, Blizzard shall use the reasonable commercial efforts to provide you a prior notice. Okay, so Blizzard can cancel their... So if Blizzard... All right, hold on. Let me... All right, hold on. Let me just finish real quick. Okay. Reasonable commercial efforts to provide prior notice. Unless the discontinuance arises from the matter that is beyond Blizzard's control or causes the provision of such advance notice not to be possible or feasible, neither the platform nor Blizzard's agreement to provide access to the platform should be considered a rental or lease of time on the capacity of Blizzard's servers or other technology. Hmm. Interesting. So far, that seems relatively reasonable. Because obviously, if there are no servers, they're going to cancel the EULA. Like if Blizzard goes out of business, there's no EULA. They can't, or if like they I mean, if they open shit up, let's say the platform, grant of license, it could be a platform and games Blizzard's ownership. Okay, they own everything. Likeness, yeah, they own all. Yeah, it's just copyright shit. Preloaded software, yeah. As long as you continue to use the platform. Yeah. Even if the Blizzard chooses to create, providing the platform. Oh, to cease providing the platform. Or license to a third. So, technically, I guess, in the event that Blizzard chooses to cease providing a platform. I think I missed that word. Chooses, because that would indicate that there would be a choice that they would cease to provide the platform. So if they choose to cease providing a platform or a license party, okay, wait. So, question then. What about what about World of Warcraft Classic? Like before Classic WoW came out. Like Cataclysm. When Cataclysm happened, it changed the map around a whole bunch. Stuff blew up. There was like a raid that changed and moved locations. There was like a whole bunch of stuff that changed around the entire map, and a whole bunch of stuff that happened. So like it didn't even look the same way as it used to. Yeah. That's just changing it. They're ceasing to provide the platform, but or if they add an expansion, so if they go from World of Warcraft to World of Warcraft Burning Crusade, but they no longer offer servers that stop at vanilla WoW, are we trying to get them to say, okay, you have to release everything after that? Maybe it answers it in this. I don't know. Maybe it answers it in the video. I'll have to know. Because that is interesting. God, it's such a shitty DM system. We'll see if it comes back. Who knows? So they reserve the right to terminate this agreement anytime for no reason, with or without notice. Yeah, because when they sold everything to Microsoft, I don't know if they were running everything on physical servers or virtual servers. So I don't know if they were. Because if they're running everything off of virtual servers, like imagine if a company was like running all of their shit on, I don't know, let's just say AWS, right? They were running everything off AWS. And then they sold the game to Microsoft. And Microsoft's like, no, we're not using AWS. We use Azure here. We're Microsoft. Would they have to like recode it to work with Azure, or would they just say fuck it and continue to use AWS? I assume they would just continue to use AWS and they wouldn't give a fuck. That's what I would assume, because fuck changing all that stuff. And then you'd have to train everybody that works there to use Azure instead of AWS. Which is probably why they would lay off like a bitch load of people. They'd be like, do you know how to use Azure? No? You're fired.
No reason. But according to the EU Commission, that might be a violation of Directive 93/13 EEC, which protects consumers against unfair terms and consumer contracts. So if that term is unfair, that means that part of the contract is no fair term. That might be a violation of
prohibits unfair terms causing a significant imbalance in the parties' rights and obligations to detriment of consumers. To the detriment. Jesus Christ. Christ. Reading is hard. Terms such as those related to unrelated modification or termination by the trader of a contract, duration without a reasonable notice, may be deemed unfair, subject to case-by-case assessment. Yeah, I mean, most of the stuff, especially like this, we would have to have like some type of case precedent, probably, before we could pass like a bill. I'm assuming that's what we would need. That would be my initial guess. We would need an explosion. We would need a metaphorical explosion. We would need like we would need World of Warcraft to stop existing. And then we would need them to not release any of the... We would essentially need them to not do any of the live service stuff. Even though you could do, like, pretty much everything in WoW single player, if you wanted to. Except for, like, mythic raids and stuff like that. Until you get high enough level. But, regardless. There's also already private servers for like everything. But then they could sue them and all that other stuff. But if they were just like, there would need to be enough uproar for people to be like, oh, what the fuck? And then it would have to go to law and they would have to lose. There would have to be case precedent. And then if there was precedent, then after precedent, then there could be
Directive 9313 EEC, which protects consumers against unfair terms in consumer contracts. So if that term is unfair, that means that part of the contract is null and void. And if it's null and void, then what does the law say about how long your purchase lasts? Well, it doesn't. That's the whole mess. So if there are no legal guidelines, what are consumer expectations for how long video games last? Well, indefinitely. Even the average online multiplayer video games from the 90s can still work today if you didn't change the hardware or software. So the law wasn't written for this situation. The industry's terms might possibly be illegal, and traditional expectations are games last indefinitely. Now, of course, publishers can't support games indefinitely, but by not giving expiration dates or end-of-life plans, that might be the situation they've put themselves in. I cannot emphasize enough what a mess this is. If you were an impartial judge just trying to interpret the law, you'd have a headache. I don't know what you would do. You'd probably tell the EU Commission they need to make a law on this because this is a glaring omission. So being in the middle of this quagmire right now, if we had rolled up with 1 million signatures demanding that the EU give us basic consumer rights for video games, that would have been the easy way out for regulators, because then they would have a mandate. That's what I meant about my half-joke slide about politicians liking easy...
Does 1 million signatures create a mandate? Or is that just mandates a vote, right?
Wins. This situation is such a mess that trying to settle this under existing law is more work than creating laws under a consumer mandate. And thanks to the action we pushed at consumer protection agencies, doing nothing is no longer an option for multiple countries. We've made sure of that. But none of that matters because no longer a consumer mandate.
Politicians like easy wins. I mean, they like doing less work. The thing is about politicians liking easy wins is that politicians want to keep their jobs. So if you go to a politician, you say, hey, I'm going to get 1 million signatures for this because this is a problem that a lot of people care about. And then if you get 1 million signatures for something and you give it to that same politician, that politician is going to be like, okay, thanks. I'm definitely going to use this. Please re-elect me. Because if you do what the people are voting for you are doing or are wanting or asking, then you will get revoted into office. If you do the opposite of what people are voting you into office for, they will not vote for you. Therefore, you will have no job. Plain and simple. So yes, they do like easy wins, and they also like to do less work. So if you're going to do all the work for them, and you're going to hand them a free easy win, and you're going to be like, hey, this is also from all your constituents, they're going to be like, oh, hey, constituents, and they can run on that too. They can be like, hey, and they can use the same thing. You could be like, hey, the younger, everybody under the age of, or between the ages of 18. I don't even know how old you have to be to vote in the EU. It's probably 18, same as US maybe. But like everyone between like 18 and 25, like what, 20% vote? I'd be like, hey, for all you other 80% of people between the ages of 18 and 25 who don't vote, who are gamers, we really need you to come out and vote for this. Really need you to come out and vote for this, because if you want to keep your video games staying online, being able to play it after the company leaves or decides to not support it anymore, even if it's just a single player game, we need you to come out and vote. So, I mean, it's just like, it gets younger people involved too, because young people like video games. So you'll get a bigger base, or you'll tap into a base that isn't tapped into. The thing is that, well, I mean, it's tapped into. It's just right now it's tapped into, it's tapped into like socialism and shit right now. But they're very anti-corporation and stuff. So it should be really easy to abuse that and twist it and being like, look, we're also anti-corporation. We think this is bullshit. This is anti-customer. And you could do that. You could steal those people. I don't think those people vote either, but you could still use it for it.
And thanks to the action we pushed at consumer protection agencies, doing nothing is no longer an option for multiple countries. We've made sure of that. But none of that matters because the initiative is failing. Now, my original thought was that ironically, it's difficult to get gamers to care about games because a whole lot of people are cruising at maximum apathy these days. But I think it's more than that. For most of the past year, the initiative has bounced back and forth between being the third and second most popular active initiative in the EU. The only ones that topped it were far more serious social issues. So that says to me, the problem isn't getting gamers to care about games, it's getting people to care about anything. And frankly, that is a checkmate move. If people can't care enough to write their name on a form to protect their rights and stop things they care about from being destroyed, then yeah, I can't do much with that. Yeah. I am not a Care Bear that can shoot light out of my stomach to make people give a damn. Plus, it's hard to know how many people don't care and how many never knew about the initiative in the first place. It's certainly not for a lack of trying. Yeah, I have tried to push this everywhere I can, though I'm an amateur at all of this. I have a medium-sized YouTube channel for making comedy videos involving gaming. That's it for my advantages.
Yeah. He needed to talk with some people. I mean, he did talk with some people, though. He talked with big people, didn't he? I swear he did.
Now, I've tried to leverage this to push the initiative, get as much help as possible, but I've never been great at marketing and networking, stuff you need on a campaign. Yeah, in fact, I never wanted to do any of this. I've been beating the drum on the problem of game destruction going on 10 years now, but the problem only got worse and worse, and nobody was doing a damn thing about it. So when the opportunity to do something finally presented itself in the form of the biggest game shutdown from a European company, I pounced.
The Crew? Yeah, but it's Ubisoft. Everyone already hates Ubisoft. I don't know if anyone cares. And what the fuck game is this? The Crew. When did it come out? 2014. So it was like 9 years old. Oh, and the Crew 2 was in 2018. And wait. 2 sequels, Crew 2 and Crew Motorfest. Okay. Ubisoft shut down the game servers in 2024, rendering unplayable. Wait. Did they shut down all 3 games or just the first one? I mean, it doesn't really matter, but I was just curious. If the single player campaign was 20 hours long, that's crazy. A 20-hour long single player game. Okay, how much did it net? That's the Steam revenue calculator, though. The Steam revenue calculator doesn't... I don't believe it will... Because that will just show everybody who has the crew in their inventory, and then we'll calculate it based on the release price, I believe, and not necessarily the price they bought it at. Or it'll do it based on the current price. I don't remember exactly. But still, 20 million. Ouch. For comparison, the Crew 2, the sequel, had net revenue 13 mil. Most recent, the Crew Motorfest had a net revenue of 5 mil. Ugh. That sucks. That fucking sucks. Yeah, this game went to shit real fast in 10 years. This game went from 20 mil to 5 mil. I wonder... Jesus Christ. Ouch. All right, well... See, and there was a season pass? Okay. Oh, it's Ubisoft. Of course there was a season pass.
On it as hard as I could. So,
but also I still feel like 30 or 20 mil is not good net revenue for... anything above 100 mil is considered a strong success. Okay. So they did a fifth of a strong success on their first one. And then it went down, and then it went down again. So yeah, fuck that shit.
I've hated doing almost every aspect of this campaign and will be very happy for it to end.
God,
but I would have hated myself even more if nobody stepped up to do anything. So in light of that, I think our exposure has been phenomenal. We've gotten a lot of support or just fair coverage from major YouTubers. Some ordinary gamers, Young Ye, Louis Rossman has been a bro especially. Gamers Nexus, Linus Tech Tips, Game Linked, Philip DeFranco,
LT2.
Asmongold, Black Panther.
Asmon. I'm surprised. Oh, it was this guy I was like, Philip DeFranco. He's the other one that does like just the news headlines, but without the news. That's who I was thinking of. Philip DeFranco. Yeah, this shit is crazy, actually.
Antha, Second Wind, including Yahtzee and the other Frost, Spawn Wave, Civi 11, Mandalore Games, Bellular News, Digital Foundry, Josh Strife Hayes, Tech Tangents.
Bellular is there too? Damn.
Honestly, it goes on and on. I'm leaving out a lot of people. My apologies on that.
Oh, left out Chud Logic.
We've gotten game news outlet coverage. PC Gamer, IGN, Rock Paper Shotgun, Kotaku, TechSpot, Eurogamer, PC Games N, Destructoid, Game Rant. There's more. And regular news outlets, Metro, Euronews, Variety, Forbes. Also many non-English outlets for France, Germany, Italy, Poland, Hungary. There's a lot.
I wonder what the clicks are on these. And is the link to the stopcuttinggames.com. That's on there. Is there a link to the actual thing to go to? Because asking someone to go off of a website to another website is so hard to do. It is so hard to do. It's borderline impossible. It's borderline impossible. If possible
And
at
some
all.
developers. Running with Scissors, Landfall Games.
Postal, Landfall.
Mala Industria Games, Octay, those awesome guys, and developers of emulators like Dolphin, PCSX2, and PPSSPP.
I don't know any of these developers. Actually, yeah, I don't know any of those companies. I know Dolphin.
And some more indie developers I may have lost track of. I'm sorry. And this last one is hearsay, but it's my favorite if true. Developers from Ubisoft Ivory Tower. The people who made The Crew, which is the game we used to get all this action rolling in the first place. Yeah, it turns out a lot of developers who spend years of their lives working on something don't like seeing it destroyed by publishers. Who'd have thought? And I've been saying yes to almost all offers for interviews, questioning, or any kind of outreach opportunities that came our way. I honestly don't know how many interviews I've done on this issue at this point. It's easily dozens, though not all of them were on video. One was even for BBC Radio. And then there would be the spontaneous offers that would pop up throughout the entire campaign. Like working with members of European Parliament to push through questions to the EU Commission. Having meetings with the BEUC as another route to the EU Commission. Meetings with representatives from GOG. That one was looking promising until they fired the representatives we were talking with, then backpedaled. That sucked. Meetings with representatives from Heineken. Yeah, I didn't see that one coming. Heineken, of all companies, supports the initiative because it ties in well with some gamer lounge campaign they have going. That one was going to be a huge boost for us. But they ended up having to postpone it a year, which is too late. I've had meetings with Fudo, FGAMP. Probably the funniest of these was another member of European Parliament who was also on the Committee on Culture and Education. Their staff reached out to...
I thought that said clit at first. I mean, if I still had friends at WotC, I still have my contacts at Hasbro I can reach out to. I have to do this off. I don't want to dox myself. Oh, dude, he's so fucking funny. Wait, why did I think he came from Microsoft? He came from Blizzard? Wait. Have I lost my mind? I have actually lost my mind. Why did I think he came from... He came from Blizzard? Oversaw all game development and operations for the Warcraft franchise, World of Warcraft, Hearthstone, Warcraft Rumble, and Warcraft RTS games. Saved on Blizzard's executive leadership team. Oh, served on Blizzard's executive leadership team. Okay, so that was when he was GM of the Warcraft franchise. I didn't know what the fuck? Why did I think he was in with Microsoft? Oh, because Blizzard got sold to Microsoft. Maybe that's why? I don't know. Then he was executive producer and VP of World of Warcraft. Chief caretaker of WoW. For 10 years? Chief caretaker for the World of Warcraft. What the fuck does that even mean? Wait, what is that? What does that mean? What is chief caretaker of the... Wait, was he the one that... he did it for 10 years? Oh, it's this guy. Oh. Oh. That's why I know him. That's why. Okay. Got it. Got it. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. Holy shit. Okay. I didn't know he did all that on. It sucks that he's on the executive team. He can't give me fucking any information at all. He can't do shit. He can't do anything for me. Fuck. Oh my God. Did he actually just say that? He actually did. There is an executive at Hasbro that just posted, there's no party like a Play-Doh Barbie block party. I can't show you. I can't show you. But what the fuck, man? What are we... That's a wild ass fucking post. That's a wild post for an executive of Hasbro to fucking post on their public fucking shit, dude. Holy hell. That's fucking wild. Dude, that is so out of pocket. I can't believe they didn't get anything right. Dude, that's fucking hilarious. Dude, this is so long ago. 2 weeks ago. I can show you. It's posted on a Hasbro account, not his, so I can't actually show you. There you go. There's no party like a Play-Doh Barbie block party. Ain't no party like a P. Diddy party. Ain't no party like a Diddy party. But then Play-Doh party, you're attracting all the little kids. And then Barbie block party, all the snow bunnies. It's like there's so many like P. Diddy reference connotations in here. I can't believe he got a fucking away with that. That shit's hilarious. I can't believe he got away with that. Oh, yeah. Oh, there it was. We want to make games that you want to play and remember fondly. We will still take the extra care and attention to detail to win your smile. What? I'm sorry, I can't show this without like doxing myself and like everybody else that I'm talking to right here about about this shit. I can show you some things, but I can read some things. I just can't tell you. I can show names and yeah, I'll show pictures where I can, and then I'll just read it. Let's see. Oh! I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. These motherfuckers don't listen to me. Dude, I don't know why. Dude, there's somebody in my community that is going around telling people that I'm a fucking like habitual liar. And I'm taking a look at this fucking post on goddamn LinkedIn, and it's like saying fucking everything that I've been talking to. Dude, this is actual nonsense. These fucking people, whoever the fucking narc is within my community, just fuck the fuck off, dude. You're not even a narc. You're a fucking Judas. Get the fuck out of my community. Nobody wants you here. If I'm a liar, then call me out on my fucking lie. Call me out on my bullshit. Stop whispering people and being fucking cringe about it. Just either call me a liar and call me out and be a real fucking man, or just fucking leave and stop talking to me and talking about me. Or talk about me, but talk about me in like a video or something. Talk about me in public. Stop being a big baby bitch about it, you fucking cunt. Jesus Christ. I can show you fucking proof of everything. What the fuck do you want? I have everything like right here. It's like, holy shit. god. What? What even is this? Oh, dude, I should have went to MagicCon Vegas last year. I would have found him. I could have actually talked to him. Oh, without having to go through PR first. Because that fucking cuck Blake. Well, he probably would have still just been like, hey, you gotta go through PR. Maybe other people often the best aspects of a game are made by people that shun public attention. They truly thrive in bringing joy to players. I'd love to see more balanced posts on forums and threads from players citing what they enjoy along with what they feel like could have been better. Oh, dude. Yo! He's taking my shit verbatim! This motherfucker is taking my shit verbatim.
What the hell is even that?
Yo, what up, Great Daft? How's it going, baby? Oh my god. Even more proof. Okay. Holy fuck. That was a long ass post. Okay, cool. All right. Yeah, so it's the public Hasbro LinkedIn. So if you go to that and you look at some posts, everything they've announced about Magic Arena is close to word for word. Okay, maybe not close to word for word, but anything that's quoted is very close to what I said. Very, 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 very close. I'm like comparing my DMs now. To be fair, they've already implemented 3 of the things that I told them to do. Granted, they're things that that were less important, well, at least to me. But anyway.
Set appointments, canceled, then kept having to reschedule 3 times. And this is all on top of the day-to-day outreach, organizing, and just basic communication with God knows how many people. Again, I've hated doing this because I have to fight all my instincts not to bother people. I hate being a pest, but you kind of have to do some of that when campaigning. At this point, I've written a couple thousand emails connected to the campaign, trying to do outreach, research, and just keeping things together. I haven't done that much on Twitter because I don't have much of a presence there. Same goes for Reddit. Yeah, Reddit. I received so many reports of promotions of the initiative being deleted. And some of the ones that stayed up are some of the most hostile to the initiative that I've seen. Yeah, isn't Reddit just a wonderful place to be nowadays? We did get a Discord launched where people can independently organize, so I wouldn't be bottlenecking anything if others have better ideas on what to do. I believe currently they're trying to contact TV stations about this in Europe, something I never would have do. People can independently...
What's the Discord? God damn it! What's the Discord? You have to be in the UK, right? Or EU? Where is... Oh, join our Discord. Oh, God. It's not boosted. Oh! My heart. My heart. My heart. Terms of service. You're making a giant EULA after complaining about giant EULAs? How dare you? No drama or toxic behavior? I don't know if I can agree to that. Stay on topic and avoid misinformation? Oh, no, I'm definitely going to misinform everybody. Prohibition of NSFW content? Oh, no, titties everywhere. No spam? But spam sandwiches. What if I can't afford? Oh. Communication be in English and should remain legible. For example, avoid excessive leet speak. Yeah. Yeah. We're going back to leet speak, baby. I could show this part. Zero tolerance policy towards hate speech. Oh my God, but I hate everybody. English. No harassment. All right, I'll check those. Whatever, it's fine. Spam formatting. Spam and formatting. Excessive or irrelevant text, images, or bot commands that disrupt conversation flow are prohibited. All communication must be in English, should be legible. Avoid using leet speak. Oh, I have to check it. 13E7. Staff discretion, SKG files reserves the right to take disciplinary action. Ooh, spank me, daddy. Nah. We represent the US of A. Conclusion. We appreciate your participation. Welcome. Oh, I was like, what the fuck? Color rolls? No. I'm pink as fuck. Give me the pig. Pink and black for life, baby. Enter the... for discussing controversial news related to the movement. Oh, sure. Language channels? No idea. To be admitted and get the member role, pick up that... What the fuck does that even mean? What the fuck is the member role? I don't even know what the fuck the member role means. I don't know what that means. Fuck them EULAs. But if you are in the EU and you want to stop killing games like a good person, you should definitely do that. So go sign this fucking petition, motherfuckers. Before I kick you in the dick. Dick kick. That definitely helps. Every signature helps. I might contact Scott. Oh, Scott. I might contact Ross. I have some questions.
Organize, so I wouldn't be bottlenecking anything if others have better ideas on what to do. I believe currently they're trying to contact TV stations about this in Europe, something I never would have had a clue how to do.
Yeah, the problem is I don't know what kind of reach Hasbro has in Europe. I'm pretty sure it's wide. Hasbro is definitely in EU, right?
That's exactly the sort of thing I was hoping would emerge. Yeah, I really want to emphasize that from the second the initiative launched, nothing had to go through me. It's been there, in public, this entire time, with easy multilingual guides at StopKillingGames.com. We blazed a trail to make it easy for others to act on this.
Been multilingual
but that wasn't enough. So it feels like I've been running a rickshaw carrying people to the destination to save games, except it's breaking down halfway. The work on this has never stopped. I never wanted my involvement on the campaign to last this long. I kept hoping after launch, somebody with more reach and better at campaigning could just point people to the destination and get it done. But no, I've had to keep hauling that rickshaw. Not every week, but there have been many weeks on the campaign where I've been working 12 to 14 hours a day to keep things moving to get signatures. And
dude, it's like impossible. I understand. I empathize with this guy so fucking much. When I was doing all that shit with WotC, I'm getting fucking flashbacks. I'm getting actual flashbacks of dealing with WotC, listening to this guy.
the only way I was even able to do that was to burn some of my savings and put everything else on hold. I've been kind of stupid about this because it's our only shot. Again, this is an amateur effort. That means there's no staff and no salary. So if I need help with something and ask a volunteer to help with it and they disappear on me, well, then they disappear on me and I need to do it myself. Or if I can't, then I need to hunt down someone else to help with it and hope they don't disappear on me. Meanwhile, my channel has been suffering.
They'll just start ignoring you, and then you thought they were your friend or something, people you've known for a long time, but they don't want to help, even though if it directly involves them, it doesn't fucking matter. And then you try to get someone else to help you, but then it's like if they get involved, then they're kind of fucked in a certain way, and then they could get. It's just like it's so messy. Everything is just so fucking messy.
I'm stretched too thin,
and it doesn't matter exactly. You're stretched too thin. There's like a bajillion things you have to do. It's like you're the CEO and you have like 100 people. But you have to do like the management, the thought process. You have to do the HR. You have to do the meetings. You have to do fucking everything. And then people just come and go as they want. And you get $0 and you can't, like, that you have no control over the outcome. Zero. No matter what you do. You have zero control over the outcome. And it fucking sucks. It fucking sucks. How is Magic Arena doing right now? How have they been doing the last 90 days? Hey, they got a big boost. What happened? 25K? Oh, was there a tournament lately? More hours watched? There's a lot of hours watched. A lot more hours broadcast, though. More viewers. Only 8 more channels. More max viewers. More broadcast. Wait, what? Hold on. Average channels. Channels. Okay, average channels. This is total channel. Okay. Oh, Mike, wait. Hold on. Total channels which streamed Magic in the last 9 days. Oh, that's right. Because there was that Discord. There was that Discord thing recently. Right? It's nice to see all your numbers are still going down even when you tried with Discord. Oh, there's an upward trend. Oh, we have upward trends though. I wonder what the upward trends are for though. Compared to the last year, still not good. It's like the same exact like 64 channels, average 64 channels, average 63. It's like there's literally the same exact channels, it seems. There's 80 channels. Did it just randomly get huge in the last... did it just get big in the last 30 days? Did something happen? Did I miss something? Did Magic get big? Did somebody come back? Did they find my list of creators to contact finally? I wonder. Peak viewers. 14K. 8 hours. Watch time 86K. And they're doing a Japanese campaign. Oh, it's because Final Fantasy. The Final Fantasy. All the Japanese people got sponsored. Yeah, because 1 hour, 3 hours, 1 hour, 3 hours, 2 hours. Yeah, they sponsor all the Japanese people. Yep, okay, yeah, it makes sense. Now it all makes sense now. I was like, oh shit. Are they turning stuff around? And then I was like, nope. They're trying to buy viewers. Yeah, they're stupid because they're bad at it. Oh, man. One day.
I have been maybe fairly criticized for not running a fundraiser for this. There are reasons for that. The first is, until recently, I didn't know where we would spend it. People would say, buy ads, but the initiative could be considered political. And YouTube doesn't allow political ads in a lot of EU countries. And neither does Twitch. Good luck reaching gamers without YouTube or Twitch. So taking money with no plan, that's a grift. And another reason is I am one of the
Trying to think about what Google says. I'm trying to think about what Google says in their... Because it says political content, including paid promotion of politicians, of political parties or issues, of public debate. Wait. This isn't... Oh, yeah, this would be for ads. Yeah, that would be an ad if you were paid. If you were paid to put it... Like if you just started paying creators to do it. Political parties or issues of public debate. Well... Wait, they don't allow cannabis products, but they allow you to advertise alcohol products? What? What the fuck? You can't even do, like, a cannabis related... You can't even advertise, like, a pipe or a bong or anything? But you could take, like, advertisements from Jack Daniels and shit? You can't do any cigarette stuff either? Okay, so you can't do anything with tobacco. Can't do anything with cannabis, but you can do it with alcohol. How does this make sense? Question mark, question mark, question mark.
So taking money with no plan, that's a grift. And another reason is I am one of the worst people to manage that sort of thing. Financial paperwork is an Achilles heel of mine and seems to take me 10 times more effort than anything else. I mean, I can do accounting.
Dude, fucking, I feel you, dog.
Budgeting, math, that's not a problem. No, I mean having knowledge of all the obscure forms you need to fill out, what all the tax laws that apply are, what all the specialized terminology is, and just all the hidden rules. Now you might say just hire an international tax accountant for multiple countries. Okay, there goes a third of our funding then.
They may be illegal in some states. THC, products, pipes. You don't know why tobacco products. It would be if it's illegal to advertise in some states, then I'm trying to think. What about in other countries then? Is alcohol just like blanket allowed in all countries? That Twitch is? Like you're just allowed to do like ad placements for alcohol companies in every country. I'm trying to think of, because I know that they just don't want you to, I know they said they didn't want the, what was it? They didn't want you to have any type of, delivery service advertised at all. So like I used one called Mood that only delivers to some states, which means it would only be allowed in those states. So even if it was illegal, it wouldn't be delivered, like you couldn't deliver it to those states anyway, all right? So advertising it there wouldn't necessarily mean anything because you can't get it there anyway.
So what are we? International knowledge, all the obscure forms, and just all the hidden rules. Now you might say just hire an international tax accountant for multiple countries. Oh,
oh yeah, like that's cheap.
Okay, there goes a third of our funding then. So what are we even doing?
Yeah.
I cannot emphasize how much I struggle with financial business crap like that. So the thought of me putting together a fundraiser for what might be considered a political fund.
And then you're also going to need like a full-time lawyer just in case.
That needs to adhere to laws in multiple countries. And if I make a mistake, that could be considered a crime. Oh, no. That's like asking somebody with severe dyslexia to write a book report on war and peace. I am the wrong person for that job. But I've still been trying, to the best of my ability anyway. I didn't discover this until late in the process, that even though general ads were out, sponsored messages were still an option for some countries. And some mysterious benefactors emerged, offering to pay them directly. But that means I needed to find all these channels and broker all these deals. So as a last-ditch effort, I've been looking through hundreds of targeted non-English gaming channels trying to find good candidates for this. Then work with bilingual liaisons for each language, then try to put together a contract and figure out what a good offer is for the amount of views we expect. I am so out of my depth on this, but I'm still trying. At this point, I've browsed through more clickbait AI-generated thumbnails than I have the entire rest of my life. I honestly can't decide which part of the campaign I've hated the most. Acting as an advertising broker, not knowing our budget or what's a good offer, or trying to research laws governing this practice that don't exist, except I didn't know that at the time. So how are these sponsored ads going? Are they going to get us the signatures? As of recording this, I don't know. It's a Hail Mary pass as it is. I'm just going to assume it won't, and I'm completely spent on ideas on how to get more signatures. I did everything I possibly could to make this campaign work. It wasn't enough. Or rather, I did everything that made sense to me. I did receive a lot of suggestions of things I do not think would have worked. A bunch of people told me to make short-form videos on this. I tried that. They got a fraction of my usual views. I've been told make more.
Yeah, that's the shittiest part. Like, short-form views, it's like, when it comes to content and stuff, it's like you have to literally put it everywhere. You have to put it, like something like this would probably, especially if it was short-form like this, would kill on LinkedIn. Is this posting on LinkedIn? I actually have no idea. It doesn't look like it. Monka, Investigations. TikTok short form. Yeah. That will help with like the kitty kids. But you would probably have to get other people to do it for you on those platforms. Honestly. Yeah. I don't know. What the fuck is with... Dude, the blocking feature on fucking Discord is... Or the reporting feature on Discord is fucking ass. I feel like it's spam or something. Just, you can't report to spam. They don't care. They're like, no, okay. What the fuck did... Yo, Carl Watt. Okay. Yeah, TikTok would work, but you like TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube Shorts. Those would work, but you would need like you would need somebody else to do it. You would need somebody young. I have no idea how old this Cursed Farms guy is, but you would need somebody young. He doesn't look like he's 16. Let me just put it that way. But you would probably need like an 18, or you would need like a 16-year-old or something. You would have to like pay somebody to do it probably. Or get somebody of that age that is on board with it. That would probably be the best thing. Now I'm trying to find who. Who am I sending these emails to? I don't want to talk about this. I hate this guy. I hate this guy so much. Okay. Online only game. At least if online only game, at least tell you how to support the game on package. No, I don't think they need to tell you anything necessarily. I think if the community is strong enough and they really want the game, and they want it to be online, they will figure it out. And they'll make it happen. I don't think there should be any required additional work by the by the developer to do it. If it becomes end of life. In that way. I don't think that the developer should have to do any of that. SKG general. Like to know end of life date? Yeah, but end of life date should be on the package. They need, but I still don't think single player that's just fucking stupid. Like the single player mode requiring online is just the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my life. That doesn't make any sense. Like you have to be connected to our servers. Like I get they don't want it. Help us crack down on piracy, but it's fucking dumb. It's not DRM, it's DERM. It's dumb. It's dumb. No, yeah, obviously, I mean, it does help crack down on the piracy and stuff like that. It obviously, but there should be some type of thing built into where you shouldn't. I don't know. I don't know. Well, I'm not sure. Would I send my contact? Yeah, the problem is I know that the person can't reach out first. So Stop Killing Games has to reach out to them. I almost said cucked, but I don't think I could type that in the channel. I think that's too aggro. At least the good contact, though. It's not like a cringe contact. H3 drama is fun. Dude, there is a bajillion dramas. Dude, there's so many things about the H3 drama that is all over the place. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff.
Videos on my channel saying the same thing, but lots of you.
I have to keep. Sorry, it's hard for me to like type and talk at the same time. I don't know why. Like if I can type out or I can talk what I'm typing, But what I was typing was so fucking boring that there was like no reason to type it or no reason to talk about it. So it was just nothing. Dead air, dead air, dead air, dead air, dead air, dead air. Yeah. Like, I'll just try to help out now. I wish the fucking what's his face would come back. I wish Cheater would come back.
This on my channel doesn't help if it's all the same audience, because people can only sign once. We have to reach new audiences. I've been told become a full-time streamer.
That is the worst fucking... That is the absolute worst idea I've ever heard in my life when it comes to this right now. And forever. That is by far the worst idea that anybody could have ever given you.
I might consider it if I thought it would work, but I don't.
Good. I'm so happy you think that.
I've been told I should have made a bigger deal about countries crossing minimum thresholds. Well, I didn't want to celebrate that because that's an arbitrary number. They're the minimums. All that really matters is that 1 million number, and we're a long ways away. Now, another suggestion has been to make a
celebrating minor achievements when it comes down to stuff like this, it can bolster numbers. He made his point. Don't fuck with me. We'll come back to that after this video. Remind me, Great Daft.
Lead of big gamers like PewDiePie, Jacksepticeye, Moist Critical, Markiplier, anyone like that. Well, yeah, I think that might be a great idea. Our biggest obstacle in the campaign has always been getting enough exposure, and they have exposure. I think any one of them could end this with one video and change gaming history. Problem is, I have no idea how to reach any of them. Plus, I can understand if they might shy away from this. First, they're probably busy people. But second, they may not want the kind of heat that comes with changing gaming history, even if it's for the better. And third, if they back this, then 1 million people might mob them to back something else, and then there's no end to it. So I actually can understand some people.
Oh, one of the biggest things you could do right. Oh my god. 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 Where is he? Where is he? Fuck! I wish. What's his name? Is he in Discord? Fuck! I wish I was already contacting this person. I wish I knew his fucking name. I wish I knew his name in the server. This is the perfect time to contact Ludwig. The perfect time to contact Ludwig. Because Ludwig is in the middle of 2 big dramas right now. And what he needs is a win. And if you gave him this... Oh, wait, no, he owns Off-Brand. I forgot. Never mind. Oh, wait, Ludwig's a snake. He'll do it anyway. Yeah, okay, Ludwig needs a win. He'll do anything for money. And he'll do anything to get out of bad situations. He doesn't care. He'll turn on his coworkers. He'll turn on his friends. He doesn't give a fuck. He's a snaky piece of shit. If you can get a hold of Ludwig, like right now, or in the next, like anytime, like you have a huge following. 360K? Like that's almost a milli. You have a reach. The vast majority of these people have contacts, like contact information in their stuff. Yo, what up, Rarity? How's it going, baby? Evil Twin? Nah, this guy's got a skullet. He's the evil twin of the lead singer from Strapping on Lad. Oh, this guy. That's his brother? Yeah, his evil twin. That's what I just said. His evil twin brother. I wish there was a meme section on his channel. Or on his server. Oh, that's main chats. Oh, I think I was in the wrong section. Volunteers. Sketchy creations, legal petition, games, stats. How many signatures did we get yesterday again? Sheesh.
Boring to sit this out. I mean, yeah, it really sucks that we can't get enough attention on this badly needed change in the games industry, but I'm not shocked either. Honestly, I'm already punching way, way above my weight class on this. My main promotion video for it got a little under 250,000 views, and about 15% of my audience is from EU countries who are eligible to sign. So that means I shouldn't have expected much more than 30 to 40,000 signatures from my audience, and we're over 10 times that. It's almost like a lot of people out there don't...
Yeah, he already made a video of it a while ago.
Like having their games destroyed. Anyway, most of the criticism I've seen for how I've run this campaign kind of comes down to be more popular. Yeah, sure, maybe everybody else knows how to do that. I don't. I kind of view that critique as similar to don't be poor financial advice. And that's from people who support the campaign. For all the support and fair coverage we've received, there's been some opposition too. Though I want to say 80, maybe even 90% of people who are against the initiative.
Looks like they got 50,000 signatures, or just under 50K signatures yesterday. That's because Moist Critical came out with a video yesterday about it.
Are against it because they think it's doing something it's not. For example, the #1 criticism about the initiative that we've never been able to shake is that it's unworkable because you can't expect publishers to support games forever. Yeah, we know. That's why we've never asked for that. I must have said this 100 times now. It was written on the website from day one, but this keeps coming up over and over again. See, that's the thing. As soon as you say 3 words on requiring end-of-life plans, gamers especially will jump to some conclusion, and I never know where they're going to land. Ironically, non-gamers tend to be much better at understanding the initiative, because they're not coming with a whole bag full of assumptions. A couple other criticisms are how this would violate copyright law by forcing publishers to give up their intellectual property. No, it wouldn't. Some of you may want to pause this.
I actually do wonder how this wouldn't. The initiative wouldn't conflict with copyright law for 2 reasons. One, the customer would have no additional rights beyond what they were sold in the first place. The ability to run a copy of the publisher's game. The only difference between now would be the publisher would no longer be able to permanently revoke the license without any fault from the customer, i.e. hacking or online cheating, etc. What else? What else? I don't feel like this would even matter. Anyway, the second one. Because the initiative focuses exclusively on the outcome of a working game, and not the methodology for doing so. Source code, server binaries, specific files, etc. No specific demands for any IP are being made to the publisher. sees full discretion to the initial publisher and how they wish to manage their IP. While the publisher may deem it necessary to release more IP to fulfill the requirement of letting the customer obtain the copy of the game, the initiative is not specifically mandating that. This is going to increase the price of video games. Which is stupid. It's stupid. So they're going to have it focuses exclusively on the outcome, a working game. So it exclusively on a working game and not the methodology of doing so. Okay, wait. So how do we... How would we... How exactly... Okay, so how... If there's online DRM, but it can't check for an online DRM, but you have the files that force a check for an online DRM, or the DRM... I mean, the methodology for doing so and everything is fine, because the majority of people who would actually be passionate about the game can write the actual net code and stuff better than the game developers do anyway. It happens like 100% of the time on private servers and stuff with more players. It's for some reason, it's like game developers don't know what rollback code is, or they don't know what real net code is. It's like it's like, oh yeah, I connect to this IP address and I send UDP packet. I receive UDP packet. And that's like, like, okay. Yeah, it's so weird. Okay, so no specific demands for IP are being made to the publisher. It's full discretion to the publisher. Manage their IP while the publisher... Yeah, the problem is that once they start, like once somebody does start hacking it, when someone breaks it, and then once people start modding it and stuff, then you have people turning like Mario games, like Mario Party, instead of him You know that one game in Mario Party where you're like trying to hammer something down or whatever a bajillion times, like super, super fast? Instead of that, you're like, it's Mario masturbating Luigi, just super, super fast, like giving him like a super, super fast hand job. Right? And so, and then it kind of like fucks up the IP in that way. Just because they're sunsetting the game from being online. And that's just an example. I mean, maybe it's a bad example, but it's an example. So like the changes and uses of intellectual property after things have been sunsetted and given to people, they can do stuff with that can still harm the existing IP of that company. Not necessarily the game. Like if, kind of like what I said, like I don't think there's any, maybe they still do StarCraft 1 servers. I don't think they have dedicated, I don't know if it was peer-to-peer or not. I actually don't remember. Actually, it was peer-to-peer. I don't know if it's still peer-to-peer. I don't know if they ever made servers for that. I don't know if it was peer-to-peer for StarCraft 2. I don't know how they had those set up. StarCraft 1 had to be P2P. Yeah, StarCraft 1 was definitely P2P. So was Warcraft 1. Because it took forever to fucking get your friend online and play a game with them. It took fucking forever.
Part, or how this won't work because of end user license agreements. That's also not a problem. Or how this isn't possible because publishers already have agreements with other companies and don't have the rights to distribute that code. We're aware of that. Yes, the initiative is still possible. Those are the ones I've seen most organically. Beyond that, there is a clear patient zero where others come from. Okay, I really don't want to do this next part, but it's become a liability for the campaign for me not to. Our biggest critic by far is YouTuber and streamer PirateSoftware, who goes by Thor.
Again, warning ahead of time. Warning ahead of time. I fucking hate this guy. When he did his interview thing with Dr. K, I believe I spent 12 hours on that. And it was like a 4-hour interview or something. I spent it was like 12 hours talking about it and stuff. And then trying to see if, I could get some help from it too, because I felt like I found some of his tendencies in myself, So I was just like, all right, let's see what we got here. But disclaimer, I'm going to try my hardest to put my biases aside. I'm going to try my hardest to put my biases aside. All right. Coming at this as a fresh set of eyes. Okay. I don't know what he did, but I do know I fucking hate this guy, but I really like laughing at all of his failures and all of his fuck ups. But if this is just him being a douchebag, that's kind of like that's like actual like hate.
If your only exposure to Stop Killing Games has been this video, then you've been misinformed. This video is by someone who does not understand the campaign, has been trying to stop it, and has been making up what it is about. I am not saying that lightly. I will prove it in a minute. Now you might be thinking, okay, so some YouTuber got something wrong on the internet. So what? See, that was my thinking too. The problem is how incredibly influential this YouTuber has been. Remember that list of coverage on the campaign? Well, best I can tell, Thor's coverage has been bigger than literally
Jesus Christ. That's a lot. Holy shit.
anyone else on those lists, except Asmongold. And the only video Asmongold had on this bigger than Thor's was about Thor's video. So for all practical purposes, Thor here has been the #1 voice on the campaign, and he's been lying about what it is. That's a bit loaded, though. In this case, I'm using the second definition of lie. I have no evidence it's...
To create false or misleading impression. Statistics sometimes lie. Because you mislead it. The mirror never lies. Oh, because you don't... It's the intent part. Yeah.
First. This video came out right as we were building momentum. Then except for one boost in Germany, the signatures started drying up like clockwork. This put me in kind of a no-win scenario, too. Because if I ignored it, then a lot of people are going to get misinformed about the campaign. But if I did a response video, which is not something I wanted to do anyway, then it might look like drama farming, which could understandably turn off a lot of people from the campaign.
Also true. But if you released a video, like, literally right after all of the... I guess it's... Damn, if this was like... This video came out like 3 months ago. Like, after the WoW stuff calmed down, and then after the Ocular stuff calmed down, and then after the Maldavius fig tree stuff calmed down, if you released it like right then, it would have just been like pile after pile after pile after pile after pile. And it would have been like a beautiful string of like PirateSoftware is a dick example 1, PirateSoftware is a dick example 2, PirateSoftware is a dick example 3, PirateSoftware is a dick example 4, PirateSoftware is a dick example 5.
Because it's not about that at all. So I quickly made this video trying to clear up all misconceptions and concerns about the initiative with timestamps for everyone's questions, hoping the truth would eventually come out.
Oh, nice.
I can see now that was a...
But there's no way that was going to happen.
Mistake.
Yeah.
I should have just embraced the drama. To this day, I'm still getting frequent comments and emails about the same falsehoods about the campaign that originated in this video.
Yeah, that's because Thor's community will always deep throat him.
Well, now I have nothing to lose. If we don't get the signatures, then none of this matters anyway. So if this campaign is failing because of me not talking about this, then I'll at least correct history here on the way down. I'll get this over with and go over what I think are the biggest points of PirateSoftware's videos. I'm not going to go over everything because collectively Thor has made hours of video on both me and the movement. I'd be here forever. Believe me, I could address smaller things too, and kind of already have. All right.
Dude, that's like exactly what I was doing with the fucking mango thing. I was doing one stream on Ludwig's video to cover Mango shit. I got 50 minutes through the one main live stream, and I didn't look at any of the other streams yet. And I was like, that probably took me 4 or 5 hours at least. And I was like, yeah, never mind.
Let's start. Okay, point number 1. Ford does not understand what Stop Killing Games is. Here it is in his words.
So for those who don't understand, the Stop Killing Games initiatives is basically, we don't want single-player games.
No.
To have DRM that the developers can turn off. Want initiatives is basically, we don't want single-player games.
No.
No.
To have DRM that the developers can turn off and thus render the single-player games inactive anymore. This is what they want to change. They need to be specific that they're talking about single-player games that do not need a server to support them.
No.
And as much as they want...
Is that what they're talking about?
it to be about specifically games where it is a single-player game that has always online functionality, it would impact every live service game that exists. Instead of just targeting single-player, always online games.
No, that's not what it is. Stop Killing Games includes single-player games, but nothing about it is specific to them. He completely made that up, and I have no idea where he got that impression. This is what I mean. It's harder for gamers to understand this because they come with so many assumptions. It's like that saying about doctors being the worst patients. So let's clear this up. It's the first line on the website. Stop Killing Games is a consumer movement started to challenge the legality of publishers destroying video games they have sold to customers.
They're not destroying them.
But the movement includes all this stuff from earlier, and he was mostly talking about the initiative. Well, the short version is the initiative is about requiring publishers to have end-of-life plans for games they've sold to customers in the future. So when they shut them down, customers can continue running them without their support. The long version...
Okay, how are they going to do that? Yeah, how are they going to do that, though? There's just... I do have these questions. I do actually have a couple questions. Okay. Let me actually write down a few questions then. I guess I'll write questions down. Maybe I'll reach out.
Depends on first. But the movement includes all this legality of
Fuck. I should probably know all the information before I start asking questions. Making statements. Assuming. Asking all them questions. Why are you asking all them questions? Why are you asking all them questions? Making statements. Assuming. All right. So, like, what if the publisher goes out of business? That would be a question. What if the game company is also the publisher? Because a lot of game companies are doing that now too. Well, technically. I don't know. Steam isn't classified as a publisher, is it? Is it? Maybe. I don't think so. Is Steam a publisher? I mean, yeah, I'm like, I'm like, kind of, but not really. Yeah, it's like a digital distribution, but it's not really like a publisher. I didn't think. Yeah, more of a distributor, but publishers typically handle funding, marketing, localization, and other aspects. Yeah, but Steam also does a lot of the marketing, localization, and aspects of bringing a game to market. But I assume Steam kind of works with the the most of it is like advertise automatic. The majority of it's automatic. It facilitates the sale and distribution of games, while the publisher's entire responsibility of the board of development and marketing the game includes the release of Steam. Well, because they used to have that red light thing, right? Or the green light, where you would put your game as like a demo or whatever on the site, and people would download it, play it, and then it would have to get greenlit or something, and then it would be allowed to be sold on Steam or something like that. Whatever the fuck happened to that? Did they get rid of that? Steam Greenlight system on the Steam platform, where users could vote on which indie games they wanted to see on the storefront. It allowed developers to submit their games and gauge community interest before a game was officially released on Steam. Steam Direct replaced it. Okay. Steam Direct is a platform within the Steam service. Allows developers to directly publish their games onto the platform. Okay, yeah. It replaced the previous Greenlight system. Offers more streamlined process for developers. Steamworks accounts, review process. No company required. Developers can publish. Yeah. Exactly, yeah. See, that's what I was saying. Okay, so yeah, on Steam, you don't need a publisher. Okay, that's what I thought. Like if they go through Steam. So like if they go through Steam's, if they go through Steam Direct, and then for that, what if Steam shuts down? There would be a market replacement for Steam. There's no way. I mean, there are already market replacements for Steam, kinda, yeah, sort of. There are already market replacements for it. They would just it would just cost a lot more for indie games to be on there. But if Steam shuts down, but the company is no longer alive, then what happens to the game, right? Are they just going to release everything? You like GOG? You like gagging? Gagging on GOG? I don't know. I got nothing.
End user license agreements are legally binding.
Oh yeah, we were looking at that earlier.
Publishers destroying video games they have sold to customers. But the movement includes all this stuff from earlier, and he was mostly talking about the initiative. Well, the short version is the initiative is about requiring publishers to have end-of-life plans for games they've sold to customers in the future. So when they shut them down, customers can continue running them without their support.
Implement an end-of-life plan when shutting down the game they have sold. Huh. Interesting. Okay. Okay, so what about games like Concord, where they shut it down like almost immediately, and then they like refunded everybody?
The long version depends on what kind of transaction is being made. As you can see, it's not easy to explain in a soundbite.
Okay, stop destroying video games. The longer explanation. Okay. Jesus Christ. Games sold as a one-time purchase with no stated expiration date that do not require connection to the publisher or affiliated parties in order to function at the time of shutdown. No impact. These games would already meet the requirements of the initiative. Okay, so yeah, if they don't require a connection, then it doesn't matter. Okay, games sold as one-time purchase with no stated expiration date that require a connection to the publisher or affiliated parties to function. Publishers would be required to implement an end-of-life plan so that their support would no longer would be necessary to run the game. Oh, it's shut down. Isn't this kind of already built into Steam? A little bit? Or am I crazy? Because there's games that you can't buy on Steam anymore, but you can still play on Steam or launch from Steam. I don't know if you can download them from Steam. That's a good question. What's an obscure old game that I have? I know there was some when I was organizing this the other day. That wouldn't be one. I don't even know what the fuck that is. Store page. Okay, there's still store page. Jeff Geerling made a video 14 hours ago on the second channel about God.
I apologize for the audio. I'm 3D printing a clock right now, and I just wanted to say really quick because
Well, I don't know who this guy is. Who is this guy? Do I care about this guy? Do we care about this guy? Is this guy smart? He's using like all Apple stuff, so I'm assuming no. He is smart? Oh, okay.
just found out about this Stop Killing Games initiative in the EU. And it piqued my interest because lately I've been getting into old Macs and the games that I played as a kid, and some games I didn't get to play, like both of these games, Star Wars Battlefront and Lord of the Rings Return of the King on the computer. I never got to play them, but as time goes on, I'm like, oh, I can find an old copy of it, I can buy it, put it on this old Mac that I got restored and running, and I have Macs of other generations. These are the computers, or some of the nicer versions of the computers that I grew up playing shareware games and things like that. In my childhood, you'd buy a game and you'd put it on your computer, you'd play it, maybe it had a thing where you had to open up to page 47 in the manual and find the fifth word or something as a DRM or whatever, or some of them required you to put in the CD of the game and had, you know, silly copy systems like that. For me, I didn't care. I liked buying games because it's good to support people who make these things. I liked paying for updates to games or revisions or remasters or whatever. That's great, but when I do that, I want the game. Like, I want to be able to play it. I want to be able to play it with my kids someday. I want to have my kids be able to play it if they want to with their kids. My dad and I are restoring an Apple II. This is from 1979. This computer has a bunch of games on cassette tapes that he learned computing with, that he and his brother put into the computer and played them. And I can just take those things and play them today. There's no problem with that.
Christ.
It's, I think, you know, live service and these games that are online only, that's a different thing altogether. But a lot of games can play that way, but you could have a server that you run, and a lot of people actually reverse engineer these things so that they can run these things after the company goes under or they sunset the game. There's examples of that out there. You can put some in the comments.
And they're better. But the thing is that they change things. I think that's the worry. Is that too many changes could be done that could hurt the IP or could hurt the integrity of the IP.
But basically, any initiative that says when a game is over, you can't just like, too bad, the game's done forever. Like, instead of that, release the source code, release the licenses so that you don't get the IP rights. You can't, you know, use the cover art and the name and all that stuff because the game company might want to reserve that for a future version of the game. But the game itself, anybody who paid money for it, if you pay $60, $80, $40, whatever it is for a game.
So if you release the source... Okay, so if you release the source code of the game, you can obviously fix all the net code because it's going to be fucked. So you make it to where people can actually connect to the server whenever there's an update. The problem is, what are the updates going to be? Because now you run into the actual copyright of what he just brought up.
You should be able to in the game that you don't get the IP rights. You can't, you know.
You don't get the IP rights. Therefore, you can't make Mario like jacking off Luigi. Because that would be against Nintendo's EULA. You're not allowed to put them in sexual scenarios. But you didn't necessarily sign that EULA. And they can't enforce that EULA. They can give you a cease and desist to just not do that. which is more legal work. But then how do you know what was messed with and what was not? Nintendo owns adult movie, a parody of Mario. That's hilarious. I didn't know about that. But it's like what I was saying earlier. If there was Mario Party, but it was like the best Mario Party, I don't fucking know. And everyone wanted to play it, and that was the best one, and none of the other ones compared. But somebody could take it, and like after it was sunset or whatever, yeah, because I don't even think it's a live service game. It might be if you could play online. I actually have no idea. But if some of the new ones are like live service games, you could create your own games. Technically. Like you could. Because if you have access to the source code, you could just create your own games. You could fix glitches, obviously. And do all that stuff. I mean, the good thing is that Ubisoft's developers are all in France, right? So if it passes, Ubisoft has to, or if this goes, and actually goes through Parliament and gets voted on and passes, they would have to do it, and then any game going forward would have to comply, or they just wouldn't sell in the EU market. Pretendo is a free and open source replacement for Nintendo servers for both the 3DS and the Wii U, allowing online connectivity for all, even after the original servers are discontinued. Don't know when Nintendo shut down. Is it official? I mean, I'm assuming it's not official, but that doesn't matter because that's just a server that's being hosted. That doesn't have anything to do with the game. The servers that's not in discussion. Like them hosting a game indefinitely was never. This isn't stop killing servers. It's stop killing games. Yeah, if there's a strong enough fan base, they'll make servers and they'll maintain the servers and pay for the servers. It's just like what they did with Smash Brothers Melee. They made Melee online. They made their own rollback code. They did all that stuff. They connected to it, and it has better fighting game code than fucking like every single fighting game out there, except the new ones that are coming out are now using the model of the rollback code that the guy that made the rollback code for Melee is using. Which I don't know if that guy got like hired by somebody, but yeah. It's just ridiculous. The server stuff is not what was in question. Like nobody nobody would even, that it would just be unreasonable to ask somebody to run a server full time. Do you know how fucking expensive that shit is? Fuck that. Nobody is asking that. Nobody's asking for that. Well, if anybody's asking for that, they're fucking stupid, and it's not these people. It's not the Stop Killing Games people. It has absolutely nothing to do with the Stop Killing Games people. If anyone is saying that, it's probably someone from PirateSoftware's channel, and they're probably also like using a ferret as a fleshlight. So it's just fucking ridiculous. Okay. But yeah. I think most people would be more worried about their IP than anything else. That's it. It's because, like, it's almost like in I don't know how familiar you are with World of Warcraft, but it was something that I brought up a little bit earlier, but they have obviously expansion packs, and I think they used the word expansion pack instead of downloadable content, or I think they're now using downloadable content instead of expansion pack for a reason, but you are paying for downloadable content instead of paying for an expansion pack. And I wonder what the differences are. It's very interesting to me of why that changed. And I feel like it's a legal terminology thing. I feel like it has to be. Like it makes it a new game type of situation. If it's an expansion, quote unquote. So like after Wrath of the Lich King, there was Cataclysm. And when Cataclysm happened in World of Warcraft, all of Azeroth changed. Like the entire world changed. So like Fracture, there was like lava and shit. Like some like dungeons and raids changed and things went to different places, and then there was like a new like fucking island. There was a whole bunch of new shit, but there was a lot of stuff that people didn't like as far as changes went. A lot of people just didn't like it. But then again, a lot of people just like classic WoW. A lot of people just liked Burning Crusade and stuff. So there was a lot of private servers. There was a lot of very large private servers. A lot of them. And they shut them all down. They literally shut them all down. So it's like, it's doable for sure as an MMO. It's definitely doable because it's not like they were using Blizzard servers. They got shut down for using Blizzard's IP. They didn't get shut down for using Blizzard servers. But they also did updates and changes and stuff like that. Werewolf started running all around Alliance cities. Yeah. I'm not sure if they added like pandas and stuff to classic WoW and monks. That would kind of be interesting. If they added the new like classes and races and all that stuff. Like just that, like Death Knights and all that, but added it to classic WoW. That would be really interesting. Made like set pieces for it, did some weird things. I don't know. It would be weird. And they could make their own balance changes. Like it would essentially be a new game at that point. But they're still using Blizzard's IP. They're still using the Warcraft IP. So even if they shut down World of Warcraft, like they're not doing World of Warcraft anymore, they still have like Warcraft 3, which is still going on. And Warcraft 3 still has all the Warcraft IP. So if they started doing some crazy shit with the private servers, but that was the only place where you could play World of Warcraft. So there was like a fuck ton of people there. And if you could like pay for free, but it was just like donations if you could to help keep the servers up, then it's one of those situations where it's like, what are you going to do at that point? It's like Blizzard still owns the IP. They still use the IP. And then you're kind of fucking with their IP that they're also still using. I don't know. I don't know how muddy that territory gets. Like, just because they sunset the game doesn't necessarily they're sunsetting the IP. And just because you want to play it as a single player game, does it mean people can't make it into a multiplayer game? Like what I said with Smash Brothers Melee. They did it with Smash Brothers Melee. And they made rollback code. And they made a ranking system. And they did all that stuff. They did a shit ton of stuff to make it all modernized. They did a bunch of stuff. They made the way they changed the way some of the maps worked. But like the frames are all the same. Everything works like exactly the same. Yeah. So it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how they would come at that.
Use the cover art and the name and all that stuff because the game company might want to reserve that for a future version of the game. But the game itself, anybody who paid money for it, if you pay $60, $80, $40, whatever it is for a game, you should be able to play that game. That just makes sense to me. And it doesn't mean that you have to support everything in that game forever, and you don't have to run the servers online forever. Just let the community do it because...
Okay, then it comes down to expansion packs. Huh.
Like for me, I would spend time building something for this if I had to, and people out there already do that to crack the code to get into the thing if you don't have the manual or whatever. You know, I don't see anything wrong with that. In 20 or 30 or 40 or 50 years, these companies aren't going to be making tons of money off of Lord of the Rings, The Return of the King from 2000 or whenever this was. So anyway, I'll put a link to it down below. Unfortunately, I can't help you in the US because I'm a US citizen. I'm not in the EU. But if you are in the EU, consider signing that thing so that people
100%.
in future generations can do what I'm doing here. Restoring old computers, preserving old games, preserving some of the memories and the culture that went around it. Because in 50 to 100 years, is anybody going to know what Roblox was? I mean, there'll be videos of it, but you can't play it yourself. Is anybody going to know mine?
Nobody's going to know what Roblox is because everybody who played Roblox has killed themselves or killed each other.
Minecraft, yes, because Minecraft can be run on...
Everybody in Minecraft is going to be like 100 years old and still touching 12-year-olds.
A Raspberry Pi or whatever computer or your phone or something. And, even if it's an online-only game, it's in a company's best interest. If you want to make any cultural impact, why would you make it so that after your company goes away, your product is gone? Like, I don't know. I mean, maybe if you're just in it for short-term profits, that's great, but...
That's exactly what it is. That's the problem. That's the problem I've been talking about. Exactly. There are no more game developers. There are only developers. There are only code monkeys. It's just like the majority of the people that... Dude, it really is just the majority of the people. Fuck, I got squirreled by your comment, Great Daft. Yeah, I heard about it, but I didn't watch the video yet.
A lot of the people who made the games is gone. Like, I don't know.
No, yes, there's no more game developers. There's only developers. It's like when people were just like, oh yeah, technology's the new thing. You'll always be safe with technology. So just get a tech degree. Just get a degree in programming because programming is the future. So everyone just like learned how to program. But really, they don't know how to program. They don't know the concepts. They don't know what they should or shouldn't be doing. They don't know blah blah blah. They don't fucking know anything. They just fucking exist. They're just fucking code monkeys. They don't care about the game. The amount of game developers, the people who have developed video games, I would say that 50% of the developers, not the people that work at the company. Okay? I'm excluding those people because like the HR department or marketing, they may not be gamers, right? Or sales, like they just may not be gamers, right? And usually salespeople are older, especially if they're talking with older people, because they can relate together more. You know, they're still doing cocaine all the time and all that stuff. So yeah, it's like if you want to be talking with these older CEOs, you have to be like 65-ish. You have to be like 55 to 65-ish, and you have to be doing coke and have extra. That's basically it.
I mean, maybe if you're just in it for short-term profits, that's great, but a lot of the people who made the games that I grew up playing wanted to change the world, do fun things, do better things. I say, let's support the companies that do that kind of thing. Support people preserving old stuff, the Internet Archive initiatives to archive old software. My arm is getting really tired, but anyway, go check out that link if you're in the EU and sign the petition. I don't think it's going to happen necessarily, but, might as well try.
All right, that gave me that. Why? What was the purpose of that video? It was like him jacking off about his past and how he wants everyone else to jack off over their past too. Okay. Anyway, going back to the actual information.
But if you notice, we don't make a distinction between single player and multiplayer games. That's because the law doesn't either. So why make this even harder? Both the movement and the law are making distinctions on how games are sold. Also, that part he said about it affecting all live service games, yes and no. It would affect most live service games in the future, but the initiative is not distinctions on how games are sold.
Both the movement and the law. Wait, what do you mean both the movement and the law? There is no law. You don't have a law drafted. There's no drafted law, though. Maybe shit's different in the EU.
Sold. Also, that part he said about it affecting all live service games, yes and no. It would affect
affecting all live service games, yes and no.
Most live service games in the future, but the initiative
most in the future
is not retroactive. So that's one thing Thor doesn't understand.
Wait, why just most? Games that are sold as one type version. Okay, wait. Games that are completely free, no impact since no commerce is involved, plus requirements. But games that are completely free definitely have an impact because they are ran on servers. But Okay, hold on. Okay. Since no commerce is involved, plus requirements on completely free games, we see as an overreach. Okay, completely being the keyword. Okay. Microtransactions for games sold as a one-time purchase with no stated expiration date. Publisher would be required to implement an EOL plan when support ends that the customer's microtransaction would not be permanently disabled. So they would have to structure their database. They would have to structure their databases in specific ways to do that. What? I don't know if that's possible. Okay, the publisher would be required to implement an EOL plan that states customers' microtransaction would not be permanently disabled. This would necessitate having the game it was sold for in a functioning state, even if the customer might not be entitled to the game directly. Okay. Sorry, hold on. Microtransactions for games sold as a one-time purchase with no stated expiration date. Publisher would be required to implement an EOL plan when support ends so that the customer's microtransaction would not be permanently disabled. Okay. Yeah, so like custom skins and shit like that, obviously. Just microtransactions. Or if they bought a bunch of like Gamba stuff, if it was like a Gamba game. This would necessitate having the game it was sold for in a functioning state, even if the customer might not be entitled to the game directly. I don't get that part. I don't get that part. I don't get that part. Can someone explain that to me? I mean, obviously, it is already explaining it. Can you explain it to me like I'm a fucking 8-year-old? Okay, so game sold as a one-time purchase with no stated expiration date. Okay, so I bought a game. I went to the store and bought a game for $20. There was no stated expiration date. Okay, cool. I spent $5 to get the beginner pack. Woo, beginner pack. The publisher would be required to implement an end-of-life plan when the support ends so that the customer's microtransaction would not be permanently disabled. This would necessitate having the game it was sold for in a functioning state, even if the customer might not be entitled to the game directly. So they get rid of the game because it has a live service. They release everything. They release source code. They do all that stuff. New people get a hold of it, make like a private server or whatever. What is their incentive to keep the microtransactions? Because if the publisher or the developer, I mean, is just like releasing it, they're not like, unless they add a clause to it somehow. But again, if the developer goes out of business and the developer just went straight through that Steam program, like what the fuck are you gonna do? Like what are you gonna do? Sue Steam? Like what the fuck? Because the new people could just be like, yeah, we're getting rid of microtransactions, or we're starting from zero. So all the gamba you did, it's gone. Hmm. All right. Games that are sold as a service with a stated expiration date. We would attempt to require publishers to have some sort of end-of-life build when support ends, but would probably fail as there is no basis in the consumer law for this. Only our justification would be via art and culture preservation laws, which are very weak. Are they? Oh, yeah, I guess so. Yeah. The problem is, it's like, if you had like a museum for the stuff, you could have make copies, and then you would have a shop in the museum, because every museum has a shop. And if you wanted a game, they could burn it to a CD or something. I don't know. Or like, you'd buy a flash drive from them and they would put it on a flash drive for you.
In the future, but the initiative is not retroactive. So that's one thing Thor doesn't understand, but he also seems to think this is about converting multiplayer games to single player. Once again, he made that up, and I have no idea why he thought that.
Transitioning an entire multiplayer server-side game into a single-player video game, which means rebalancing the entire experience around single player, rebuilding everything in the entire game. How are you going to do that with Final Fantasy 14? You're just going to make all the raids soloable?
I mean, yeah. Yeah. Why not? If enough people care about the fucking game, why not? Also, they can still make servers for it. I don't understand. What the fuck are you talking about? But you have to rebalance. Oh God, rebalancing a single player game. What are you gonna do? You're like, oh God, this game is so unbalanced. I can't believe I coded it and it's so imbalanced. I can't beat this boss. It's bullshit. I did all this rebalancing. Holy shit, this is fucking stupid. Whatever am I to do? It's so imbalanced. I can't believe I spent all this time balancing it and it's not even balanced. What am I gonna do? Oh, I can just fix the balancing like I did the first time until it's actually balanced. Why didn't I think of that? Oh, that's right, because I'm not a fucking piss-drinking dumb fuck like this ferret flesh
Imagine
using...
the day that World of Warcraft shuts down, and suddenly you have to make it a single-player
Fucker.
game for every individual that ever bought the game. That's what they're asking for.
No.
Because they would have to, and suddenly you have to make it a... With Final Fantasy XIV, you're just going to make all the raids soloable? Imagine the day...
Every time I listen to this smug fuck, I want to punch my monitor, but it's an expensive monitor.
that World of Warcraft shuts down, and suddenly you have to make it a single-player game for every individual that ever bought the game. That's what they're asking for.
No.
Because they would have to sunset live service games as a single-player experience. The idea that not the day that World of Warcraft shuts down everything in the entire game, how are you going to do that with Final Fantasy XIV? You're just going to make all the raids soloable?
All right. Here. I'm answering his question. Corrupted data files? Oh, fuck me in the dick. What is that? Installed files. Verify integrity of game files. Dej. I know, right? It's a live service game. Monka S. 0 files. Failed to validate. I don't even know if that's viewable. Okay, it is. I haven't played this game in a minute, so I don't even remember if I know how to play. So bear with me if it ends up being bad. Studio mode. I have no idea either. So hold on. Where are my... There's the audio sources. Okay. It doesn't show up. So... audio. Oh my god, I don't know how loud it's gonna get. Oh, graphic settings. The highest. To restart the game. Did they add another new character? Like, what the fuck? I can't believe they still update this game. This is crazy. Like, I actually can't believe they still update this game. When was this game released? I have no idea. Maybe just like marketplace or mailbox will be disabled. Unlock the gift. Poggers! Oh, hold on. I gotta... I gotta change scenes so you don't see my password. Okay. All right. Do I do my OG, do my level 90? What the fuck did I do? Oh, say healer? What the fuck did that happen? I don't even remember this shit.
It'll be nice working with you.
Hey there.
Welcome.
That's my thing.
Take care. What is it this time?
What is it this time?
Hi there.
Hey there. Hello.
Hello.
It is kind of fucking loud. Sorry, let me turn it down a little bit. I'm just trying to prove a point about what are you going to do? Make the raid bosses soloable? I'm trying to make a point. That, yes, that is exactly what you're going to do. It's gonna take a while to load, apparently. Ooh, claiming rewards. Ooh, rewards. So many rewards. It is so loud in my headphones, though. They changed this a lot. Whoa, there's no load screen now? That's new. Okay. I feel like there's a lot of new shit. Whatever. I won't worry about that. Whoa. There's no loading anymore? Oh my god, there's no loading anymore! Holy shit. Like that little blue shiny thing, like right here, that used to be a load screen. So you would have to go through a load screen there. This part didn't exist. It would just put you here. And then every single building was a load screen. Okay, they added that. There wasn't a second start. Okay, they changed a lot. I haven't played in a really long time. There's a lot of shit they added. Holy fuck. It's a ferry. Okay, now. Was it this one? I don't even remember. Oh. I'm trying to remember where. What the fuck? There's so many new areas. Oh, they upped the level cap too. Ooh. Ah. I'm pretty sure it was this, because that's what I was thinking about. Ah, yeah. I can't even set it any higher. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Titties. Yeah. Okay, I don't remember like half the shit. I have bombs. I don't have. Okay, so this is a raid boss. Where's my dodge? Hello? I forgot how to dodge. Okay, that's pulling out a bomb. I swear to God, I had to teleport. As granted, that's the first raid boss, and I'm over-leveled as fuck. It's been a long ass time. I don't remember any of the controls. Ooh. Mining. Did I miss it? How did that... Are they not mine bombs? They're just actual bombs? Cringe. But yes. There are... If I remembered the moves, I could show you. A lot more. Although going in here... It's such a Coomer game. If somebody puts soap, like bath soaps, in the bath, you hang out there for a little bit and you get buffs. But you have to take your clothes off before you go in the bath. Obviously. Obviously. But yes. You can 100% make a game that has raid bosses and make it soloable. 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 You definitely can. 100%.
Imagine the day that World of Warcraft shuts down, and suddenly you have to make it a single-player game for every individual that ever bought the game. That's what they're asking for.
No.
Because they would have to...
So? Who cares? Plenty of people play World of Warcraft by themselves. So many people just do fishing. So many people just like make shit. So many people just run around and like do quests and kill mobs. Some people just do all that shit. Some people, they'll go into a dungeon and they'll try to do stuff. They can be over leveled. They can farm for shit. They can do whatever. It's just like it doesn't matter. And then if they're developers, they can actually add stuff and they can finish Classic WoW.
Sunset live service games as a single player experience. The idea that suddenly you need to make every single live service game playable single player offline? No, dude.
Correct. No. This one is particularly baffling to me because I've heard most counter arguments before, but until 4, I've never heard this one. That we want the industry to convert all multiplayer games into single-player ones. I keep saying it, you never know where gamers are going to take this.
Nowhere in there does it say that it's directly targeting always online single-player games.
Oh, he's so...
What's the rest of the context of that clip? It looks like he was reading that from chat.
Close. He's so close to getting it.
It is vague, and because...
It's an initiative. Of course it's vague. It has to be vague. He's not... Oh my god. You're trying to get signatures. The signatures... PirateSoftware, how can you be so much... How can you be so fucking goddamn stupid? Okay. So, there is a problem. Here are ways to potentially fix the problem. This is what we want. It's like problem, solution. These are things. We don't want it to be retroactive because that's unreasonable. But for future, it would be fantastic because of these reasons. And it's like a...
Because of that, it will impact...
He never...
Target.
Saying it, you never know where gamers are going to take this.
What?
Nowhere in there does it say that it's directly targeting always online single-player games.
Was that a chatter? Was that a chatter that said that?
Oh, he's so close. He's so close to getting it.
It is vague, and because of that, it will impact...
He never has that light bulb moment.
It's supposed to be vague. It's designed to be vague because it's not a bill. If it was a bill that was being passed, it wouldn't be vague. It would have... It would have the fucking law. Oh my god. Are you going to write the law for them? Wait, that would... If you were 100% specific in everything that you wanted, you were like, okay, this is the problem. I need you to do this, 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 with clause, this, 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 this. This needs to be included in your EULAs. This, 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 with clause, this, 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 and at EOL, this needs to happen, and you have to exclude this, 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 and this, with this, because currently, right now, we have an issue to where it shows this, and this is a problem, and then you have fucking like 300 pages of what the fucking problem is, and then of a bill that you wrote. So you have stuff that literally not a single fucking person is going to read. Because you have a ton of current game EULAs that already nobody reads. And then you have your proposed EULA that nobody's going to fucking read because it has more clauses in it. A lot more clauses in it. It has to be there. Plus, it'll get shut down immediately because once the politicians go to these game companies and are like, hey, here's the new bill, the company's going to be like, what the fuck? This doesn't make any sense. Or what the fuck? It gives them zero breathing room. It gives zero negotiation tactic. There's nothing. There's nothing there. There's no breathing room. There's no like the gaming companies and the gamers should be working together on this. This needs to be a harmony thing. This isn't like I'm attacking you because you're a cunt and then blah blah blah. And it's just like why? It's so obvious. You have to use your fucking logic. Like, I don't care if it's like the fucking rapper or what you think you have in your head. Golden rule applies here. Who has gold makes the rules. Well, Europe has been cracking down on a lot of gaming things or gaming related things that are exploiting like people in general. They've also just cracked down on a lot of companies exploiting customers in general. So it's nice to have it attempted in Europe. But whatever the fuck he's saying is just retarded. I don't understand. It's like he has as many brain cells as he does DEF CON badges.
Well, he is correct in that statement. It's almost as if that's not what the initiative is asking for. But those were his streams with a smaller audience. What does he say in his big YouTube video with over 1 million views that he had time to research?
If we're trying to kill off the practice of developers putting together a live service game, pitching it as a single player experience, and then taking
he has videos of it.
Away support in the future.
Thor, lol, I don't like him. Yeah, say you don't like Thor without saying you don't like. I know. I was like, I'm gonna put my biases aside, and I can't. I'm trying to. Okay, granted, I did have questions, or I do have questions. I do have questions about this. His were very strong statements, though, that didn't make any fucking sense.
Now he's changed it again and is making up how it's about single-player game views that he had time to research.
If we're trying to kill off the practice of developers putting together a live service game, pitching it as a single-player experience, and then taking away support in the future.
Now...
Damn. See, I wish this guy knew how to do a video essay. He needed more like context. Because right now all Thor is gonna just say is, "Oh, you clip chimped me," out of context. That's all he's gonna say.
He's changed it again and is making up how it's about single-player games are advertised. What is he doing?
It needs to
I don't even know what he's saying.
Of
over 1 million views that he had time to research.
If we're trying to kill off the practice of developers putting together a live service game, pitching it as a single-player experience, and then taking away support in the future.
Taking away support in the future. I mean, yeah, because yeah. I mean, Yeah. Yeah, it's not going to be supported. So that's why we're asking for what we're asking for. Because it's not supported anymore. Right? Am I misunderstanding this whole movement? Am I the dumb one? Maybe I'm dumb.
Now he's changed it again and is making up how it's about single-player games are advertised. What is he doing?
It needs to be specific about the business practice it's trying to defeat, which is specifically companies that are doing this under the guise of it being a single-player game, but adding online-only functionality that is not necessary and doesn't add any gameplay elements. That's the problem.
No, that's not it at all.
And there are some people that'll say, well, just make it all single-player.
Like
well,
you?
I've explained that that doesn't make any sense in the first place. If you're making it all single-player, you'd have to carve off all of that
Yo,
and
what
it's
up,
developer
Monty?
time and money. These are two different ideologies, and that's okay to have two different ideologies. I just won't agree with it.
But those aren't the ideologies.
Oh,
Advertised. What is he doing?
It needs to be specific about the business practice it's trying to defeat, which is specifically companies that are doing this under the guise of it being a single-player game, but adding online-only functionality that is not necessary. And
Wait, what?
they're doing this under the guise of it being a single-player game, but adding online-only functionality that is not necessary. Companies that are doing this to be specific about the business practice it's trying to defeat, which
Needs to be specific about the business practice it's trying to defeat. So they say it's trying to defeat.
which is specifically
companies
that are doing this under the guise of it being a
under the guise
single-player game, but adding online-only functionality that is not necessary. And
and doesn't add any gameplay elements. Okay, so he's saying that people are stating that it's private guy. What's going on? I know. Listen to Michael B. Paulson. Well, they're arguing with him, kind of thing. So yeah. Well, hey, great job. Take it easy. Thanks for stopping in. Wait, what? Jesus. They were at like 34K like 2 days ago, and I guess they're at like 500,000 now. Yeah, if it's peer-to-peer. Then you should.
doesn't add any gameplay elements. That's the problem.
No, that's not it at all.
And there are some people that'll say, well, just make it all single-player.
Like
well,
you?
I've explained that that doesn't make...
Okay, yeah. So I think he's saying that some elements from the multiplayer add to the single player, That's kind of what it sounds like he's saying. So, like, if you win some stuff in multiplayer, it'll, like, give you a new car in single-player mode, which I have no idea because I've never played whatever the fuck the crew is. I have no idea. Yeah, I don't know enough about the game. I don't know anything about it. Never heard about it. Never played it. Never seen it. Played. Never heard anybody talk about it. Any of them. The trilogy. Since the trilogy didn't even make what what one game should have made. Which is also comical. But it's
make any sense in the first place. If you're making it all
single player, you'd have to carve off all of that. Yes. But also no. Because if you try to connect to an online server, you'll just get an error that says can't connect to the server. Just like if you were trying to connect to it and you were offline, it would say can't connect to server. Why would you have to strip that out? Or if you had the source code, you could make your own online server. I don't fucking understand.
single player, you'd have to carve off all of that, and it's developer time and money. These are
No, it's independent shit.
two different ideologies, and that's okay to have two different ideologies. I just won't agree with it.
But those aren't the ideologies. Nothing in the initiative is asking to convert games to single player.
Nowhere in there does it say that it's directly targeting always online single player games.
Yeah, so why does he keep bringing it up? This is a total red herring.
If we don't like the idea of live service games as a whole, I get it. Don't play live service games then. Don't agree to those terms.
No, he's getting a new thing wrong now.
Wait, what? Politicians mostly don't care about video games. The law is already unclear on this practice. The initiative is aligned with other consumer policies. What? The fuck? No, politicians don't care about video games at all. Politicians care about what the voters care about. Yeah, like, and the vast majority, like 99% of politicians don't even read the fucking proposed bills. They have assistants that read that shit because they're all like 300 fucking pages. And then they just get a big ass summary written up for them. Or they get it read out to them. And then if they're like, oh, all of my constituents want it, let's do it. This point is just so fucking stupid. I was already unclear about this practice. Which is... Do you know what happens when a law is unclear about something? You make it clear. How would you go about doing that? I wonder. I wonder. I wonder.
We're not against them existing. We're against them being destroyed with no recourse for the customer. Just use logic. If we didn't like them in the first place, why would we care if they're being destroyed? He says he gets it, but he doesn't.
Let's talk about the actual bad business practices. In the case that a studio is making a live service game and they sell it to you as a product, they say that you are purchasing the game or you are buying the game, when in reality you're actually purchasing or buying a license to that game. I think that we should be fighting about that. The initiative is...
Okay. Isn't that... Wait. Oh. Isn't that kind of like, you know, what this is?
Is not trying to call that out specifically. It's trying to say that all games need to stay in a functional, playable state.
Yes!
Which is not calling out the language that is being used to manipulate the player. Call that out specifically.
Okay.
I don't know if he's intentionally being obtuse. No, actually, no. I'm not giving him the benefit of the doubt anymore. Fuck you, Thor.
I don't know if he's...
You just refuse to be wrong. You're just a narcissistic dumb fuck who thinks he's right about everything. You're just fucking retarded. Fuck you.
Doing this intentionally?
You're actually just sabotaging something that could legitimately help the gaming industry by spreading blatant misinformation. Blatant misinformation. It's written on the fucking website. Go to the website, go point by point, and read it and say, this is incorrect because of this. This is incorrect because of this. Because whatever the fuck you're arguing here is not on the website. None of this is being talked about. What the fuck are you talking about? You're arguing to some random ass chatter in chat. You're getting like one guide and pretending that it's this guy.
I'll be charitable and assume he's not. But this is some serious...
Stop being charitable. Stop. Just stop. It doesn't work.
Obfuscation. He's complaining that the initiative isn't focused on another topic he made up.
It's not obfuscation.
I mean, what is that logic?
It's narcissism.
Hey, the initiative doesn't address how Capcom changed the look of Dante in the Devil May Cry reboot either. That may as well be what he's saying there. I am not aware of a game on the planet with a license agreement that says you are not buying a license. Our problem is not with licenses failing to inform people. Blizzard says they can take away your purchase for no reason. That sounds pretty clear to me. Our problem is those terms are so hostile to consumers and the medium that they should be taken off the table entirely. This needs regulation. Forget video games. If you look at basic commerce for hundreds of years, when you paid money, you either got to keep what...
Yeah, like all the Adobe shit that happened. But he's super cool with that, apparently.
You paid for, or if it was a service, you were told when your access ends. The vast majority of online-only games do neither of those. The games industry is trying to upend basic commerce. I think you have to go back to feudalism before neither of those things are true. Why even have consumer laws if you have no rights?
If you try to tell me that every studio needs to run their live service game indefinitely or not want to run one at all, then no one's going to run them.
Oh no! He wheeled out that line about publishers having to support the game forever. He was literally...
Definitely or not one
if you have no rights.
If you try to tell me that every studio needs to run...
Okay, was that from the video, or was that from a chatter rage baiting him? That's the thing. It's like, I don't know where these clips are coming from. And I don't have the full context. I need the full context in order to understand where this clip is coming from, because I don't know. I feel like he's either getting rage baited, he's reading a comment. There's no way he's this fucking stupid. There can't be. But there can't be. Does he have a brain tumor?
Run their live service game indefinitely or not want to run one at all, then no one's going to run them.
Oh no! He wheeled out that line about publishers having to support the game forever. He was literally watching the video earlier where it says it won't do that in big letters.
Dude, it's just... Every time I do a video about this motherfucker, it's fucking like, it's 1:20 a.m. Every time I do a video about this piece of shit, I pause it like a bajillion times because I can't fucking take it.
It wasn't enough. We just can't stop gamers from going there, even when we spell it out. I admit, guys, this part hurts. To see the biggest voice on this issue get it wrong again and again and again, then put that same wrong information on blast to a far bigger audience than we can reach. It hurts. He doesn't get it. He doesn't understand what we're asking for. Now, to be fair, it sounded like he was getting a little closer in this video. Yeah, despite being called 2, it's at least the 4th video he did on this.
You want that to stay in a functional playable state. That means the devs have to release either server binaries or somehow carve off the game to be a single-player experience now.
That's better, but he's still talking about converting the single player right to the end. He never completely got it. So Pirate Software did not understand the initiative. Maybe still doesn't.
I have to talk to a AAA game dev. I have to talk with an actual developer. I need to talk with an actual AAA game dev. Yeah. Because I know server backend stuff. But I don't know like the development front end shit, like of a gaming thing. I do like a software shit. I don't do gaming shit. They're different. They're different beasts entirely. They're completely different. So I need to I need to talk to a game dev. I think that's it, really. I think I just need to talk with a game dev.
That means the majority of his critique is about things it would not do, like kill all MMOs.
If that passes, enjoy never playing an MMO again for the rest of your life. And taking away from every other person.
Yeah, private servers never existed for any MMO. Every single Korean MMO never existed after it went off. They never found another private publisher to do it. They never made private servers. Dude, you're such a fucking disingenuous twat. Oh my god, I cannot finish this fucking video. I can't. Oh.
Plays MMOs.
It really wouldn't. And I've explained why in that video, but the short version is companies would have to stop liking money for that to happen. Lots of money. But his number one criticism is that he thinks the initiative is vague.
Not lots of money. I mean, it all comes down to microtransactions. If people are not buying microtransactions or not playing the game, then running servers is really expensive. Really expensive. Whether it's on EC2 instances or if it's a physical server, like power consumption and then cooling, and then just like the internet, and then having to have not just like the backup generator and constantly maintaining that. It's like that shit's expensive. It's a lot more expensive than people think. It's fucking expensive. It's fucking expensive. People don't understand how expensive it is. People are just normal people, normies. They don't fucking know what they're talking about. And it's starting to sound like he is way more of a normie than I actually initially thought. Like way more of a normie.
Vague. Too vague. Very vague. Damn vague. It's vague. It's vague. That is vague. Too vague. Vaguely written. Vague. Incredibly vague. Vaguely worded. Vague. 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 This is vague.
This goes on. Well, from Thor's perspective, his logic is pretty sound for this part. But the thing about logic is it's only as good as your assumed truths. And he's said multiple times now that he thinks the initiative is only about single-player games. So since he's expecting the thing he made up, but that's not what the initiative is asking for, he thinks it's vague. Because for him, it is.
Nowhere in there does it say that it's directly targeting always online single-player games. It is vague.
Yeah, in fact, if we look...
It's because it doesn't have to only target single-player games. Because there's different ways it can be done. Yes, all of these ways. Oh my god.
Look at that long definition again. Let's add a subsection just for Thor. Single-player games with an online DRM check. Those would already fall under this broader category. So Thor is expecting this. Again, I don't know why, but instead he's seeing an initiative that covers all of this. That's
commercial single-player games that run locally but require connection to the publisher for DRM authentication check. Same as above. Games sold as a one-time purchase with no stated expiration date that require connection to the publisher or affiliated parties to function. Publishers are required to have an end-of-life plan so this will no longer be necessary for the game once it shuts down.
why he calls it vague 50 times. The thought that we want what we're asking for and not the thing he made up seems to have never entered his head. The initiative is trying to stop the destruction of games. That's the whole point. It covers the types of games most in need of saving. If we only covered this tiny subsection, that would save maybe 1% or less of games that get destroyed. This would do almost nothing. I'm not saying there isn't one, but I literally can't think of a game that meets this criteria. Every game I know of with single-player content that's been destroyed has been designed to run server-side, not locally.
Commercial single player games that run locally but require connection to the publisher for the DRM authentication check. Above, Switch 2 stuff.
Other ones like that tend to have the DRM cracked, which is not an ideal solution, but that does stop game destruction. And newer ones with the Nuvo or something tend to have it removed by end of life. So I say less than 1%, but this might save 0% of games. I'm not sure. The initiative is actually not that vague. Though to be fair, some people did get hung up on this part. A reasonably playable or functional state. True, that is not 100% specific. There are reasons for that. You know how in law...
I mean, the Switch 2 still has that that one thing that has been bricking Switch 2s. I forgot what it's called. But they store, like, emulators or whatever on it. I don't know.
Law, police can stop a suspect with reasonable suspicion.
But you can't even launch the game without being connected to their online server. I don't know how they would change that, because I think that's hardware and software related. And I think the like if Riot shuts down Valorant or any of their products, maybe the anti-cheat system won't work anymore. Which would fucking suck. Just to make our own anti-cheat system, but whatever.
Or a jury finds someone guilty beyond all reasonable doubt. That's because the number of situations you face are so varied that the law has to inject some common sense somewhere. It's the same with games. A multi-million-dollar MMO is a different animal from a budget arena shooter. It won't work making highly specific laws. That's one half of it. The other half of it is this sentence is an olive branch to publishers. I've heard complaints this isn't specific enough. Okay, but you know what the alternative to this would be? Here.
Leaving it in a reasonably functional, playable state. Okay, the initiative calls to require publishers that sell licenses or sell or license video games to consumers in EU to leave said video games in a functional, playable state. Specifically, the initiative speaks to prevent the remote disabling of video games by the publishers. That would fuck over Nintendo. Well, that's not disabling the video games. That's disabling hardware. They're bricking the Switches. Because I'm pretty sure if they added the hardware bricking to this, especially right now in the midst of the Switch 2 drama, that might push it. That might push it out, possibly. Possibly. The initiative does not seek to acquire ownership of said video games, associated intellectual rights, or monetization rights. Ooh. Neither does it expect the publisher to provide resources for said video game once they discontinue it, while leaving... Oh. God damn. Holy shit. How much does it cost to run one World of Warcraft server? Sounds about right. Jesus. Is that it? Wait, hold on. Alright. How much does Blizzard pay to run one World of Warcraft server? Because I'm pretty sure they pay. Yeah, I was like, I'm pretty sure they pay like that. Yeah. It's not, again, remember when I said it's not cheap? I said it's not cheap. And they have 20 servers? Yeah. And it's expensive. Granted, a lot of them are dead now. They don't cost that much. Okay. Should stop costing $50 a month to pay. Sheesh. Yeah. It's probably fucking, dude, it's gotta be so expensive. And if and if you have zero monetization rights, how do you like do you have to open up like a 401c? I have no idea. Like a charity? So people can donate to keep the servers up? Like a nonprofit? I mean, it could be. I don't even know if that would work. I'm trying to think. Like, could you even do like a non-profit or a for-profit? Like, would it even count as a charity? Like, maybe like an anti-depression or anti-suicide. Like, you might be able to convince the government. Maybe.
Here, I'll show you. The game must be fully functional and contain 100% of all features as advertised. So as a publisher, which requirement would you rather meet? More importantly, this sentence shows the EU Commission that we're acting in good faith and trying to find a balance. I think some of the people asking for this to be more specific may not realize what they're asking for. I know some won't believe this, but a hell of a lot of thought went into the wording of the initiative. I think it's almost perfect. See, the initiative isn't even a proposed bill, it's a negotiation. Our side says we want games to be functional when publishers end support, so they need end-of-life plans.
Thank you.
The industry's position is going to be against whatever
said exactly what I said.
we write and claim they need no regulation whatsoever. Then the EU Commission gets to decide who is more in the right here. The Citizens
Boom.
Initiative is the opening offer
Boom.
in these negotiations. Trust me, the industry worth hundreds of billions of dollars will make its position known to the EU. We don't have to make their case for them. So for this negotiation, simple is good. That's why we're straight and to the point for what we want. Then the industry will argue against that. Then the EU Commission might look for compromises. You don't start a negotiation with a bunch of compromises because then it will get so watered down you won't save anything. Oh, and that long definition list are actually logical extensions of the simpler language used in the initiative. It's actually kind of slick. Plus, there's a character limit on these things. The EU Commission doesn't want you trying to cover 50 edge cases at this phase. All right, so...
Exactly, because they won't fucking read it. You have a bunch of assistants of the politician reading every fucking thing before it even gets to them. So if you hand them like a fucking 50 pages worth of shit, they're going to be pissed off because they have to read 50 pages of this shit. And they're like, wonderful. 50 pages. Great. But if you hand them like 3 or 4 pages or 5 or 6 pages, they're less angry. A lot less angry. And it's a lot easier to summarize, especially when you use it in normal people language. Because you're not dealing with necessarily a because like when you're proposing a bill, you're not sending it to a law firm. You're not sending it to like a paralegal. Like the politicians have assistants that read the stuff, but they're not paralegals. Do you know what I mean? They're just like political volunteer student people. I don't know what the fuck they are.
PirateSoftware did not understand the initiative. But point 2, he also did not make it easy for the truth to get out. I had never heard of him prior to all this, but during the campaign, I had dozens of people contact.
He just humangaloed PirateSoftware. Damn! Have you heard of Maldavius Fig Tree, though? I heard he dresses as a ferret and likes to get nodded.
Me, telling me how wise and reasonable he is, how he's really pro-consumer and represents developers. I should really talk to him. Great, let's do it. So this was my first encounter of him.
Oh shit, no, this is actually really dumb. It's used car salesman garbage. This is shit. It's shit. Not only do I not want to back this, I'm going to actively tell people not to. That is awful. That is a horrible goddamn direction. That's awful, dude. Now, eat my entire ass. The level of stupid that I just had to receive was like sitting on Twitter for 12 hours. This shit sucks. That's a really stupid-ass move. That's an incredibly stupid-ass move. I think...
Why does this feel like it's from different streams?
This is ass. This is complete garbage. Move. Receive. It's awful. An active salesman garbage.
This was my first encounter of
videos?
Oh shit, no, this is actually really dumb. It's used car salesman garbage. This is shit.
Europeans can save gaming.
It's shit. Not only do I not want to back this, I'm going to actively tell people not to.
Okay, so he released a video. And then he said, this is absolute shit. I'm not going to support it, and I'm going to actively tell people not to. Why is he being such a fucking dick?
That is awful. That is a horrible goddamn direction.
That's a horrible goddamn direction.
No, eat my entire ass. The level of...
Okay, that's horrible. Eat my entire ass. That could have been from anybody in chat. I don't know what that was. That was cut. That could have been clip chimped. Just saying. Like this is why I'm saying like you got to put in like more context, because you need like 20 seconds before and like 20 seconds after, so they cannot, like, it's impossible, literally impossible for them to say that they clipped you out of context. Like, literally impossible. Even if it's irrelevant information, You got to do it.
Stupid that I just had to receive was like sitting on Twitter for 12 hours. This shit sucked.
Europeans can save gaming. Okay, it's still the same video.
That's a really stupid ass move. That's an incredibly stupid ass move. I think this is
same video.
Ass. This is complete garbage. All of this can eat shit.
All of this can eat shit then. Jesus Christ.
Shit then. I dropped the mask entirely. I have no qualms about that. They can eat my entire ass. The whole thing. That sounds stupid as shit.
Oh, yeah.
Wasn't his whole thing built on like positivity and development, and I just want to teach people how to program games and, you know, get people out there and show them that they can do stuffs and things, and I just want to make people have fun. Streamer Awards. God, I fucking hate this guy. Kill me.
And the winner goes to the man with the voice changer, PirateSoftware.
God. Yeah, you know, this actually is really heavy. Holy shit. So, it's honestly amazing to me that we even have a category now. Like, the software and game development category is incredible. You guys should definitely check it out. There's many more creators than just me in there. It's definitely not just me. So,
yeah, because you don't even develop in that category. You don't even develop.
It's incredible to me that you guys have voted for me for this, because a year ago,
because you've said your game has been 98% done for like 2 years now, and it's still not even done. And your update for 2 months have been changed facial expressions and added music.
many people didn't even know I existed. And this has been one of the most amazing years I have ever had in my life. So thank you all very, very much. Seriously. And for those of you out there that want to make games, you have a home for that now on Twitch. You have this category for you to do that. And it doesn't mean you have to make an amazing game. You just have to make your game.
I'm glad he's talking for himself.
Make it bad. It's okay.
I'm glad he's talking about himself.
And then make a better one. And just keep doing it. So.
Oh, well, now he's not really supporting himself.
I can't wait to play what you guys make. And thank you all very much.
Yeah, because he's not going to make his own shit. He'll just play what you make. Kill me.
This category is for creators who do things on stream that no one else can. There's a ghost hunter, a sketch comedy group, a coder, and a streamer who plays video games using a device that tracks her brainwaves. Here to present this award is Jacksepticeye.
No shot PirateSoftware won this.
I've been doing this job a really long time, and I think it's really cool that there's so many people now here, even in this room, that we have an award show for it, and I think it's just insane that QD. The nominees for League of Their Own are D-Tune, Perry Carriel, PirateSoftware, and RDC Gaming. And the Peepo goes to PirateSoftware.
Okay, I'm not even being biased, but the fact that they thought that PirateSoftware does something that no one else can do, let alone just in any way a better streamer than RDC as a group, is like, that just blows my fucking mind. That blows my mind. That literally blows my mind. That blows my fucking mind. That's like me winning an award against the fucking RDC. Holy shit. That's like, I'm a basketball player than LeBron James. That's what that was.
People may not realize. That is absolutely amazing. Thank you very, very much. A lot of people may not realize this, but I've been streaming for 7 years, and in the very beginning of that, Jacksepticeye actually played our game, and it got me up to about 90 viewers. And then they all fell off, as normally happens. And I realized then that I just wasn't very good at streaming. And I watched other people do it, and I learned how to do that over the next 7 years, and now I'm here. So if you ever think that you don't have what it takes to stream, you do. It just takes a lot of time. So don't give up. And thank you. Seriously.
See, it's like, he's all about, like, positivity and shit, usually. But, and that's, like, what he built his platform, like, around. But he's so negative and cuts people down all the fucking time.
You can see why people like him. It's like listening to Mr. Rogers. As you can imagine, we've been less than thrilled that Thor here has become the dominant voice of the campaign, especially when he doesn't understand it.
I was supposed to stop streaming like almost 3 hours ago now.
Though I did find the used car salesman part amusing, since if people could read my mind, they would understand how much I dread anything resembling sales or marketing, or just trying to push things on people who aren't interested in them. I'm not exaggerating when I said I've hated having to run this campaign.
This is the most uneducated take I have ever seen in games.
Now, as for that one, I do have a bachelor's in criminal justice, which might explain why I'm coming at this from very different angles than he is. You know, focusing on people having rights and checking what consumer law actually says, rather than what's most convenient for publishers. Though I think I know where that comment is coming from because I've gotten it before. Here's what I think is happening. Online-only games have a client and a server, but a lot also have middleware that developers don't have permission to distribute to customers, or depend on microservices they have no control over, and the server software isn't even designed to run on a customer system. You can't just cut out the middleware and remove the microservices because they're integrated too deeply. That would still leave the game bricked and could take months to fix and be a lot of work. So I think some devs think we're saying all they need to do is just release the server binaries at end of life, and yay!
Wait, are the microservices the dependencies? What microservices are you talking about? Okay, now I'm confused. Now I actually have to talk with the developer. Maybe I could actually be fucking stupid. Microservices and dependencies are related, but distinct concepts in software architecture. Oh. Okay, I am stupid. A microservice is a small, independently deployable service. Okay. So a microservice would be like PayPal, like a PayPal integration. Is that what we're talking about? Is that what we're talking about? Okay, it's an independently deployable service. Well, dependency refers to a relationship of one service that relies on another. Yeah. Fully functionality. Microservices aim to minimize dependencies between services to improve flexibility and resilience. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, you don't need that shit. It minimizes dependencies. But if you're releasing the source code, you still have to update everything all the time anyway. So you're going to have to update your dependencies, which are going to break the fucking third-party fucking microservices anyway. So if you don't have the third-party microservices, that shit's just gonna break when you update the fucking dependencies. Unless I have completely lost the plot. Okay. Microservice architecture. Okay, give me a good one. Give me a good one. All right, so we have file browsers connecting to the web app. The microservice being the account service. Another one being product catalog. Another being cart server. Another one being order server. Or is the wait, what the fuck? Which one is the microservice? Just the account service? It's just the creating the accounts? So the database? That's the accounts database. The account service is the login page? I'm like, I understand obviously the browsers go to the web app. So it's just like going to whatever, like Amazon.com. Okay. Like online shopping service. Go to Amazon.com. Or twitch.tv/StriderStone. Right. And you log into your account service. The account service can just be ran on a Lambda that connects to the accounts DB, and the database would still be in AWS. Like, I don't understand. What is this third party? What? Netflix deployed on AWS. Okay, Jesus Christ, thank you. Okay, a real example that I might be able to figure out. Okay, content delivery networks, ISPs, terabits, customers. Okay, so, oh, this is fucking hell old. I was like, holy shit, that's old. Yeah, UI, business logic at the data access layer. Okay, wait, this is different microservice definition. Okay, wait. Examples of architecture, best practices, 2022. That's what we were just looking at. Wait. I'll have to figure this out before I go fucking crazy. Okay, so this is the monolithic architecture. And all the microservices are going to be in the UI. So yeah, the microservice is going to be like the cart. So like in my yeah, because designing your own shopping cart in your, like, if I had my own website, right, and I wanted people to buy my merch, and I had you obviously wouldn't be able to buy it unless I had a shopping cart for you to put in your information and check out, right? So I would have to make one. That would be a microservice. If I made one. But there are people that have already made shopping carts, because making shopping carts is a pain in the ass, because you have to go and you have to work with all these different banks. You have to work with a bunch of, it's fucking annoying. It's just don't do it. Just don't do it. Or you just go like the fucking API from PayPal and you have your microservice. All this shit is like detachable though. Microservices are all connected through APIs. Are they not? Are people hard coding microservices? Okay. Okay, Thor's a fucking idiot. All right. I'm not a developer. I figured it out. I don't know. It sounds like how a service has multiple servers that could go down to be. It kind of seemed like how a service... the UI has a microservice, and then has another microservice, and has another microservice, has another microservice. It just looks like load balancing. And then more load balancing. Redundancy on microservices. But it's all done through. Yeah, but it's all done through an API. You're not like, you don't hard code it. But what else, CPS? How you doing? Yeah, you split into numerous components. So, okay. See, I'm like not even. Oh my god. Can this guy just fade into irrelevance, please? Please! Please!
Everything is solved, and that's why they think we're ignorant. Well, for some games that could work, but not ones like these. Plus, that's not what we're saying. First off, we're not even mandating the methodology because, again, doing that could run afoul of copyright law. Second, this whole diagram is looking at a game that exists right now and was never designed to have an end-of-life plan. Those might not be salvageable. So what we're saying is let's take a game in the future. No code has been written yet. It's still just a design document. Okay, so we have the client portion as usual. Then we have the server logic. Now we'll bring in our usual middleware and microservice vendors. Nope, stop. Now, the EU says we can't just brick customer purchases like we've been doing if we want to sell our games there. So that means we can't keep making all these same deals the way we have been. Now we need to renegotiate with the vendors to allow for an end-of-life build with their software. Or redesign things to make the microservices easier to sever at end-of-life. And then...
That's just... You're already pushing for source code. It's all in an API. It severs itself. You just fucking disconnect the goddamn API. I hate everything. I hate everything.
Vendors probably will renegotiate. Otherwise, they'll start losing sales to everyone who wants to sell games in the EU. But say a vendor refuses anyway. Then we need to go with vendor B, who will offer EU-compliant solutions because they will be happy to take money away from their competitor, vendor A. Or maybe we need to abandon one of the microservices altogether and come up with an in-house alternative that is compatible with an end-of-life plan. And if the server can't run on consumer hardware, well, maybe now we code it in a way that's more versatile and can be compiled to run a stripped-down version with less features for the customer machine at end of life. Or hey, if that's not doable, then we scrap that, but still give customers some form of server software at end of life because now we've planned for this, and inform them it requires specialized hardware.
The solution is no longer live service games. Solution is no longer live service games. Well, that's the point. We want to make it not a live service game anymore. Like if the company goes under, it's live service. LIVE. No more live service games. It's fine to have live service games. People like live service games are fine. It doesn't say anything about no more live service games. It doesn't say anything about that. It literally doesn't say anything about that anywhere. Anywhere. It doesn't say it on a website. It doesn't say it in any of his videos. It doesn't say it in his Discord. It doesn't say it anywhere.
And they're on their own for getting it working.
No, it's just that I hate them. Oh, you don't like Accursed Farms? You don't like this? That's weird. Wait, why don't you like this? That seems weird. Huh.
And these are all just suggestions. The publisher will get to decide how they want to comply. Thor is not alone in developers trashing what I just said. I don't know why, but some of the nastiest insults I've received on the entire campaign have been when I try to explain this is what we're asking for. This part in particular triggers some people to no end.
That video made me actually mad. Like real mad. Not like fake memes mad, like actually mad. Like I'm actually mad.
Upsetting people is not our goal, by the way. We actually want this transition to be as easy as possible for publishers and developers. However, we are stubbornly against proposals that won't stop commercial games being destroyed, because that's the whole point. Anyway, you heard Thor's comments for me. In light of that, I think I've been pretty diplomatic. I am just trying to get this initiative passed. If that means I have to get
Thor was being a fucking dick.
Insulted all along the way, okay. So with that in mind, I reached out to him, not expecting to change his mind, but to at least clarify things since he got so much wrong. If you're gonna hate us, at least hate us for what we're actually
Dude, what the fuck? Yeah.
doing, not for things that are made up about us.
I got a message from Ross. There were many other misunderstandings in your video. It's clear that you hate the initiative, and I doubt I would change that. That is correct. I would encourage you to at least hate it for what it accurately is. I do.
He says that so confidently. Oh. Everything.
In other words, the customer is told explicitly that their access ends at the time of payment. Most live service games do not do this, which could run afoul of EU law. Most is patently incorrect.
Patently incorrect?
Games do.
Mark, you understood everything. He says that's so
initiative, and I doubt I would change that. That is correct. I would encourage you to at least hate it for what it accurately is. I do.
He says that so confidently. Oh yeah, you knocked it out of the park. You understood everything.
In other words, the customer is told explicitly that their access ends at the time of payment. Most live service games do not do this, which could run afoul of EU law. Most is patently incorrect.
Patently incorrect. How? Where do you get this information from? Do you have a ratio? Do you have where are you getting this information? Where is it on either side of that?
Patently incorrect. Okay, for those who don't know much about live service games, that's like saying the Earth isn't round. He says verifiably false things so confidently. If his viewers don't know any better, how can I blame anyone for believing what he says about the initiative when he talks like that? It's incredible. And he does not wish to discuss this with me or anyone else in the initiative. Why not?
Would you consider reaching out and talking to Ross about it? No. And the reason why is because I found his entire statement over the YouTube incredibly disingenuous.
Yes, this issue which has bothered me since I was a teenager and I've spent 10 years on trying to push back against is me being disingenuous. Where's this coming from? Well, it comes from a slide I had in my promotional video, the half-joke slide. He hated this, and I think he may have a rather privileged view of politics.
You want to put together legislation because it's the right thing to do.
We did!
Not because you can convince legal representatives to do it no matter what.
It's both!
Nuts.
And I think he may have a rather privileged view of politics.
Oh, because this is stupid.
You want to put together legislation because it's the right thing to do.
We did!
Not because you can...
I mean, it... Not...
convince legal representatives to do it no matter what.
It's both! These are not
Oh my god. 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 I fucking hate this ferret piss drinking dumb shit. I cannot. I literally can't. How does a politician know what to run on? Let me rephrase that. How does a politician know what its constituents want? Let me rephrase that. How does a politician who wants votes get votes? Let me rephrase that. How does somebody that is trying to get elected by getting the most votes get the most votes from the most people? Huh. Listening to them, maybe? Huh. It's weird that, like...
Convince.
Privileged view of politics.
You want to put together legislation.
You want to put legislation because it's the right thing to do.
We did!
Not
yeah. Not because you can convince legal representatives to do it no matter what. Okay, so he's saying we've never convinced legal representatives to do things no matter what. You know, we never forced representatives to, make abortion legal. We've never forced politicians to, stop slavery. We've never, forced politicians to, allow women to vote. We've never forced politicians to do anything, because we wanted to do it no matter what. It might be right, but we wanted to do it no matter what. And it was right. What the fuck is your point here? You have literally 0 point.
Convince legal representatives to do it no matter what.
It's both. These are not mutually exclusive things.
The idea that we're going to go through this because
like if 100% of people wanted something, why would you not give it to them? I just don't understand. I don't understand your logic. This is an initiative It's not even like it's not even a proposed bill. It's a fucking initiative.
It's an easy win, but not the right win? No, dude.
Oh, God. So he misunderstood the initiative and misunderstood our intentions. And in his words, this is why he refuses to have a dialogue with the movement. So now I have to address it. Let's keep it basic. He calls me disingenuous, implying I don't believe what I'm pushing for, that this is some sort of con. That's uncharitable to the point of being silly. Besides video evidence going back 10 years, this is not a hard concept to grasp. I hate seeing creative works needlessly destroyed when people are trying to save them. And video games are where I see that happen the most. Of course I believe in what I'm advocating for. Maybe start from there. I'm a little surprised that didn't sink in.
The idea of getting it to pass with an easy win instead of pass because it's good is a problem to me. Absolute problem.
Why is it not good?
It's not how politics works. Do you think things pass because they're good ideas? Tell that to people who still have lead in their water. A lot of gamers are... jaded with good cause. The industry has been shaking them down every which way. The perception that it's hopeless to protect their rights against billion-dollar conglomerates is often correct. If I told people this would pass just because it's a good idea, I wouldn't believe me. This slide is a half joke, but it's also some totally cynical reasons that are often true to let people know we have a chance and this isn't utterly hopeless. Do you think I or most people in the movement give a damn why politicians might pass something good? What we care about is that they pass something good. We don't need them to be true believers, we need them to pass good law. This is as soft as it possibly gets in politics. I think most politicians would find this slide funny. It sounds like he's offended I have a low opinion of the political process. Well, I'm the one in the trenches here. I'm not sure if he's upset at me or just upset at reality. Yeah, I am too. Anyway, he went on to delete my reply to him. Thankfully, someone backed it up, and I figured, okay, he hates this. It was thrust upon him by his viewers. I'll just leave him be. Well, that was a mistake on my part, because then he went on to make more videos about me and the movement, now reaching over 1 million views, still broadcasting the wrong information on us. I guess I'm being petty here, but this is alien thinking to me. Why would you call someone out, then run away from a conversation with them when they say there's a misunderstanding, but then go on to make more videos calling them out? Sir, that is not gentlemanly behavior.
He made a video and then he called it utter shit. He called it really stupid. He called him a bunch of names. And then this guy reached out and said, hey, there's a lot of misconceptions. And then Thor made another video saying a bunch of shit. He reached back out, asked for a conversation with him. And then he said that he was being a dick.
All right, I know this is going on too long, so I'll get to the final point.
Want to call him.
Thor misunderstood the initiative, misunderstood our intentions, and misinformed a lot of people about both. But the irony is, I think he would have hated it even more if he did understand it. Because first, he doesn't see any of this as a problem.
Gaming isn't in need of saving. No, it's not a form of planned obsolescence. It's called the game no longer being profitable and we turn it off. No games are being destroyed here. These are live service games.
Yeah, you heard him.
No games are being destroyed. These are live service games. Yes. And then when the developer stops supporting the live part of the live service game, the game is then destroyed. And you can no longer play it. Ergo, the game is destroyed. Just like that. Magic. Logic. In your head. In case you didn't understand.
Games are being destroyed. Does he just say anything? Is that why he's popular? More to the point, and what I wish he included in his main video, is he supports games being destroyed.
A very strange demand from people in the gaming industry where live service games should live forever, whether in the hands of the developer or otherwise. And I can't get behind that shit. I think live service games getting sunsetted is fine.
Why? Why do you think that's fine? Why do you think that's acceptable?
Always thought that. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that at all. I have no problems with the end of a video game.
See, I wish he started his big YouTube video with that message instead of deleting it.
Yeah, just start with that. Okay, that's fine that you have that opinion. It's a dumb fuck opinion. I don't understand why you would have that opinion. But it's a dumb fuck opinion.
Instead, he presented himself as pro-preservation and not wanting the medium to die out.
It's incredibly important to me that we keep making games and that the next generation has the tools to do so that our medium doesn't die out. And it never will. And that's the whole intention of all of this.
So he doesn't want games to die out, except he's...
An opinion can't be dumb, can it? It can if it is created incorrectly. Based on information that you categorically misrepresented and lied about. Then, yes, an opinion can be dumb.
It's fine with that.
Because you are the one that read the information, and you are the one that brags about all your knowledge in the field, yet you are lying to people about that. If it's dumb, it's not necessarily opinion. It's an incorrect opinion. Okay. There you go.
I think there's some cognitive dissonance going on there. And he's against killing single-player games that only have a DRM check, okay? But then says people who buy single-player games with more than a DRM check are stupid, and he doesn't play those.
I don't buy games that are always online single-player games. I refuse to play those because it's stupid.
That's some tough...
He plays them all the time. Oh yeah, Diablo 4.
Talk coming from a fan of Diablo 4.
It's actually really freaking good, dude. The game's fantastic. Itemization is great. Systems design is great. Storyline has been fantastic. The characters are good. The voice acting is great.
So is he saying he wouldn't have played Diablo 4's single-player campaign if it didn't have forced multiplayer also, even though he's praising it and appears to be playing solo? Or is he saying that people that just wanted to play Diablo 4 single-player are stupid? I admit I got lost on his stance there. But what's more clear to me is we're not on the same side. Here's a list of some popular games that are all at risk of being destroyed at some time in the future. The Stop Killing Games
No more Path of Exile.
movement sees any of these being destroyed as a problem, and they're exactly the kinds of games that would start being protected if the initiative passed.
No more Magic Arena.
Now, a lot of these do have single-player campaigns,
no
but I
more
believe they all
Overwatch. No more Hearthstone. His game is not a live service game either. Anyway.
require more than a simple DRM check. He says over and over that his problem with the initiative is the wording, and it's vague. But there is no wording he would like that also saves games like these, because he's on the opposite side of this. If he's totally fine with games like these being disabled forever, well, guess what? That's the position of the industry causing this entire problem in the first place. And that's the final.
Oh, yeah. Wait, did I actually see
That's the
Magic
position of the
Arena on
industry
there?
causing this entire problem in the first place.
Hey! Hey! So once they kill Magic Arena, you get 0 money back. You have none of your cards, even though there is a friend system that you can add friends to. I don't even know why I'm saying this. There's a fucking friend system that there's a challenge mode. You can challenge people. They have the database that they can release that has the usernames with the numbers. Just like none of this shit makes sense, man. But if they had Magic Arena for like 10 years and I had every set in Magic Arena for 10 years, like all the alchemy stuff, all the historic stuff, the new fake commander shit, whatever they're doing, like the Universes Beyond stuff. I mean, I would have spent like fucking $10,000 in Magic Arena. And they could just stop it. And I would get none of that money back. And I would never be able to play against anyone ever again. I would never... I couldn't do it. I couldn't even load it up. It wouldn't connect to a server. I couldn't even play against Sparky. I couldn't even test a deck. I couldn't get cards. Like, I couldn't, like, just do simple deck testing, like, for standard before I go to a tournament or something. I couldn't even do any of that. Like, they wouldn't release a source code for people to put stuff in. I mean, you still have, like, the tabletop simulator and shit like that, though. So, I guess it doesn't technically matter. But you still spent, like, a shit ton of money on Magic Arena. And they could just get rid of it at any time, and you get nothing.
And that's the final point.
Can you get
What
back up
opposite
to
me
Diablo
believe that can be
4?
destroyed at some time in the future. The Stop Killing Games movement sees any of these being destroyed as a problem. And
Diablo 3, Diablo Immortal,
they're exactly
Diablo
the kinds of games
4. It's wrong. What's wrong? Oh, wait. I don't know why my chat's not working. That's so weird. Anyway, guess I'm using this. I don't know why that's not working. Because he's not the consumer. Yeah, and that was my argument earlier. Is that yeah, because we don't have game developers anymore. We just have developers and code monkeys. And we don't have many people that actually care about games. I would say the developers of video games, like the actual developers, excluding all the CEOs, marketing people, security of the building, janitors, excluding everybody. I'm talking excluding tech support, QA. I'm talking just developers. Just the developers of AAA games. I would say 50% of them make it 50% through the game. If I'm being generous. I would say 20% of them play longer. If it's like, I would say probably, maybe, it's hard to say. 20%, if it's a single player game, I would say maybe 10% of them actually beat the game. Honestly, maybe. If it's more multiplayer-esque than online, I would say about 5%. Maybe. No, actually, fuck that. No. I'd say after 1 year, about 1% of those developers still actively play. And by actively, I mean at least 2 days a week. Captions on it, and it said he has a fucking friend sister. Can't even build a deck. I know, right? Wouldn't it be funny if it said on Thor's side it's a problem all the way on the bottom? I know, right? Like reorder it and put Diablo on the bottom. Make it easy to say this is a problem. Programmers, asset creators, script writers, etc. No, like just the developers, not even script writers, not even QA. Like literally just the developers. I don't like the people actually making the game. Well, I'll include the UI UX people too. If I include the UI UX people, those numbers are going down.
Start being protected if the initiative passed. Now, a lot of these do have single-player campaigns, but I believe they all require more than a simple DRM check. He says over and over that his problem with the initiative is the wording, and it's vague. But there is no wording he would like that also saves games like these.
IMO scriptwriters are part of the developers. There aren't many scriptwriters anymore. And QA is done by developers now. There's not many scriptwriters at all. Like if you have wait, are you talking about like people that are doing scripts for like voice actors and stuff? Like story writers? Or what do you mean? Explains why it's getting worse? No, I don't. No, it's not that. Well, what was happening before is that like the QA people didn't just sit there and play the game all day. That's not what they did. What the QA people did is that they wrote a script and they wrote a script and they put it into an application that ran that developer's code a bunch of times, and then it spit out the results of that, and then whatever the results were, the scriptwriter would look at it and say, oh, this might be wrong, and they might change something in the code if they might see something, or they interpret it of what happened and they give it back to the developer. But what was happening is that it was taking way too long for that to actually go through. So you have a developer sitting there twiddling their fucking thumbs, waiting for QA people to write a script and to then run the script and then to tell them if what they did worked or not. So now what they do is the developers, they developed a checking system, and then they have another developer actually run it, verify that it's working, and if it doesn't work, they say exactly what's fucked up, and then they send it back. So it's actually faster, and it runs faster too. But, you know, the people creating the story, the game mechanics, though the game mechanics would be the developers as well. But yeah, if you include those people, then yeah, all those numbers are going way down. Like the vast majority of like voice actors, vast majority will play the game for a little bit for like marketing purposes, and they'll never play the game. They don't give a fuck. They don't give a single fuck. They're just going on to their next project, and they're like, I don't care. They'll show up to events because they get paid a bunch. And it's like, whatever. Some of them do care. Some of them do care. Some of them do care. It's just work. Can't blame them. Yeah, but if you are a developer working on a game and the game fucking sucks when it comes out, and then a bunch of layoffs happen in that company, and then you complain about it. Oh, you met the voice actors? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they have like 30 million things going on at the same time. They're like traveling all over the place, depending on like where and what they're actually doing. Because sometimes they have to go to cons. Sometimes they're in the studio. Sometimes they're just looking at scripts. Sometimes they're doing auditions. I mean, they're like voice actors are fucking busy all the time. Yeah. But a lot of people say they're going to get replaced by AI pretty soon. It's just because I don't know, a lot of, I feel like I don't know. Honestly, I think most English voice actors are really bad.
Because he's on the opposite side of this. If he's totally fine with games like these being disabled forever, well, guess what? That's the position of the industry causing this entire problem in the first place. And that's the final point. Thor says he disagrees with how we're going about trying to end game destruction.
Oh, it's happening a lot with Genshin. Yeah, it's because a lot of the English voice actors were complaining, I think. Or one of them was. And then they got a bunch of people complaining about something. And so the Genshin people were like, okay, we'll just use AI then.
But he also disagrees with the goal itself. No, wait, I want to be fair. He's only against 99% of it minus that tiny provision he made up. So once you understand that, then of course it makes sense that he's against the Stop Killing Games movement. Because we're trying to stop killing games. Now, if you're in Thor's camp and think killing all these games is fine and or as things should be, okay, then it's just a values clash. And yeah, you'll hate the initiative too. I'm not trying to tell you
Beerio
otherwise. But if you think you might have been misled about what the initiative is, hey, maybe look at it again. Tell others about it. Help undo some of the damage. There is still time. It closes July 31st. Thor lying about what the campaign is about, remember, second definition, has caused more damage to it than anything else I'm aware of. Now, I've heard some people say, no, it caused a Streisand effect and led to more coverage. Well, if you look at the signature rate, it suggests the opposite. I've also been told a big streamer, like in that group I mentioned earlier, you know, the kind that are so big they could end this, avoided talking about Stop Killing Games because of Thor's take on it. Remember, at the time he did this, Pirate was a well-respected developer. More coverage. Well, if you look at the signature I'm aware of, lying about what the campaign is about, remember, second definition, has caused more damage to it than anything else I'm aware of. Now, I've heard some people say, no, it caused a Streisand effect and led to more coverage. Well, if you look at the signature rate, it suggests the opposite. I've also been told a big streamer, like in that group I mentioned earlier, you know, the kind that are so big they could end this, avoided talking.
Mark Black. What? He said streamer. Is it streamer? It has to be Charlie. It can't be Charlie, though. Who the fuck is this? Who is this? Like, I mean, I know it's Beaker, but I mean, what streamer is this? I can't imagine Charlie not talking about it too much. Like, I just don't see that happening. Like, because of that reason. I can see Markiplier not talking about it 100%. Because he it just always wants to be on people's good side. I can see is this Jacksepticeye? I think. I can see him not saying anything about it. PewDiePie, I think he would say something about it if he cared. So I would say it would either be one of these two or whoever the fuck this is. PewDiePie has so much money, you doubt he cares? All these people have so much money, I doubt any of these people care. Well, I mean, they might care. But, like, this guy doesn't even fucking play games. Oh, well, he plays Five Nights at Freddy's. But he doesn't care about online games, so why the fuck would he talk about it? He doesn't care about FNAF. But because of Thor's take on it specifically, the only thing I can think of is... Actually, it might be Charlie. Because... Thor is with Off-Brand Games, and Charlie is with was with Moist Mogul, who is an esports team, which is now Shopify, Team Shopify. But he was with Ludwig. And Ludwig owns Off-Brand. And Ludwig is a snaky fuck, right? A snaky, slimy fuck. So it's possible that Ludwig did some snaky, slimy fuck shit behind the scenes. Possibly. That one's
about Stop Killing Games because of Thor's take on it. Remember, at the time he did this, PirateSoftware was a well-respected developer looked up to by the internet community for having good takes on gaming. And I was, and still am, the weirdo with no credentials other than not wanting games destroyed. So with Thor being seen as the smartest guy in the room and firmly against the initiative, I think that led some internet figures to not want to touch this, lest they be seen like a fool in the eyes of Thor. Now, as I understand it, that risk may have lowered since then, but it doesn't really matter if nobody else talks about it, because he was there to kill the momentum when we needed it the most, and we never got it back. Okay, that's it on him. I did not enjoy having to do that segment, but I've had to do a lot of things on this campaign I don't like. Believe it or not, my goal was not to tarnish Thor's reputation. That's incidental. I don't care. He can be hailed as a national hero. Whatever. The goal was to expose the damage done to the campaign to try and fix it. I do think he's someone who would have defended the divine right of kings hundreds of years ago, but I don't wish him ill will. On the contrary, I hope he finds some peace of mind. Now you might be thinking, is this campaign really so fragile that one big streamer can sink it just by misrepresenting it? Oh, yeah, it totally is. It's been an uphill battle almost every step of the way.
Yeah, considering everybody has been like buying ferrets and saving up like gallons of piss and sending it to them. Yeah, it can definitely do it.
It sinks or swims to the whims of what big streamers do. It kind of reminds me of the Greek gods. That part about easy wins, that's for the politicians, not us. Ours are hard as nails. There are reasons it took me 9 years before I was ever able to actually do anything on this. It's a miracle it's gotten as far as it has. Now, I've seen people ask, if the initiative fails, then what's next? I've tried to explain this before. There is no next. What's next was a year and a half ago with all those other things we've tried. We're at the final phase now. The European Citizens Initiative is our last possible chance to change anything.
Ooh. By the 31st, if you're in the EU, 31st.
See, there are things governments and consumer groups are doing, and then there are things that us, the general public, are doing. After July, I see nothing left for us. So does that mean Stop Killing Games has failed? Well, no, nobody knows yet. We won't know the answer to that for a long time, maybe years. Government moves slowly. The initiative will be what's failed, not everything else. Without the initiative, we still have about 5 other chances for this to work. We have the consumer agencies in France, Germany, and Australia, and possibly help from the BEUC and the USC Que Choisir, though those are iffier. But all their work is underway. It's out of our hands now. Now, I've heard some say, what if we launch the initiative again? Well, someone else can try that, not me. I tried my absolute damnedest writing off the publicity of the cruise shutdown and barely got halfway. It took a chunk out of my life with almost nothing to show for it. No way am I going to spearhead something like this again.
Yeah.
I saw this as my only shot. I took it to the best of my ability. That wasn't good enough. I have no reason to think that doing it again will be successful. On the contrary, I
think he wanted to do something for 9 years, but I think he's only been doing it. I say only. I think he's been like kind of planning and concentrating on it for about 3 years now, which is still a lot.
I think it would do far worse. And that doesn't mean I'm being defeatist. I will continue saying yes to almost any opportunity that emerges until July 31st. I have some skepticism, but I am still available for Stop Killing Games until then. Though remember, you don't have to go through me at all. You just have to send people to the initiative. After that, no, I'm done. In fact, I think some people might be surprised just how done I am after July. It's not that I will have changed my mind on game destruction, it's just that there's nothing left after that.
See, this is what I'm talking about, dude. This is the part where I have so much empathy for this guy. I feel his frustration so much. And it's not even the hatred for Thor. It's the everything else.
So I don't want to waste even more of my life on this. I've paid my dues.
Yeah. I paid my dues. I paid 5 years. I paid 5 years of fucking dues. I paid 5 years of fucking dues.
My income's dropped significantly since I started this because I haven't had time to make more fun videos which people would rather watch. And I don't blame them one bit. So besides being sick of running this thing, I have to make up for lost time so I can pay rent. Plus, believe it or not, I want time to actually play games and not just fight to keep them all the time. I'll still do the bare minimum if it helps. For example, Germany's consumer agency contacted me at one point because they wanted more information on the cruise EULA for their investigation. So I assisted with that. That was surprising because I have no authority on that at all. And I would have thought they would have had better sources than me. But yeah.
Yeah, I actually had more people. After I reached out to the 2 people at Hasbro, I had more people reach out to me at Hasbro.
I can do pilot light activity like that if it really...
I can't talk to people at WotC, but I can talk to people at Hasbro. So fuck you, Blake. Fuck you, Blake. You said don't talk to people at WotC. You have 0 power at Hasbro. So fuck you. And yes, I will send all of our emails and DMs over to them. So double fuck you. And I will also send all of the DMs and all of the screenshots that I have saved from every single early access that I have with every single WotC employee and every single content creator that I have to the executives that I have been talking to over at Hasbro. So, you're welcome.
Helps. Just no more campaign.
Enjoy your life, and I hope that you... And I hope your game fails.
And don't get me wrong, I'm not against people doing more after July. I just think your odds will be horrendous, and I don't want to dump my time into doomed causes. If the law on game destruction in the EU and Australia was as locked down as it...
And whose ass? I don't know. He probably gets double-fisted by his wife anyway, so it doesn't matter. He looks like a fucking sub.
It is in the United States, I never would have even started this campaign. Now, I've said this initiative resulted in almost nothing. Well, we did get a little bit. For me personally, I got the feeling of knowing I did everything I could, so I won't have any more nagging doubts like, oh, if only I had tried harder, I could have saved video games. No, I can close the book on that. So I'll be able to look at myself in the mirror after this. That's a plus for me and anyone else who tried their best. About the only other thing I think the initiative accomplished was we inadvertently saved 2 games. This is hearsay again, but according to an insider at the company, Ubisoft...
I think that's the only reason I'm against this is because if it doesn't pass and MTG Arena actually ends up going under or they make a new Magic, you know that they're not going to transfer over the database. And there's going to be a shit show. And it's going to be fantastic. And it is going to be great. And I am so excited to laugh at the downfall. And I'm going to email Blake. And I'm going to laugh at him so hard.
Announced offline modes for the Crew 2 and Motorfest because they were afraid the European Citizens Initiative would pass.
It's just going to be ha 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 ha. That's going to be the same.
And thought this might kill some of the momentum. Ironically, I don't think they needed to have bothered. We were already losing momentum when they announced that because, well, you know why. But not killing games is the whole point of this, and I guarantee you Ubisoft had no end-of-life plans for those games prior to this movement. They were absolutely slated to die. Now, if I could have picked any two online games to save, I can't say those would have been my choices, but that is something tangible that the initiative changed. Assuming Ubisoft isn't lying. At the time of this video, they still haven't delivered on it yet. So is that it? Is that all the initiative accomplished? Well, without the signatures, sadly, yes, I think so. Now, some people might say, no, we did more than that. We shifted the narrative. So what? My only goal with this was to stop games from being destroyed. All the talk in the world won't fix that without action. Without the initiative, any victory we get is going to come from one of these 5 paths we opened up. Speaking of which, what should we expect from that? I honestly don't know. I give all of these coin toss odds. I do think it is highly, highly likely Ubisoft is going to get fined for something by more than one agency. Don't take my word for it. German channel WBS Legal thinks the same. The problem in their eyes is that Ubisoft shut down the Crew with only 3 months notice, and they should have provided more like 2 years. Yeah, hear me now, quote me later. If all that comes from Stop Killing Games is companies in the EU need to give 2 years notice before they shut down a game, then I will consider it an abject failure. It won't save games, that wasn't our goal, it'll piss off companies, everybody loses. But that's the risk of making this work under existing law rather than proposing sensible law under the initiative. Fingers crossed the agencies...
That'd be hilarious if they're like, yeah, in 2 years we're going to shut down World of Warcraft. Do you know how much harassment every single Blizzard employee is going to get for 2 years? That'd be so fucking funny. Not the harassment, but the situation would just be hilarious.
Make a better decision than that. Now, since this is a wrap-up video and I don't know what the outcome will be, I might as well present both scenarios. First, if we win and have a clear victory through one of these avenues...
If you have duels in your library, you have access to all cards, I think. That will be put up all the way up to the Microsoft employee. Wait, what are you talking about? Oh, wait. Wait, what? If I have duels in my library, do I have access to all cards? First one, Magic Duels. The second one, WoW harassment.
Oh boy. If I think, fingers, but that's the risk of making this work under killing games is companies in the EU need to give 2 years notice before they shut down a game, then I will consider it an abject failure.
Oh, yeah, it'll be put up to the... Oh, yeah. Yeah, because Microsoft owns them now, yeah.
It won't save games, that wasn't our goal, it'll piss off companies, everybody loses. But that's the risk of making this work under existing law rather than proposing sensible law under the initiative. Fingers crossed the agencies make a better decision than that. Now, since this is a wrap-up video and I don't know what the outcome will be, I might as well present both scenarios. First, if we win and have a clear victory through one of these avenues, oh boy. If I think I have threats and hate mail now, I bet I haven't seen anything yet. I'd like to say whatever happens because of these avenues, we didn't write them and never had any authority here. All we could do was report the problem. The European Citizens Initiative is what was written by the movement, and that's what's failing. Authority here. All we could do was report the problem. The European Citizens Initiative is what was written by the movement, and that's what's failing. Now, for people who want my head over this, I doubt they'll care, but I wanted to point that out. I'll say right now, the transition could be bumpy. It all depends on how hard the industry fights it. And yes, it's possible it could end some games on death row prematurely. So games that were designed to die could still die, but after that, almost all games would start being protected. Because I know there's some clown that's going to find one example of a game shutting down early and then use that as proof that enforcing the law is bad, even though the industry is going to kill it anyway. That's the logic I'm expecting. So there could be bumps, but give it 3 to 5 years and it will smooth out, become an industry standard, and then you'll have people who were against it claiming they were for it all along. Hey, remember how there were people speaking out against letting customers refund games before 2014?
I remember all of the different jacks for like charging your phones. Remember moving the auxiliary jack from the iPhone and now like no phone has it. Remember, I mean, fucking dude, standards change all the time. People complain about it for years, and then it just becomes industry standard. I mean, it's just like fucking whatever, dude.
And they're kind of quiet now? I do. I think it'll be a lot like that. So that's if we win. If we lose, in other words, all 5 of these avenues get shot down, well, then things are going to be almost exactly like they are right now. Except then there will be no pretending we have consumer rights. If you're a gamer, it will be codified into law that you're a consumer chattel who doesn't deserve to keep what you buy. Or if you're renting, informed of how long you get to rent. So, cool. The games industry brought back one of feudalism's greatest hits. Now, even that reality I consider preferable to what's going on now, because then we at least know we're legally screwed. Besides the obvious, what drove me crazy about this issue, and the reason I started this campaign, was because in many countries, no laws were ever passed on this. Nobody voted on this. Companies just started taking away your purchases. Nobody stopped them, and it slowly got normalized. It felt like a coup. So the idea that hundreds of games were being destroyed just because we're letting it happen drove me up the wall. If we're screwed, let's be told that to our faces and not have contradicting laws pretending we have rights. Yeah, that's the one thing I can promise this campaign will deliver, which is answers. There will be no more frog boiling after this. Either the frog hops out of the pot or it's dead. Now, even if we lose 100%, it's not like I'll change my mind on thinking destroying creative works when people want to save them is wrong. I'll probably drift even farther towards trying to save game worlds, at least. I made a video about this sort of thing. I'm optimistic about technology assisting with being able to extract environments from games and port them in the future. So hopefully we can salvage more from the ashes that are getting burned down in games. So that's stop killing games. If you're depending on me to save the initiative, then I think it's going to fail. Skill issue, as they say. My only closing thoughts on this is that this is all just so stupid. It's stupid that we didn't have clear laws on this to begin with, that this practice continued for decades without clear laws on it, that it was going to continue without our intervention, that it takes so much work and so many people to even report a violation, that me, a chump YouTuber, was the one spearheading this, that it was easily derailed by a bigger YouTuber, convincing gamers that having their games destroyed is a good thing. It's all so stupid. I've heard some people say before that we're on the worst timeline. No, things could be so much worse.
The fact that Thor explicitly lies about what he's like reading the website. It's like giant red letters. And he's like, I can't believe they're trying to do this. And it's like in giant red letters that says, we're not doing this. It's like, it's like, what? It's like, it's literally on your screen while you're explaining why doing that would be a bad idea. And it's right next to, it's like right above your head, slightly over there, that says, we are not doing this. And like bold and bright. And then there's bullet points. And there's more bullet points than he even had examples for. It's just like so fucking stupid, man. I can't even fucking
worse. I think some people have no idea.
Take it.
But if you were to say we're on the dumbest timeline, I don't know if I could argue against that. See ya.
We're only on the dumbest timeline because PirateSoftware is involved, and he is the dumbest person alive. Maybe not the dumbest person alive, but I fucking hate that guy. Dude, it is impossible for me to have like a normal fucking React video with PirateSoftware in it without like pausing it a bajillion times and just refuting everything he says and talking about how fucking stupid he is. Showing the tweets that he put up and then deleting them. And that, like, there's so many other fucking videos and examples, and he fucking started leaking texts and DMs, and I found other DMs that were leaked, and I found some Reddit threads, and I found some other things. I have a whole lot of shit. I have a fucking bank. I am so ready. I am so ready. I am so fucking ready. Just not right now because it's fucking 3 a.m. Usually I have your buds /headsets wired. Yeah. I used to, and then I got this, but even this wouldn't work. Like if I went to the gym or something, this wouldn't work. Although actually I do have these. I do have these little things that are Bluetoothy. Bluetoothy. They're just like foldable little things. I don't know. They last a really, really long time. They're cheap, but I just used them when I work out. That's it. Anyway, I need to go to bed. I'm fucking tired as shit. I don't know. Because, like, apparently this video is good, and apparently the Penguin Zero video is what got, like, almost 500,000 signatures in, like, a day or two. So, yeah. So I want to watch those. Initially, I was going to go over more of the Ludwig, like, Mario Kart beer stuff, with, like, Ludwig and, I think Extra Emily got off scot-free. I don't think anybody cares. I don't think she's going to get banned for the stuff that she did in that situation. I don't think Ludwig's gonna get banned. I don't know. I don't know. That whole thing was fucking insane to me. The whole thing was fucking insane to me. I can't believe nobody did anything about that. I've never been to a party. Like, I was a fucking alcoholic. And we had parties like every fucking weekend. And like we rented a house and we called it the GoDaddy Patty. Because like everybody worked at GoDaddy, right? And we had parties like literally every weekend. And if anything weird happened, we had like a crew of people, or if anything weird was starting to happen, or if anybody got like crazy, especially if anything went even close or remotely close to that, like we had people just like throw them out of the house. Like they were just fucking, they were gone. Like, and everybody was obliterated, obliviated. Everybody was gone, right? But everybody knew that that shit wasn't cool. Because everybody wanted girls at the party. So, if there's a guy doing creepy ass shit around girls, you throw that motherfucker out because you don't want the girls to leave. And if you're a friend of Mango, and if you've been like a best friend of Mango for like a decade or more, and you're hosting an event, and you know he's an alcoholic, and you know his dad died of alcoholism, encouraging him to drink more and break records on a breathalyzer, and once you see him starting to harass somebody, and then you kind of push him off a little bit, you back him off, you're like, all right, dude, fucking homie, calm down. And then comes back and does the same shit, and then you do nothing, and then he does way worse shit to a bunch of other girls. It's like, how do you take zero liability for any of this? And then how is every streamer there not saying something? Like, any guy streamer there should have pulled him aside or pulled Ludwig aside and said, yo, you got to get Mango the fuck out of here before he ruins his entire goddamn career because he's humping people. He's air humping people with his shirt off. Like, dude, come on. And he's doing it on stream, and he's doing it to girls that he doesn't fucking know. Like, and then he's like, just like touching people's heads and stuff. And it's like, and you can even see it because like someone walked behind a girl and she like freaked out for a second. And she's like, oh, sorry, I thought you were Mango. And it's like, yo. Once it gets to that level and he's still there, the amount of hatred this man carries, it's not the amount of hatred I carry. It's the amount of ridiculousness that people get away with. I actually like Mango. I've had a lot of really good positive experiences with Mango. I don't think I've ever had a negative experience with Mango, honestly. And I've had like one conversation with Ludwig. One? At a Smash tourney? And it was just like a fucking whatever. It was just like a, hey, what's up? It was a, hey, what's up? Having fun? Yeah, it's cool. And I was like, you better be repping for AZ, dude. Hometown. And he's like, I don't live in AZ anymore. And I was like, So it was like a meme, but that was it. It was like less than a minute of a conversation. It was fucking, there was nothing. But anyway. Yeah.